Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Hey tilde tilde shut up tilde tilde. Hey tilde tilde don't bother us tilde tilde. Hearing Qin Xiao's words, Wolverine and Sabretooth roared angrily. At this time the real fire has been fired, you say stop. The two of them didn't give Qin Xiao face at all. At this moment, Magneto's eyes lit up. If you angered the Devil Messenger, then you might be able to see the Devil Messenger attack again. He himself had already lost once to Qin Xiao's men. At that time, he was still in Qin Xiao's mirror dimension. Now, what method should the Devil Messenger use to resolve the battle between the two? Hee tilde tilde. Qin Xiao made an inexplicable sound. I'm going to separate them. Frank was about to make a move. As the person who believes in Qin Xiao the most, Frank focuses on Qin Xiao in almost everything. Now that these two people are disobedient, don't blame them for cleaning them up. At least he knew that the swamp fruit was not afraid of the opponent's physical attack. You don't need to do anything, anyway, he will have to follow me for a while. Now let him know that the devils can't be disobeyed. After Qin Xiao finished speaking, he slowly walked towards the two of them. Seeing Qin Xiao getting closer, Wolverine and Sabretooth made a rare decision to join forces. This person is so annoying. Although he is a demon messenger, he is still so annoying. Looking for death tilde. Die tilde. The two who were beaten out of anger didn't care who was in front of them. A claw that glistens with the luster of adamantium. A fist bigger than his head hit Qin Xiao directly. Bsti tilde tilde. Beep tilde tilde. Fists and claws seem to be caught in a non-Newtonian body. The harder the attack, the less damage it looks like. Get old tilde tilde. One of Qin Xiao's hands directly grabbed the arms of the two of them. Two words came out of his mouth lightly. Grow old. Immediately afterwards, something that shocked everyone happened. Sabretooth and Wolverine are aging at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a blink of an eye, the two fell to the ground one after another. On the ground, they gasped. That old feeling seems to be dying at any time. Tilde tilde how come tilde like this? I'm exhausted tilde. Sabretooth and Wolverine made unbelievable noises. The two saw their own appearance from the metal mirror. Sagging skin, countless age spots, cloudy eyes. Where are they? These are the two dying old men. Qin Xiao squatted down and looked at the two old people who had difficulty speaking. He looked calm. I just said tell you to stop. I am not asking but an order, do you know? You are really a demon messenger. You took away our lifespan. Sabretooth and Wolverine are still unbelievable at the moment. That's right, I hope you can understand. I don't want to talk nonsense in the future. Don't let animal nature outweigh human nature. After Qin Xiao finished speaking, he put his hands on the two of them again. In a blink of an eye, the two of them recovered directly to before they were aged. Strength, back in the bodies of the two of them again, watching Qin Xiao make every effort to age Wolverine and Sabretooth. And let the opponent recover in a gesture of gestures. Magneto's mouth spoke unconsciously. Demon, this is really a demon. Qin Xiao is definitely a real devil messenger. Two mutants with self-healing ability who don't even know their age instantly grow old in the hands of the opponent. It's as if the demon charged the opponent's lifespan. Anyone who can do such a thing is definitely a devil. But then a bold idea appeared in his mind. Is this why you want others to become devil fruit ability users? Become a fruit ability user and everything about the other party is under your control. Even lifespan. Magneto seems to understand the ability of the devil fruit. Definitely because of this, eating a devil fruit is equivalent to signing a contract with the devil. Once the contract is signed, everything about him will become the devil's. Even lifespan. At this moment, Magneto was extremely grateful. Fortunately, he himself did not think about eating a devil fruit. Otherwise, I will become a puppet of the devil. Now, since I haven't eaten the devil fruit, I can avoid being manipulated by the devil. So lucky. Hearing Magneto's words, Frank, Wolverine, and Sabretooth, who ate the devil fruit, were taken aback for a moment. This seems to be true. The transaction with the devil is not so simple. Eating a devil fruit gives everything to the devil. Although they had such preparations at the beginning, once it really happened like this, they still felt extremely bitter in their hearts. Now they have all become puppets of the devil. Qin Xiao walked to Magneto's side and patted him gently. The devil really wants to charge life. Do you think you can escape? After Qin Xiao finished speaking, he let go of Magneto. The few people here looked at the two of them in shock. Finally, all eyes were on Magneto. How so? Is it impossible to escape the control of the devil without eating the devil fruit? You have become younger. Magneto felt a slight change in his body. But without a mirror, he doesn't know what he has become. Seeing the unbelievable expressions of the people in front of him, he was extremely disturbed. Immediately afterwards, a piece of metal was controlled by him and came to him. On the metal mirror, his appearance was reflected. This is what he looked like years ago. You. Magneto looked at Qin Xiao in horror. If you don't eat a devil fruit, you will be manipulated by the opponent. Now it seems that I have been made younger, but this further proves that the other party can give and receive life at will. The things the devil can do are beyond your imagination. This has nothing to do with whether you are a fruit ability user or not. Qin Xiao's voice rang clearly in Magneto's ear. Devil messenger, so scary. I thought that if I didn't eat the devil fruit or sign a contract with the devil, I would be fine. Now it seems that I still want to definitely too much. Just like the power of a mutant, it doesn't mean that someone else is not a mutant. But in this way, the level of horror of the demonic deceased rose again. Qin Xiao ignored the thoughtful Magneto. Although what Magneto said just now meant to sow discord, it is said that several abilities who ate devil fruits became puppets of demons. That's why he turned around and gave Magneto a little warning. This time, it seemed to make him a few years younger. In fact, it is to use him to make trouble. At the same time, the information conveyed is already in place. You are not a fruit ability user, and you cannot escape the clutches of the devil. Qin Xiao then focused his gaze on Sabretooth. Sabretooth, who was touched by the fruit of age, is now back to normal size. Sabretooth, have you seen the use of the quick-cut fruit? The quick-cut fruit can be used in reverse, turning Logan's adamantium skeleton into a normal skeleton. Whether your karma fruit can energy-absorbing damage depends entirely on your development. Sabretooth began to recall what had just happened. After Wolverine ate the fruit, her body began to transform into a sharp blade. But then he used the fruit ability to reverse the effect, directly transforming the adamantium in his body into bones. This ability to use fruit is stronger than myself. My current fruit can absorb physical damage, thereby changing your body shape and strength. There seems to be a sense of inability to deal with energy damage. So in the end, how to develop energy-absorbing damage? One question after another appeared in Sabretooth's mind. Karma fruit is when you haven't figured out how to develop energy-absorbing damage. The easiest way now is to convert energy damage to physical damage. For example, you cannot resist the energy beam of Cyclops. If you're directly knocked into the air by the opponent and fall down, the damage from the fall can be fed back to you. Even you can use a more excessive way. Self-harm. Qin Xiao said a way to make everyone on the scene stunned. Self-harm, this is something that no one else would consider at all, because no one would harm himself if he had nothing to do. Qin Xiao thought of this method because of a flash of inspiration. Anyway, being hurt, what is the difference between hurting others and hurting yourself? It's like Kaido has been looking for death, even jumping from the sky. Sabretooth, you can learn from this way. This is a somewhat perverted way of using it. It's true that other people hurt themselves, but all this is nothing to Sabretooth. No matter how much he self-harms, his self-healing ability can restore him anyway, and these injuries will directly become his size and strength. Sabretooth, who had a little brain, heard Qin Xiao's words. He rushed directly towards the metal wall next to him. Boom tilde tilde. The violent sound of body and metal colliding came out. Ah tilde tilde. Severe pain spread through Sabretooth's body, but then his body suddenly swelled. Self-mutilation can really trigger karma. Okay, it's good that you know about such things, and energy attacks are a minority after all. In most cases, you are still dealing with physical damage. Your ability has surpassed most abilities. As for whether it is possible to develop a way to convert energy-absorbing damage into body size and strength in the end, this requires you to think about it. Qin Xiao prevented Sabretooth from continuing the experiment. Eric, I brought the person you want. Just then, a female voice sounded. Several people turned their heads and saw a woman with blue skin standing proudly at the door. Mystique Raven, a woman who didn't have much presence in the old X-Men, but in the new version of X-Men, it is the main character. However, in both versions, her final result was not good. Older versions were dropped by Magneto. The new version was directly killed by Dark Phoenix. Qin Xiao looked at the blue-skinned woman, frowning slightly. Ding, a devil fruit match has been detected. Matchable fruits, imitation fruits. The fruit that Mystique was able to match was indeed an imitation fruit. This did not exceed Qin Xiao's expectation at all. But for the imitation fruit, Qin Xiao thinks it is not as good as Mystique's transformation. Mystique is changed on a cellular level. Even pupil prints and fingerprints can become exactly the same. Moreover, Qin Xiao took a fancy to the other party. Her perverted cells, the degree of aging of her cells is half of that of ordinary people. In other words, her life expectancy is at least twice that of the average person. Come to think of it, she was a contemporary of Magneto and Professor X, but when the two of them were obviously old. She is still a nimble blue monster. It would be another good thing to get her ability feedback. It is a good thing to continue to extend your current life. But Mystique isn't as easy to fool as Sabretooth. And right now, Mystique is very important to Magneto. It's not so easy to get her to eat a devil fruit. But if she loses the mutant ability, then it will be a good opportunity. Qin Xiao has his plan. You're back. Senator Kelly was brought in. Magneto opened his mouth when he saw Mystique came back. He shook off the terrifying idea that Qin Xiao, the demon messenger from the east, was terrifying. Just now it really scared him. If only Qin Xiao hadn't made him a little younger. Instead, he was directly turned into a dying old man, then any ambition he had would be lost. For the time being, the devil messenger cannot be offended. This is his only thought now. Now the other party is not making trouble, so I have to make good use of this time to prepare. Mystique walked towards the crowd with enchanting steps. Here, I didn't expect it to be so lively. These people were subdued during this period of time. You are Frank, Tony's bodyguard, the murderer of Obadiah, the murderer who brought disaster to Mutant. She saw Frank immediately. After all, with her ability, sneaking into any place is too easy. She can see a lot of intelligence that others can't see. And Frank, as the main object of this conflict between mutant and human beings, she could tell right away. You and I are both aware of the conspiracy behind this incident, so there is no need to remind you. Besides, I am a fruit ability user. Frank replied indifferently. So who are these two? Mystique looked around Qin Xiao and Wolverine. He looked at the two of them curiously. Magneto at the moment looked a little nervous, but don't mess with this demon messenger. Raven, don't talk nonsense. This one is the demon messenger from the east that has been rumored for the past few months. The fruit ability was created by him. Now we are in an alliance with him. Magneto quickly explained. Alliance? Raven smelled something different. Not everyone can join Magneto, seeing this demon messenger is indeed different. Just in time, Congressman Kelly has been brought in and our first experiment can begin. Magneto set his sights on Senator Kelly in the blink of an eye. Senator Kelly of at the moment is in a coma. Magneto waved his hand and a metal chair came directly in front of him. Sabretooth casually placed Senator Kelly on the metal chair. Magneto then manipulated the metal to hold Senator Kelly in place. Next, it's time to witness the miracle. Magneto spoke excitedly. This place has been exposed. Aren't you worried that Charles will come over soon? They have their own plane and it is very easy to come here. Qin Xiao at the moment suddenly raised another opinion. Magneto glanced at Qin Xiao. You're right, it looks like we're moving. After he finished speaking, he glanced at Mystique. Move place, the move that Magneto is talking about is nothing more than moving the equipment to the Statue of Liberty. Okay, you move slowly, we won't accompany you. Moreover, as outsiders, if we know too much, it might ruin your event. Frank, Logan, let's go. Qin Xiao directly beckoned the two to leave. But what about the little rascal? But what about the little rascal? Logan at the moment finally thought of little rascal. Don't worry, little rascals, they are all mutant brothers, and they will take care of them naturally. Qin Xiao spoke nonsense. Will little rascal be all right? Joke. Whenever Magneto really messed up, the little rascal was the first to die. But Qin Xiao has his own plan. Let the matter here be handled by others. Now that Charles has discovered this place, he will naturally arrange for someone to deal with it. Definitely now their manpower is definitely not Magneto's opponent. Sabretooth alone was enough for them to drink a jug. But because of Frank's intervention, Tony, who was supposed to say that classic sentence, lost the chance to say that sentence. So now a very suitable opportunity appeared directly in front of him. Summit, a convention that might legislate against mutant. This is a big scene, and Tony is the big scene player. Logan was skeptical when he heard Qin Xiao's words, but even if he doubted it, he had no proof. As a last resort, he and Frank left with Qin Xiao. Leaving this isolated island, Qin Xiao glanced at Frank. Frank called Tony and asked him to meet somewhere. Frank pulled the phone out of his body and dialed Tony's number. Having been Tony's bodyguard for a while, he naturally has Tony's phone number. Frank, where have you been these few days? I've been calling you, but I can't get through. Tony asked where Frank was going as soon as he received a call from Frank. After all, killing Obadiah had done Tony a great favor. The death of so many shareholders made it easier for Tony to complete the recovery of the company's shares. I'm fine, I'm with Qin, we'll wait for you at this address. Frank immediately reported an address. Not long after, a luxury car stopped outside the door. Tony pushed open the door and saw Qin Xiao and Frank at a glance. It's just that beside them there is now an extra beard. Qin, Frank, it's great that you're all right. I've already contacted my friends to start releasing your wanted arrest. It's estimated that it will be resolved in a day or two. Don't worry. As soon as Tony arrived, he had good news. Tony's military friends kicked in to cancel Stryker's order against Mutant. The reason is simple: the recent casualties are too great. It is not worth these military expenses to start a war for one person. The effect is obvious and it is about to be completed. We came to you this time not to talk about this, but to tell you something important. New York may be attacked by Mutant. The specific location is the area centered on the Statue of Liberty. During this period of time, you are wearing steel armor and fighting for righteousness all over the world. I think you will not pass up this opportunity. Seeing Tony, Qin Xiao directly said something that stunned everyone. Qin, aren't you an ally with Magneto? How could you tell this? And now that you know what exactly is Magneto going to do, why don't you just stop him? Frank really didn't know what Qin Xiao was going to do. This one just allied with Magneto. Turn around and leave to sell him. Is this the operation of the devil? No, I don't know what Magneto's going to do after all I left before they did. So this does not affect our alliance with Magneto, because all this news has nothing to do with Magneto. As for why not stop the other party personally, you also know that we are an alliance. What Qin Xiao said was cloudy, but Frank instantly understood what the other party was going to do, although it is an alliance with Magneto. But Qin Xiao didn't want Magneto's next thing to succeed. And Tony, the guy who has been flying in the sky lately, is the best way to deal with them. We are an alliance, and I didn't do anything to you personally. You didn't tell me what you were going to do, so it's all my own research. It's not like breaking the alliance. Wait, what's going on? I'm still confused. Hearing Qin Xiao's words, Tony is really at a loss now. When I came here, I originally wanted to tell them a good news. Frank's wanted will be cancelled. However, their reaction did not seem to be happy. Instead, he told himself an inexplicable news. Magneto going to make trouble? What does this have to do with me? That guy has been doing things for decades. There were other mutants stopping him anyway. Tony knew all about these things too. Well, Tony, it's a long story. Tony, it's a long story. Qin Xiao began to tell Tony about the whole incident in detail. There are many things they don't know. Magneto has created a device that can evolve the genes of ordinary people in a short period of time. He's set to use it at the latest summit against Mutant. At that time, everyone participating in the summit will be affected by the other party's equipment. At that time, the genes of these people will face rapid mutation. That said, Magneto decided to mass-produce Mutant. However, this device also has many problems. The first is that it absorbs Magneto's power, since the device requires his super ability to control. In order not to be consumed by the device himself, he caught the little rascal. Little Naughty's ability is to absorb other people's super ability and turn it into his own power. Hearing this, Wolverine frowned instantly. Is this what you said, that the little rascal will be properly housed? He roared angrily directly at Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao glanced at Wolverine with an inexplicable expression. So, isn't this discussing how to stop the other party? His tone was calm, but it sounded warning in Wolverine's ears. Shout again and taste the taste of getting old. Although Wolverine was angry in her heart, she finally suppressed it. After all, anger doesn't solve problems. Moreover, Qin Xiao obviously has his plan. I kind of get it, that is, to sacrifice a mutant to irradiate all the people here in New York so that they all become mutants. This is a bit similar to your fruit ability, except that the other party turns countless people into mutants at once. Tony finally understood Qin Xiao's words. This matter is indeed a bit tricky. No, you don't understand that there are bigger problems with this device, because it is forcibly changing the genes of others in an extremely short period of time. So these people are all going to die from a genetic breakdown. In other words, if Magneto is really successful, the whole of New York will be dead. Qin Xiao set a picture that made them even more terrifying. New York, a dead end. For such a serious matter, you expect me to do it alone. And how do you know these things? And why do you care about the lives and deaths of New Yorkers? Tony quit this time. The current Tony is not the mature Iron Man. He also knew the seriousness of the matter. Saving New York alone is stressful. He even wanted to know why this Oriental demon cared about the life and death of New York residents. Definitely don't expect you to shoot alone. Someone in mutant will naturally stop the opponent. But I'm worried that they don't have enough fighting power right now. That's why I let you participate. As for why I pay so much attention to New York, the Eastern Devils I represent, if these people are dead, our Eastern Devils will not be able to go to hell with their souls. So do you understand? Qin Xiao had already found a reason. The demons of the East and the West are robbing souls. When these people die, their souls will all be taken away by Satan in the West. As a demon messenger, he spent so much energy not all in vain. This reason is impeccable. Okay, I see. What should I do next? Tony now wanted to know what to do. You've heard the name Magneto, so you need to understand that your armor needs to be anti-magnetic. Otherwise, you will be finished if you enter the opponent's super ability area. It's as if Wolverine is an iron lump once she enters Magneto's realm. Qin Xiao's words made Wolverine's complexion change again and again, but he didn't refute it because it was the truth. Moreover, it was Qin Xiao who gave him the chance to get rid of Magneto's control. Tony's face changed when he heard Qin Xiao's words. He didn't expect to meet Magneto so soon. Well, actually, I haven't thought about making armor that is anti-magnetic yet. Moreover, it is obviously too late for research and development now. Looks like I can't help on this matter. Tony looked helpless. He didn't even expect to fight Magneto. Mutants' dispute has been going on for a long time and their battle has never stopped. Tony originally had some rejection for mutant. After all, he didn't want the Stark Corporation he had worked so hard to create to be infiltrated by mutant. This is basically the same cognition of those with vested interests. Now he actually had to face the mutant directly. The world is changing so fast. It doesn't matter anyway if Magneto wants to make trouble, he needs to give the ability to the little rascal. This time is your best chance. Because your armor is the most mobile. Also, Wolverine, if you want to save the little rascal so much, then you go find Charles. Follow him and you will not only be able to save the little rascal but maybe even find your past. Qin Xiao directly arranged several people. He is serious about doing things. Magneto was careful this time. He used his ability to quietly transport the device to the Statue of Liberty. Definitely, during this period of time, he often saw a bright light flying over New York City at night, even occasionally fly over the islet of the Statue of Liberty. There are gossip that this is a steel armor with flight function. Someone even named the man Iron Man. Definitely gossip can't be counted. Magneto didn't care much about the other either. What he has to guard against is his old rival Charles. Finally, it was time for the start of the summit. Today is his chance to make a move, as long as all the leaders of the summit are turned into mutants today. Then they can no longer bring up the matter of mutants' registration bill. The night was cool. Magneto, standing on the top of the Statue of Liberty, suddenly saw a thick layer of fog on the river. His ability sensed a moving iron lump moving through it. Someone is coming, you go and stop them. Mystique and Toad turned and left. Sabretooth wanted to leave too, but was stopped by Magneto. I need your protection. When I pass the ability to the little rascal, I will lose my strength for a short time. At this time, you have to take good care of me. Sabretooth stood aside silently at Magneto's words. He just obeys orders. The fog along the river became more and more obvious, and the entire riverbank was shrouded in confusion. On the plain, Charles sat quietly in a wheelchair. Cyclops, Storm, Jean Grey, and Wolverine wore special battle suits. A battle suit belonging to the X-Men. Attention, it's about to land. Cyclops Scott reminds everyone. We need to get Rascal out when she's under Magneto's control, or she'll drain her life force until she dies. Wolverine Logan reminded again. I see you've said it many times. Scott was obviously at odds with Logan. Don't worry, there will be absolutely no problems this time. After all, the Demon Messenger has asked other people to help. Charles didn't have any ideas. He also knows the Iron Man that has been widely rumored in the recent gossip. It's just that he didn't expect this person to know the Devil Messenger. Even Charles suspects that Iron Man is also a fruit ability. On this point, he guessed right. Tony is indeed a fruit ability user, but he is not an ordinary fruit ability user. At least, what Tony is relying on now is the armor built by his clever mind. Several people entered the Statue of Liberty and there were intricate passages inside. At this moment, a figure descended from the sky. Toad people. He sprayed a lump of disgusting mucus directly at several people from his mouth. However, because everyone has been prepared, they have not been affected in any way. Charles directly activated his spiritual ability to control the Toad people. In this battle, Magneto didn't have time to destroy Charles, which was obviously not good for him. Charles read Magneto's location from the Toad's mind. At the top, the torch go up now. After getting the news he wanted, Charles signaled that Toad would not knock him out. Mystique saw all this clearly in the shadows. She knew that it was absolutely impossible for her alone to be their opponent. She turned straight back to the top. Charles came in person. We are probably not opponents. Mystique reports bad news to Magneto. Magneto was about to let Rascal absorb his powers. Looking at it now, we have to wait for a while. He glanced down and directly manipulated the metal to block the passage below. But at this moment, a shining light in the sky kept approaching from afar. Tony, he finally appeared. The people who were holding the summit also saw that ray of light in the sky. As New York natives, they were all guessing who was in there. While others at the moment are more curious. Magneto watched the bright light in the sky and he was wary. Nothing can happen tonight. I hope the other party is passing by just like these days. But the more you are afraid of something, the more you will come. Tony manipulated the armor to stand directly in the void. Magneto, your affairs have been exposed. There is no possibility of success. Surrender. Tony's voice was transmitted through the armor directly to the Statue of Liberty. That's right, Eric, you can't make it. At this moment, Sabretooth beside Magneto also suddenly spoke. Charles took direct control of Sabretooth. Everything came so suddenly, Magneto's plan was disintegrated as soon as it started. Really, how do you know if you don't try? Really, how do you know if you don't try? Magneto is clearly not someone who gives up so easily. This time, the reason why Charles and the others stopped Magneto so easily was because of Qin Xiao's news. During this time, Tony has been trying to come here to do research. Not only that, he also deliberately flew on it these days, trying to test the limits of Magneto's control. They even thought about saving the little rascal earlier. But Magneto has been hiding the little rascal, and they have no idea where each other is. As a last resort, I can only wait for the other party to bring the little rascal before doing it. Magneto also tried to have Mystique sabotage Charles' brainwave strengthening device. It's a pity that Charles, who was on his guard, didn't use that at all. Not even Charles used a brainwave strengthening machine to find the little rascals. Now that they know what Magneto's ultimate goal is, they've been waiting. Charles' caution allowed Magneto to know that it was likely to fail before it even started, because he knew Charles' horror. With only one helmet, there was no way he could stop Charles. He can, but the people around him can't. But he still wants to try because this opportunity is really rare. Originally, he thought it was only Charles and his party who would stop him. But who is that guy in the sky? Why do you know you're here? Could it be that this is the foreign aid Charles was looking for? One question after another echoed in his mind. But it doesn't matter anyway, I have already figured out a way out. It was just an attempt this time. After Magneto finished speaking, he directly manipulated the metal to restrain Sabretooth. He knew Sabretooth's ability, so it was naturally impossible for him to have a chance to make a move. Not only that, he didn't even let Mystique around him go. If Charles can control one, he can control the other. Immediately afterwards, a long piece of metal was controlled by Magneto to fly into the sky. This is aimed directly at the little rascal with the spear. Charles, if you try to do it, she will die. Magneto directly threatens Charles with the life of the little rascal. As soon as Charles moved, Magneto would drive the spear into the little rascal's body. This time the scene froze. At least Charles knew that Magneto would really do that. They've been in love for decades and know Magneto better than he does. Woo tilde tilde tilde. Boom tilde tilde. Boom tilde tilde. Boom tilde tilde. At this moment, the sound of energy gathering sounded in the sky. Iron Man's palm cannon continuously sprayed energy. The metal controlled by Magneto was directly knocked into the air. Not only that, but Tony's palm cannon went straight to where Magneto was standing. This wave of sneak attacks, I have to say, came just in time. Suddenly there was nothing under Magneto's feet, his figure staggered. Immediately afterwards, he used his ability to float directly in the air. Looking for death, do you not care about this person's life? Magneto manipulated the metal again, stabbing at the rascal. He wanted to let this mysterious man know that he was not joking. But at this moment, one light after another shot from below towards the sky. Cyclops. His power is more terrifying than Tony's palm cannon. With such force, the metal controlled by Magneto was knocked away again. At that moment, Tony not only smashed the place where Magneto was standing, it also opened a channel for the Cyclops and others below who did not know the above situation. They can clearly see the situation above from below. It is precisely because of this that the energy light of Cyclops can accurately hit the metal controlled by Magneto. In this wave, Tony directly disrupted all of Magneto's little thoughts. He has become the most critical person. Magneto at the moment is not angry. In fact, he was really reluctant to kill the little rascal. Now it seems that the killer is going to be ruthless, but in fact, they are not heading for the fatal point of the little rascal, because he was ready to fail. and the presence of little rascal is very valuable. Not this time, just come again next time. At this moment, the people below had already caught up. It was Storm, Jean Grey, and Wolverine. The three of them immediately wanted to take the little naughty away. The moment Magneto saw Wolverine, his eyes suddenly changed. The Devil Messenger is also involved in this matter, no wonder you have been on guard. He instantly understood why Charles and the others knew their plan. Definitely a demon messenger told by a demon. But he didn't understand why did the Devil Messenger participate. But then, a guess arose in his mind. Could it be that there are too many mutants that will affect the fruit ability? This matter is my personal matter and has nothing to do with the Devil Messenger. The little rascal was lost in my hands. Do you think I will really give up on her? Wolverine's sharp claws stretched out, cutting the metal chains that bound the little rascal in an instant. I don't believe that the demon messenger doesn't know about it. Magneto obviously wouldn't believe Wolverine's words. This guy is the apostle of the Devil Messenger. It doesn't matter now. You also know that it is impossible to succeed with you alone. Charles persuaded through Sabretooth's voice. I know I failed this time, but I want to know one thing. Who in the sky ruined my good deed? After Magneto finished speaking, he didn't move his feet, but his whole body suddenly rose. Magnetic levitation allows him to float in the air with ease. The distance between Tony and Magneto was suddenly drawn. Magneto's super ability is heading towards the steel armor in the sky. Tony kept a good distance, but unfortunately he still underestimated Magneto. An invisible force directly acted on him. His figure was directly pulled in by the opponent. Not only that, suddenly his mask was lifted off by Invisible's power. Tony's face clearly appeared in front of Magneto's eyes. Even in the darkness, he could see the other person's face clearly. Tony Stark, New York's most famous playboy, and every cover girl has a one-night stand with Playboy. The other party appeared in entertainment newspapers from time to time. Even Magneto knows this face. Magneto's unconscious exclamation was heard. Everyone except Wolverine looked stunned. Tony Stark, that playboy, that billionaire, the former arms dealer, the guy who made the company's stock price lose money. It turned out to be the superhero who kept saving others during this period of time. Can you pretend that you didn't see me? Tony didn't have the help of the armor loudspeaker, and his voice drifted a little in the night wind. Very well, although I didn't succeed this time, I did learn some interesting things. There was a hint of excitement in Magneto's tone. Magneto, can you let me go? It is absolutely impossible for you to succeed now. And if you really plan to succeed, I will be influenced by you too. So I have reasons to have to stop you. Tony tried to convince Magneto. He kept reminding himself in his heart that the anti-magnetic armor must be on the line. Let you go? I definitely will let you go. Originally, I thought it would be troublesome to leave when I failed. But now with you, I can give them a big surprise. The summit is about to get lively. Magneto's tone was odd. Hey, what do you want to do? Tony was a little anxious. Magneto ignored Tony. Crack tilde. Crack tilde. Crack tilde. He directly crushed the power unit on Tony's armor. The only thing left is just a not very important device. Immediately afterwards, he waved Tony to the scene of the summit meeting. With the help of super ability, Tony flew away far away. Charles, now it's up to you whether you want to catch me or save Tony Stark. Magneto also manipulates metal and flies away from the sky. Incidentally, the bundled Sabretooth and Mystique were also taken away. Manipulating the magnetic field gives him the flight ability that ordinary people don't have. Scott on the ground adjusted his glasses, trying to hit Magneto in the air. Scott, stop! You and Jean fly the plane immediately and save Tony Stark. After receiving Charles' order, Scott and Jean drove the plane away directly. At the moment, Tony's armor blazed with a mechanical glitch. Only one flight left with a power unit out of control in the sky. Magneto's power slammed him directly towards the summit. His one power unit couldn't even change direction. The only thing that can be done is to try to slow down at critical moments. Ah tilde tilde tilde. Ah tilde tilde tilde. Tony's voice echoed in the air. The battle armor braving the flames of mechanical failure drew a bright trace in the night sky. The crowd who were attending the summit suddenly became a little turbulent. Look, is that coming towards us? Then the light doesn't seem to be slowing down. What's going on? How did that guessing Iron Man come towards us? What? Shall we call the guards? The commotion in the audience finally caught everyone's attention. They looked at a flight object that seemed to be out of control and was about to hit with surprise. Ah tilde tilde tilde. Get out of the way tilde tilde tilde. Help tilde tilde tilde. The flight thing made a heart-piercing sound. Sure enough, someone. Who is it? Another doubt appeared in their hearts. Boom tilde tilde. Boom tilde tilde. Boom tilde tilde. The power unit exploded in reverse, but Tony's speed didn't slow down at all. 100 meters, 50 meters, 20 meters. The iron bumps in the sky are getting closer and closer to the ground. The power unit that was shining with a scorching white flame was running at full power. The iron lump obviously smashed towards the crowded place. 10 m, 5 meters. At this moment, there was a roar of engines in the sky. Cyclops piloted the plane and finally flew over the crowd, and Jean Grey directly used her super ability to control Tony. Although he couldn't fully control it, at least it slowed down the speed of his fall. Boom tilde tilde tilde. The battle armor hit the ground, kicking up a piece of mud. Fortunately made it here, Tony Stark. I hope he didn't get hurt. Jean Grey's voice sounded a little rejoicing. Fortunately, they didn't shut down the plane and they finally caught up. At the summit site, the appearance of this iron lump made the scene chaotic. Numerous guards directly surrounded each other. After a while, a voice finally sounded from the iron lump. Hey, can someone help me up? Hey, can someone help me up? A voice came from the iron lump. A group of guards surrounding the iron bump finally saw each other's faces. Tony Stark, it's Mr. Tony Stark. Come on, get ready to save someone. This is Mr. Tony Stark. A group of people started to save people in a panic. With Tony Stark sent away, the summit was directly postponed. This time, they discovered that the security problems at the summit were very serious. It's not just this iron lump that's showing up. There is also the sound of airplane flight overhead. In other words, the security of the summit is like a sieve. If you don't pause under such circumstances, it's simply courting death. Also, rumors spread that Tony Stark was the steel armor that was constantly flying through the air during this period. In the private hospital, Tony, who was recovering from his injuries, met Colonel Rhodes. At the moment, Colonel Rhodes looked depressed. Tony, didn't you promise us to be quiet for a while? Now you've got everyone's attention. At the summit, the video and pictures of you falling into the crowd in your broken armor have spread all over the internet. You know what? They call you Iron Man now. Iron Man, most of my armor is titanium alloy. Well, the name looks good. What do you want to say? Tony didn't want to hear Colonel Rhodes rambling. It's best to have something to say. Rhodes glanced around and then his face straightened. Tony, we're done with your bodyguard Frank killing Obadiah. In other words, now Frank is no longer a wanted criminal. However, we paid a high price for this. In particular, there were serious conflicts with those who insisted on studying the mutant lineage. Now you need to give us something that will shut people up. Like what happened last night, like your armor of steel. Colonel Rhodes acts as the military's liaison to Tony. He also has a good personal relationship with Tony. But now he really came to meet Tony with a mission. Moreover, what he said is also true. The military bosses of the scientific and military lineage have put a lot of pressure on those who study the mutant lineage. Only then did Frank's arrest warrant be revoked. But again, it required something from Tony. They originally thought about Tony's armor technology. Now, by the way, one more thing, what happened last night? Tony rolled over and took a USB drive from under the pillow. Everything you want to know is in this, let me tell you briefly. All this is because you attacked unrelated mutants. Leading extremist groups in Mutant decided to fight back. And the way they counterattack is to use some kind of equipment to emit a special kind of radiation. Through these radiations, the genetic mutations of all people are stimulated. Last night, I teamed up with another peaceful force in Mutant and stopped their plan. So in a sense, Mutant and I saved New York. And it all started because your military decided to capture innocent mutants. This news is for you. I think it is enough for you to make a deal. Even, in a sense, if I spread the news. The rest will be your military giving us all an explanation. Hearing Tony's words, Colonel Rhodes' face changed again and again. He knew that Tony had all sorts of problems. But the only thing is that I don't have the problem of lying about serious and important matters. For example, if he wants to close the arms department, he will close it if he says it will. I will not deceive others because I am worried about the stock price. Then what Tony said was absolutely true. Last night, the entire New York fell in an instant. Especially those attending the summit are high-ranking officials and celebrities. If the other party really succeeded last night, then the whole of New York will become the world of mutant. Confession, it's not Tony telling someone else, but the military needs to come out and give everyone an explanation. At that time, it is not known how many people will be suspended for investigation. Even if Tony doesn't reveal it, just rely on the things he gave Rhodes. It is enough for one line of their technological arms to suppress the other line for a long time. What is the success rate of this device? As long as it is activated, can it turn people into mutants? Rhodes wants to know more news. No, the genetic mutation is too strong, unless originally there is a mutant gene. Otherwise, everyone will have only one result in the end, and the genes will collapse and die. Hearing this, Rhodes' heart sank. This time, things are really big. Except for those with the mutant gene, the rest will have their genes collapsed and die. The horror of this matter was clear to them. It seems that this matter has gotten a little out of control. It seems that this matter has gotten a little out of control. Colonel Rhodes' voice was somewhat helpless. That's right, as far as I know, the mutant hardliners this time haven't made trouble for many years. But this time, because you captured mutant for no reason, it caused the other party to come out again. You really need to give an explanation for this matter. Tony had a feeling of being both insulted and gloating. Tony, I will report this matter. As for the final result, I can't promise. Moreover, perhaps this matter still needs to be verified by the mutant and peace line you said. Rhodes is not sloppy either. No problem, you'd better reach an agreement earlier because I heard that the person in charge has escaped. Tony also told Rhodes a more bad news. The Statue of Liberty was locked down last night. Indeed, no one was found inside. If the principal can build one such device, he can build the second. If the opponent is not arrested earlier, the whole world will still be in danger. Such a situation is definitely not what they want. I see, I will explain to them next. After Rhodes finished speaking, he turned and left without any fuss. Not long after, another person walked in, Phil Coulson. Good old man by SHIELD, Nick Fury's right-hand man. Nick Fury has chosen to believe in him since he was a young agent. Over the years, Phil Coulson has learned many things that others do not. I didn't expect that you came again just after they left. What did you want to say this time? What's the name of your long one? It wasn't the first time Tony had met Phil Coulson. Ever since Tony was rescued, Phil Coulson has been by his side from time to time and make some weird requests. At least to Tony, he thought those requests were weird. Homeland Strategic Defense Offensive and Logistics Support Agency. Phil Coulson had to introduce their unit again. Well, you should think about it, maybe the name can be simplified a bit. Besides, what are you looking for me this time? Tony spoke directly. Then you need to have a press conference and say something in front of the media. Your look, your armor is the most trending thing on the internet right now. Now I want to know your truest thoughts. Phil Coulson can't help it either. What happened last night was really too much trouble. Rumors circulated throughout the summit that Tony Stark was Iron Man. It is impossible to suppress it now. The only thing that can be done is how to guide the fishing reel positively. My thoughts. I have just handed over a very important document to Colonel Rhodes. They will be posting their announcement shortly. If you want more detailed information, I can also provide you with a copy. Tony wasn't going to hide anything about it. It doesn't matter if the military knows about it or any security bureau knows about it, it doesn't matter. Because of this, it has happened. Moreover, the matter is not over yet. Magneto is still hiding in Fang Yin somewhere. Now, the best thing to do is find Magneto. Okay, give me a copy of the information I need to report to the above. Also, when are you going to hold the media conference this time? Phil Coulson directly asked Tony for a profile, and another question arises. Tomorrow, let Pepper prepare and hold a press conference tomorrow. So anxious. Is your injury well taken care of? Phil Coulson was a little curious why the other party was in such a hurry to hold a press conference. I know my body, and my armor has good shock protection ability. If it weren't for not wanting to meet those reporters now, I would have held a press conference today. The next day, Stark Industries reporters gathered. This time, almost all eyes were on Stark Industries. Because of a rumor at the summit. In other words, there are video and photo evidence that is already a fact. Tony Stark, this rich second generation, the playboy, this super genius, the arms dealer. The guy who blew Stark Industries down. It turned out to be the rumored Iron Man. Now they await confirmation. This time there was no speech by Colonel Rhodes. Tony Stark walked directly to the podium of the press conference. He looked at everyone with a serious expression. Mr. Stark, is that steel armor that appeared at the summit really you? Mr. Stark, are you the Iron Man that has always been rumored? Mr. Steck, how did you go from being an arms dealer and playboy to Iron Man? Mr. Stark, is your transformation related to your abduction? When Stark just stood up, one question after another was thrown straight up. Tony glanced around at everyone. I know what you mainly want to ask this time. I have so many personality flaws that I'm not even superhero material. However, if the Iron Man you're talking about is the one who wears the iron armor and keeps fighting crime everywhere. Well, I am Iron Man's. Tony looked at everyone calmly. The scene is boiling again. That's what they want to know. I am Iron Man. The gossip reporters in New York are completely insane. On the second day after Tony held a press conference, almost all the newspapers in New York had this news on the front pages. Even the summit meeting in New York was suppressed to a second edition. The impact of this rich second generation in New York is so terrifying. Compared with official newspapers, the layout of other news should be taken into account. Those entertainment newspapers have completely let go of their hands and feet. From Tony Stark to sleeping cover girl, go to Stark to sleep with the newspaper reporter, then to Stark sleeping with various celebrities. Numerous gossip news have concentrated on this person. In the past, Tony was a talented playboy and rich second generation. Now Tony has another layer of identity behind him. Iron Man. Some inexplicable live-action novels have been launched online one after another. What Iron Man saves a certain superstar, and the two of them have S*X for a while. There are even Iron Man flying to the house of some lady in the middle of the night to celebrate the Spring Festival. Anyway, these entertainment reports will not be responsible. Why are you here? Compared with the irresponsibility of entertainment reports, financial reports are a little bit better. At least they don't report anything about a few degrees of spring breeze. Various financial newspapers conducted in-depth analysis on Tony Stark, Iron Man, and Stark Industries. Steel battle armor. Stark Industries' next-generation super weapon. Iron Man. Tony Stark personally endorses his own weapons. Tony Stark closed the weapons department. Is it because of the appearance of the steel armor? From the emergence of steel armor to the development of the next generation of super weapons. Strike Industries. When will the new weapon department go online? Rumor iron armor shoot down army fighter planes. Strike Industries, still the overlord among arms dealers. Rumors and analyses one after another have convinced everyone that Stark Industries is still the most powerful weapon developer. Tony shut down all the weapons departments just to pave the way for the super armor. Now with a halo, the super battle armor descended from the sky. Shocked by this news, the first to benefit is the stock of Stark Industries. After one night, the stock price of Stark Industries rose wildly. Tony looked at the newspaper in his hand and took a casual sip of coffee. Pepper, why do they think that we will restart the weapons department? He stuck you, Pepper, who was constantly busy by his side, with a teasing look on his face. Because you used Iron Man to prove to everyone how terrifying Stark Industries' weapons are. Pepper is also helpless. Ever since she knew Tony made the iron armor, she knew this day would always come. It's just that I didn't expect it to be so scary this time. No, this time I was obviously shot down into the crowd. Logically speaking, they should think there is something wrong with our weapons. Why do you feel that our weapons are very powerful now? Tony couldn't figure it out. Just because you can enter the summit at will is enough to scare everyone, and some previous rumors about Iron Man, such as shooting down a military plane, have become facts. That's why they say that. Pepper cares more about these things than Tony does. Well, they're right. How is the repurchase of Stark Industries stock that you prepared earlier has gone through? Tony asked a question that concerned him a lot. This is also what he has been planning since he closed the weapons department. Originally, there was Obadiah and a group of shareholders in front of him. But Frank killed Obadiah and everyone without reason. This allows his acquisition plan to be easily implemented. Having repurchased 58% of the shares, you have completed absolute control of the company. A group of directors headed by Obadiah had sold all their stocks a few days ago. They've given up on Stark Industries completely and think we're screwed. This made our acquisition planning a lot easier. Those retail investors are even more unable to withstand such a shock. The stock has been sold early. However, I discovered one peculiar thing. Pepper recounted a recent harvest. 58% of the shares. This makes Tony Stark's largest shareholder. It even made Tony the absolute controlling shareholder of Stark Industries. From then on, Tony's words are the goal of Stark Industries. What do you mean by special circumstances? Instead, Tony wanted to know what Pepper meant by the special circumstances. While estimates for Stark Industries are shrinking wildly, everyone else is selling stocks like crazy. However, I found that besides we are recycling stocks, there is another force that is constantly buying stocks. Now the other party's stock holdings have reached 11%, is the company's second largest shareholder. Pepper asked a question that caught Tony off guard. 11%. More than I gave to the devil, Qin Xiao. Tony was really stunned. No, the ultimate beneficiary of the stock purchase is Qin Xiao. In other words, he took 5% of the stock from you. He himself also bought 6% of the shares through the stock market. It seems that he knew from the beginning that Stark Industries' stock price would rise. I am worried that there is some ulterior secret behind this. Like he hired Frank to save you, how did he know these things? After Pepper finished speaking, he looked at Tony worriedly. Hearing Pepper's words, Tony was slightly taken aback. Should I tell Pepper some news? Knowing the truth, she wouldn't be so worried. Suspect Qin Xiao, people are demon messengers. He knows more than the average person. The thing about being kidnapped happened to be in the East. At that time, maybe the devil in the East knew about it, and then used it as an opportunity to get close to him. Even Obadiah was targeted by demons when he went to the East. That's when Qin Xiao reminded herself to pay attention a few months earlier. It's just that at that time I didn't care. This time I let myself and Mutant save New York. Why not let myself have a relationship with Mutant? And it's a comrade-in-arms relationship. It can even be proved from the side that there are not a few people who are targeted by the demons in the East. Own, New York's largest arms dealer, Mutant Professor X. Leader of Mutant's peaceful lineage. I don't know how many people like myself and Professor X are still targeted by the devil in the East. This further proves the horror of the devil from the side. Even if he is in the East, he can know many things in the West. When Qin Xiao sold Huanquan fruit, he had to give the company's shares himself and bought more shares. Obviously, he is very optimistic about his company. In a way, it was a reassurance for Tony. Investing in a genius can be done as long as the brain is normal. If you buy 6%, you may still think that the other party has insufficient funds. Otherwise, maybe more stocks will be bought. I have to say that it is scary for smart people to make up their minds. Qin Xiao didn't need to explain anything, Tony just figured it out by himself. Immediately afterwards, he returned to normal. I know what you're worried about, but your worries are unnecessary. He bought them because I told him some inside information. Tony simply explained to Pepper. He took the other party's purchase of stocks on himself. Since you told him the inside information, I'm relieved. Pepper was relieved to hear that it was Tony's decision. Pepper, help me contact Qin Xiao. The two of us have reached 69% of the stock, which is more than 2/3. Afterwards, all the decisions of the Stark Company may be decided by the two of us. I need to meet him in advance and discuss some things with him. Tony decided to meet Qin Xiao in the blink of an eye. When I met Qin Xiao a few days ago, I was only focused on discussing how to deal with Mutant. Now it's time to talk about it. Okay, I'll do it right away. Pepper was about to leave to contact Qin Xiao, etc. Just then Tony stopped Pepper. If there's anything else, I'll do it together. Pepper used to think that Tony had other things to arrange. No, I've thought about some things and I should tell you. Tony finally decided to tell Pepper something. Pepper looked at Tony with a serious face and she wondered what Tony was going to say. I don't know if you believe that people go to hell after they die. Tony opened his mouth and said a topic that made Pepper froze. But Tony didn't want Pepper to answer, he continued talking on his own. But I know that a dead arms dealer like me is going to hell. Sell weapons. Research more terrifying weapons, inflict deep harm on the world. The wound on my chest is the retribution of these years. Moreover, people like me may die at any time. If I die, this company will be handed over to you. Tony paused a bit when he said this. Tony, don't scare me, why did you die? Tomorrow I will arrange for you to go for a medical examination. Pepper panicked a little. How could Tony say this suddenly? Subconsciously, she wants to take Tony for a medical examination. No, the physical doesn't matter. What matters is that I'm Iron Man now. I want to save the world as much as possible. I want to atone for my past. I want to do something for those whose families have been ruined because of my weapons. In this way, maybe I can suffer a little less harm in hell, but then I would have less time to manage the company. The company needs you. Tony didn't want to go to the physical. Once the physical examination, the matter of palladium poisoning cannot be concealed. Pepper panicked when she heard Tony's words. It's not Tony's style. What happened to him? Pepper, remember, if I really die, don't move my body easily and let Qin Xiao handle my funeral. Tony said the most important sentence. Don't move the corpse. Let Qin Xiao take care of the funeral. As soon as these two conditions were mentioned, Pepper looked in disbelief. Who is this Qin Xiao? Why does Tony trust each other so much? Is it because he owns 11% of the shares? Can Tony's shares plus Qin Xiao's shares determine the future of the entire Stark Group? Is this Tony's preparation for Stark Enterprise not to collapse? But why does Tony keep thinking that he is going to die? One question after another appeared in Pepper's mind. She wants to investigate clearly. I see, I will. Pepper obliged. Okay, go and contact Qin Xiao. Tony finally let Pepper go. Leaving Tony's office, Pepper contacted Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao was surprised when he learned that Tony was going to see him. Still, he agreed to Pepper's invitation. Xitilda. Tony, who was waiting in the villa, saw a strange scene. At the center of the villa, a circle glowing yellow is taking shape. When the circle stabilized, a portal gate appeared in front of his eyes. On the other side of the portal is Qin Xiao, the demon messenger. Qin Xiao stepped through the portal and came to Tony's villa. Tony, what do you want from me? Demon messengers from the east, your abilities are really unpredictable. Even if he is a genius, he has to admire the ability of this demon messenger. A teleportation door can actually let the other party directly come to his villa. With such means, who can defend him? This ability is not from the devil, but from the magician clan. You came to see me today, you didn't come to lament my ability, did you? Qin Xiao went straight to the point. The magicians, another name was remembered by Tony. This world seems to be full of secrets. I have a question. You gave me the fruit of Huanquin. Let my soul be rejected by hell can go back to the body again. But, as you know, my body is no longer usable. The metal very close to the heart threatens my life at any time. This makes me have to own this arc reactor. An arc reactor, what brought me is palladium poisoning. Palladium poisoning cannot be resolved, my body is a waste. Once I return to my body, I still face death. Have you considered such a situation? Tony didn't beat around the bush either. And demons straight up, because everything is a transaction. Didn't people from SHIELD come to see you recently? Qin Xiao didn't answer Tony's question, but instead asked an unrelated question. Now he wants to make sure of one thing. Not a short time has passed since Tony was rescued. In the meantime, Tony's Mark armor has been developed to the 3rd generation. Even the 4th and 5th generations have already started manufacturing. It was supposed to be Obadiah versus Iron Man. As a result, none of this happened because of Tony's defense. Even in the end, Obadiah was directly blown up by Frank with a rocket. This directly delayed the time for Tony to say the phrase, "I am Iron Man." But after the summit meeting, Tony still said this sentence. He wants to confirm whether SHIELD's Black Widow has come to Stark Group. Didn't even Nick Fury's braised egg look for Tony? Someone, Phil Coulson, just took a file from me the day before yesterday. Moreover, yesterday's press conference was also held together with the military. But what does this have to do with my problem? Tony didn't understand. Director of SHIELD, did that one-eyed man look for you? Qin Xiao asked one more question. Tony's face changed and then returned to normal. I did. After I said I was Iron Man yesterday, he came to look for me. Did he get you thinking about starting the Avengers? This time, Tony even suspected that JARVIS in the villa was a traitor. But in the blink of an eye, he was back to normal. Qin Xiao is still asking. It seems that he is not sure either, but this should also be the news informed by the devil in the East. The demons of the East are so terrifying. That's right, you also know about this. Very well, then your situation should come directly into the SHIELD's sites. Regarding palladium poisoning, I will give you 2 options next. Qin Xiao looked at Tony with a serious face. Choose. Tony's heart skipped a beat. Palladium poisoning, there are options. Choose how to die. Where is the death? Yes, 2 options. The first one is, I'm going straight to you about how to deal with palladium poisoning. The second one is to wait for SHIELD to hand over your father's things to you and study how to solve palladium poisoning by yourself. Qin Xiao directly gave Tony a choice. He wanted to know what Tony would choose. Tony was taken aback when he heard the 2 choices given by Qin Xiao. Palladium element poisoning, can it really be cured? And listening to the devil messenger, he even knew how to solve it himself. Not only that, it seems that what my father left in SHIELD can also solve palladium poisoning. Is it really easy to solve the things that have bothered me for so long? You know, he has always suspected that what the demon messenger is doing is originally a conspiracy. A conspiracy against a certain group of people. Tony has been thinking about how to solve palladium poisoning, because he didn't want to really wait until he died to live again. After all, even if he was resurrected like that, he would die again. The only way, perhaps, is to perform an operation before death. This operation removes all the metal in the body, so there is no need for a reactor in the chest. After that, let's consider palladium poisoning, but this is very dangerous. After all, the metal was too close to the heart, and it might have entered the heart directly. In that case, he would really die. Once they are dead, they will never think about continuing to complete the operation. At that time, my body will still be a body that cannot survive. So it is necessary to solve the palladium poisoning and chest metal as much as possible first. He didn't believe that Qin Xiao wouldn't know about such a question. But the other party has never said anything. He suspected that the devil in the East was just to take away his soul. Rejecting the call of hell is just a preparation for the demons in the East to collect their souls. That's why he suspected that all of this was a conspiracy, but there was another voice in his heart. The demon messenger didn't actually lie to him. The demon still needs him to do something. Otherwise, it is impossible to give yourself a devil fruit. You just have to believe in the other person. That's why he asked Pepper to hand over the affairs to Qin Xiao after his death. Maybe Qin Xiao can really bring him back to life intact. As for the loss after death, they are all dead, so how can they manage so much? To whom to deal with is not to deal with. As a result, now Qin Xiao directly gave him two choices. Two options that can solve palladium poisoning. It turned out that the devil messenger had already made preparations for this. It seemed that he was waiting for his own inquiry. Palladium element poisoning, can it really be solved? What's the difference between these two options? Tony asked subconsciously. Palladium poisoning can definitely be resolved. As for the difference between these two options, it lies in whether you want to know about your irresponsible father. The solution to palladium poisoning is related to what my father left behind. Tony instantly understood Qin Xiao's words. However, this information made him feel more and more unbelievable. My own palladium poisoning, how could my father be involved? Even why his father is still the key to saving himself. That's right, that's what it means. I personally suggest you choose the second way. Wait for SHIELD to deliver your father's stuff to you. At least your current physical condition can support you for several months. Qin Xiao gave Tony a suggestion. Tony's maturity is accumulated slowly one by one. The relationship with his father also gradually improved in the image left by his father this time. At least the image of the irresponsible father in Tony's original impression. Complete change after this one. Okay, I'll listen to you, but I won't wait for SHIELD to give it to me. I will take the initiative to find them. Tony wasn't one to sit still. Since Qin Xiao said that what his father left in SHIELD can save him, then I have to ask them for these things back. Wait, not my character. It's up to you. In fact, I suggest you do the same. That's why you came to me today. Originally, there were other things, but the news I heard from you made me change my mind. So what I was trying to do doesn't make sense anymore. Next, I would like to talk about the development of Stark Industries. I own 58% of the shares and you own 11%. The two of us together have more than 2/3. In the development of the company, everything is up to us. So I was wondering, do you have any suggestions for the development of Stark Industries? Knowing that he can still be saved, Tony is full of hope for the future again. So he decided to develop Stark Industries well. I don't have any substantive suggestions. After all, Stark Industries is your business. I just want to tell you that the development of Stark Industry is all up to you. How do you want Stark Industry to develop? If you need to vote, I can vote for you. As for saying that you want to ask my opinion, I can tell you right now, I have no opinion. Qin Xiao directly expressed his attitude. Opinion? I have no opinion on business matters. I just lie down and win. I see. Next, I'm going to find SHIELD to get back my father's things. Nick Fury gets an unexpected call. Tony Stark. I just went to find him yesterday, but he called me today. The most important thing is that the other party asked himself to return all his father's items to him as soon as he opened his mouth. This rhythm is a bit wrong. Although Howard Stark's stuff, he was really going to give it to Tony sometime. But this kind of situation of being urged by others still makes him a little uncomfortable. Typical, I can give it to you, you can't ask for it thinking. After packing up his things, Nick Fury brought the agents of SHIELD to Tony's villa. Others moved toward Tony's house. Nick Fury is going to meet Tony in person. As a result here, he also saw another person. An Oriental. The moment he saw Qin Xiao, Tony began to search for information in his mind. In a blink of an eye, a name appeared in his mind, and this name made his heart sink. Could it be that Tony was captured by him? If so, then big trouble. Tony, is this the one who asked you to find me to get back your father's items? Nick Fury cuts to the chase without turning the corner. That's right, that's exactly what he gave me. Hearing Tony's acknowledgement, Nick Fury walked up to Qin Xiao. Hello, mysterious Oriental demon messenger. He broke Qin Xiao's identity as soon as he opened his mouth. But Qin Xiao didn't care at all. With SHIELD's eyeliner, finding out one's identity is nothing special. And he's ready to meet SHIELD no matter how powerful SHIELD is. It cannot be more terrifying than Camertage at this time. Qin Xiao, who walked around Camertage, now faces Nick Fury without any pressure. Even his mysterious identity made Nick Fury feel a lot of pressure. Hi, Commissioner Nick Fury. Qin Xiao shook hands with Nick Fury with a strange expression. Although he guessed there should be some people in SHIELD who can match the devil fruit. But I didn't expect that the first SHIELD match I saw was Nick Fury. The most important thing is that the fruit of the other parties matching really made Qin Xiao not know how to complain. Ding, A devil fruit match has been detected. Matchable fruits. Barrier fruit, diamond fruit, split fruit, pies fruit, scarecrow fruit, staring fruit, washing fruit, encouraging fruit. 8 fruits. This is the most fruit Qin Xiao has seen so far, one more than Wolverine's 7. However, Qin Xiao really didn't know how to complain about these fruits. Barrier fruit. Could it be because Nick Fury is the director of SHIELD, so he's going to erect a barrier for the entire SHIELD? This is a top-level defensive fruit, at least for the time being. It has not been defeated head-on. So the director of SHIELD is a good match for the barrier fruit. Are you shield? Am I handicapped? Let's block together. And the diamond fruit is also a very defensive fruit. Just because there is SHIELD, it must be defense. There is also this split fruit. The biggest function is to separate the body when it is attacked. This is also a god-level fruit for defense and life-saving. The pea fruit is the same as the split fruit. So does the system want to see a corned egg divided into a bunch of small corned eggs? F***K. Qin Xiao felt that this was a perfect match, even better than the barrier fruit. Looking back, I strongly recommend this fruit to braised eggs. As for the scarecrow fruit, those divinations are excluded. The biggest effect is to use the scarecrow to transfer damage. This thing is a braised egg. Is this supposed to make all the criminals captured by SHIELD die inexplicably? With Nick Fury's urine, he can plant scarecrows all over his body. After that, the staring fruit is a bit interesting. Being able to see through objects is very powerful, and most importantly, it can also see through people's inner thoughts. Nick Fury, the Hydra inside SHIELD, will have a hard time with this stuff. Not only is Hydra difficult, but with Nick Fury's brains, he can kill the enemy with this. As for washing the fruits, is it possible for Nick Fury to wash away other people's sins? Are you kidding me? His own sins were too high, wash others. Is the system malfunctioning? Is this for Nick Fury to clean himself up? And this inspirational fruit, just Nick Fury fooling Captain America and Tony with Phil Coulson's death. Does he need encouragement? He needs the fruit of lies. Qin Xiao frantically complained about the fruit that the system gave to Nick Fury. But this also further confirms the characteristics of the system. Each individual matching fruit is truly idiosyncratic. Wolverine, Sabretooth matches are always fighting type. Nick Fury, on the other hand, is almost always passive, defensive, and auxiliary. Demon Messenger from the East, you don't seem to be very satisfied with me. Demon Messenger from the East, you don't seem to be very satisfied with me. Qin Xiao's expression made Nick Fury's eyelids twitch. No, on the contrary, I am very satisfied with you. Qin Xiao immediately expressed his attitude. But your expression is not that satisfied, I can still see that. Nick Fury pointed to his eyes. That's how it actually happened. You know my identity, so you should know my ability. As a devil messenger from the East, I can redeem devil fruits like devils. This kind of fruit can be called a fruit ability person. Just like mutant, it has various super abilities. I found that director Fu Rui also has the ability to become a fruiter. Qin Xiao at the moment chose to get straight to the point. Hearing Qin Xiao's words, Tony was shocked. Can director Nick Fury also become a fruit ability? Qin Xiao wants to give him a devil fruit. I became a fruit ability user, but I didn't feel any benefits that a fruit ability user should have. Just because my fruit ability is to allow myself to live another life. At that time when I was fooled by Qin Xiao, it was the time when I discovered the tendency of palladium poisoning. I even rejected a devil fruit. But under Qin Xiao's language offensive, he not only ate the devil fruit, a 5% stake in the company was also affixed. Now he doesn't know whether he regrets it or not. Because one's own ability cannot be verified at all. But there is another Frank who has shown the power of the fruit ability by his side. Even Tony knows that some of the mutants have become fruit ability users. So the fruit ability is definitely real. Others can verify, but his own cannot, which really makes Tony a little anxious. Can S.H.I.E.L.D. director too? What will be his fruit? Tony was shocked but also full of anticipation. Nick Fury's heart skipped a beat when he heard Qin Xiao's words. Devil fruit. They SHIELD went out of their way to investigate a few things, especially Frank. Originally an elite of the Marine Corps, although very powerful, he did not show any inhuman strength. But a few months ago, when he was fighting a gangster, he was stopped by another one, and one of them almost died. When he reappeared later, he wiped out the entire gang of hell mad dogs with one person. Not one left. At that time, Frank showed an incredible power. All gun ammunition attacks are no longer effective against him. After that, the other party disappeared. When he reappeared, Tony had been saved by him. The reason why Frank wanted to save Tony was because he was hired by the demon messenger behind him. This is something Frank admits to. From Frank, SHIELD clearly recorded the fruit ability for the first time. After that, SHIELD specially closely monitored Tony, because they are worried that the target of this demon messenger is Tony. Devil Messenger let Tony become a fruit ability. However, after observing for a long time, I didn't find any special ability displayed by Tony. This reassured them a lot. But now the other party actually said that he is suitable for Devil Fruit. You can become a fruit ability holder yourself. Thinking of this, a mocking smile appeared on the corner of Nick Fury's mouth. The Devil Messenger from the East, now named Qin Xiao, came to New York suddenly a year ago without any documents. Sleeping on the streets of New York, going to the Huxia district to help, and finally barely survived. After that, start making contact with others in Hell's Kitchen. It is not known when he was selected as the messenger of the Eastern Devil. Begin to show the ability of an intelligence broker. Quickly gain a foothold in Hell's Kitchen with some incredible intelligence. He even had contact with Jin Bin, the king of the underground world. Afterwards, rumors of an oriental demon messenger began to spread in Hell's Kitchen. There are detailed descriptions of devil fruits and fruit abilities here. The first recorded fruit ability is Frank. You say, am I right? Hear the intel from Nick Fury. Qin Xiao frowned. Sure enough, the intelligence ability of SHIELD is really amazing. It's not known how many undercover agents of SHIELD are in Hell's Kitchen. At least most of the news here is true. When I first came here, although I had a system, I had a difficult time. Definitely this is because Qin Xiao gave up the first choice given by the system. 1. Eat by yourself, develop fruit ability by yourself, the number is limited. Instead, I chose the second 2. Eat by others, absorb other people's ability, the number is unlimited. He just relied on his own brain to gain a firm foothold in Hell's Kitchen. As expected of the director of SHIELD, the source of the information is very detailed. However, you should still have a lot of things that you haven't found out right. Moreover, you should have found out these situations not long ago. Otherwise, you would have come to me long ago. However, as a demon messenger, I still want to ask you a question. Are you willing to become a fruit ability holder? Qin Xiao didn't care about Nick Fury's ridicule at all. Instead, he confirmed it again. I reject. I reject. Nick Fury also answered Qin Xiao's question without flinching. Very good, but maybe one day, you will take the initiative to come to me. Qin Xiao was not unhappy at all. Instead, he told Nick Fury with a smile on his face, you will come to me. Hearing this, Nick Fury's eyes changed again and again. Could it be that the devil told him the words of the devil messenger from the East? Could it be that I will really find him in the future? No, I want to make sure. Do you think I will believe you if you say a word? It doesn't matter if you believe me or not, but I can tell you some things for free. Someday soon, a hammer will fall from the sky and fall on a certain state. The big green man will meet his opponent for the first time. Moreover, you can also find heroes who have been frozen for decades. After these things are verified one by one, you can decide whether to find me. Qin Xiao freely told Nick Fury some news. Mjolnir, Green Titan and Abomination, Captain America touches Frozen, one thing after another will hit Nick Fury's bottom of defense hard. These are all future things. This would give Nick Fury the feeling of a demon spying on the future, and everything about them is in the calculation of the devil. Do you think you can fool me with a few pieces of news like this? Even if what you said really came true, so what? This can only show that this is the future that you Eastern demons have peeped into. However, if he is really that powerful, why doesn't he dare to directly conquer the Western lands himself? Instead, do you need a demon messenger like you? This only shows that your Eastern demons are also restricted and cannot appear in the world at will. So, all you said not only can't shake my confidence. Instead, it strengthened my resolve. I will not come to you. I refuse to be a fruit ability. Nick Fury reiterated his position. As the director of SHIELD, it is possible to hand yourself over to an Eastern demon. This is his own confidence. It is also his belief. Okay, I get it. I hope that when SHIELD is disintegrated in the future, you can still maintain your current belief. Qin Xiao didn't expect Nick Fury to be so tough. I also want to plant the seeds of peeping into the future in his mind. It turned out that he saw through this directly, and also see through the essence of the matter. The demons of the East dare not show up in person. The devil in the East is not as scary as imagined. Well, although it is not correct, it can show Nick Fury's firm belief. Then come another more shocking news. Anyway, the fruit of Nick Fury, he is sure to give it away. As for the conditions, it is definitely spying on SHIELD's news. SHIELD disintegrated, how is that possible? This time, Nick Fury could no longer remain indifferent. How could SHIELD be dismantled? SHIELD has been established for decades and has penetrated into every corner of the world. How could such a huge force be disintegrated? Is it impossible? What gives you such confidence? Carol somewhere in the universe, or those Skrulls capable of shapeshifting? Qin Xiao once again uttered two names that made Nick Fury's heart skip a beat. He is determined to leave a shadow in Nick Fury's heart. Who is Carol? What race are the Skrulls? Those hammers that fell from the sky you just mentioned? What the hell is that big green guy talking about? Tony was really curious when he heard the conversation between the two. He who had been on the sidelines finally couldn't help asking. This kind of situation obviously contains a lot of information, but I just can't know it, which really makes me feel too uncomfortable. Perhaps this is the soul of gossip in human beings. Tony, you'll find out about these things soon. It's just that you can't get used to Chief Fury's arrogant appearance. The development of SHIELD over the years is not solely due to him. Moreover, he thought everything was under his control. Qin Xiao didn't give Nick any face. This time, Nick Fury's expression became more and more melancholy. This oriental demon messenger is really a little bit straight to the heart, although he is still firmly unwilling to become a fruit ability user. But a knot just appeared in his heart. This made him feel strongly uneasy. The future seems very dangerous. Oh, by the way, let me introduce you to the 8 fruits that you can match. Barrier fruit, diamond fruit, split fruit, pies fruit, scarecrow fruit, staring fruit, washing fruit, encouraging fruit. Qin Xiao introduced the fruits that Nick Fury can match one by one. The ability of each fruit is also highlighted. The ability of these fruits in the ears of Nick Fury and Tony is like listening to a Bible. Barrier fruit, how to form the barrier, and why can it withstand the attack? Diamond fruit, wouldn't this be crispy? This thing is likely to attract the attention of some special people, right? Moreover, isn't this thing top-notch for picking up girls? The ability of the torn apart and Dowdu fruit has exceeded the limit of their understanding. Can the body still play like that? Split. This is fake, right? The staring fruit that can see through people's hearts is more normal, at least there are such people in Mutant. Scarecrow fruit, isn't this the legendary Jawa in the Eastern world? Are you bullying us for not knowing the situation in the East? The washing fruit washes away sins. If the person of SHIELD has no evil in him, he may be a successful agent. Encouraging fruit, we are not a large-scale combat team, what are we doing to boost morale? All the agents are full of energy and high spirits. Are you done? Nick Fury complained constantly, but Tony got messed up in the wind. Why does he match so many fruits but I only have one? As a genius, he felt underestimated. Why does this guy have 8 choices? And he only has one just because he was dying. You only have one, you ate a devil fruit, but why didn't you show any special power during our monitoring? Nick Fury caught Tony's meaning instantly. His expression changed again and again. Tony is under attack, this is not good news. Yes, Tony has eaten a devil fruit. The name of the fruit is Huanquin fruit, which can make him refuse the call of hell after death, return his soul to his body and live again. Qin Xiao introduced the fruit's ability to Nick Fury in detail. He's trying to beat Nick Fury on purpose. See, if you don't eat it, others will too. What the hell are you trying to do? Nick Fury was completely angry at this moment. Under his signal, the agents who were moving things into Tony's villa drew their guns and surrounded Qin Xiao. There was a big disagreement with the intention of killing Qin Xiao directly. What am I doing? I just saved Tony's life. Anyway, Tony's father is also the founder of your SHIELD, but Tony got such a serious injury. You don't think about how to save him, but think about forming some kind of Avengers. Nick Fury, is a person's life just a tool in your hands? Since you are only using others as tools, why bother whether I ate some fruit for Tony? Anyway, I can bring Tony back from the dead once. In your hands, Tony would just die a painful death. What do you think Tony being alive interferes with your plans? Qin Xiao's mouth is very poisonous. It's worthless to say what Nick Fury said directly. This is the advantage brought by the information gap. The days of Tony saying, I am Iron Man, are too short. Nick Fury just came to see Tony in person last night, so he really doesn't know Tony's condition yet. If it is a while later, Black Widow stays with Tony for a few days, and any color of Tony's underwear can be picked out. Not to mention the palladium poisoning in his eyes. At that time, Nick Fury was able to use SHIELD to find a way to delay Tony's injury. At least do your best. However, the timing of at the moment is awkward. It is at a point in time that Nick Fury has received very limited information. At the moment when he heard that Tony was seriously injured, Nick Fury suddenly looked at Tony. Tony, what's going on? Don't ask Tony, all he wants is to solve the problem himself, otherwise he wouldn't let you bring his father's stuff. But I can tell you that there was such a big hole in Tony's chest. Countless metals are constantly wandering in his body. Do you think you can really solve it with an arc reactor like a magnet? A reactor rests on the chest, and its power source is palladium. The long-term operation directly caused him to be poisoned by palladium. Without using the reactor, he will die. Using the reactor, he will slowly die. This is where Tony is now. You actually asked him to be an Avenger. Do you think he died too slowly? Qin Xiao once again brought into play the characteristics of his poisonous mouth, straight to the point where Nick Fury was speechless. The agent at the moment beside him looked at Tony in astonishment. This playboy was actually poisoned, and according to this Oriental guy, Tony might die at any moment. Your devil fruit can really make Tony live again. Your devil fruit can really make Tony live again. Nick Fury, who was speechless by Qin Xiao, looked at Qin Xiao seriously. Nothing happened to Tony. Whether it's Tony's genius idea brought technological innovation to SHIELD in the invisible room, or Tony originally is Howard Stark's son, it made Nick Fury have to protect Tony. What's more, there is a nostalgic old man Peggy who took care of the son of the deceased. If Tony died when he was getting better, it would definitely make her unhappy. If this evil emissary from the East could really keep Tony alive. He seemed to have nothing to say. This matter is of course true. Snatching souls from the demons of the West is what we like to do most. Qin Xiao confirmed the identity of the devil messenger once again. Believe it or not, that's what I'm going to say anyway. In this case, I will believe what you say for the time being. After Nick Fury finished speaking, he made a gesture. The agents who surrounded Qin Xiao dispersed one after another. Then his eyes turned to Tony. Tony, since something is wrong with your body, what I said last night is temporarily invalid. All you need to do is to take care of your body. I will arrange someone to contact you. If you need the cooperation of our SHIELD, you can tell him directly. Nick Fury had a plan in mind. Originally wanted Natasha Romanoff to come in undercover. It seems unnecessary now. Moreover, Natasha Romanoff is the most powerful spy for intelligence. If she takes action, she might be able to get some unexpected news from Qin Xiao. I know I still want to hold my life in my own hands. Tony naturally couldn't give up. Nick Fury looked at the agent who had already placed the items and he gestured. Others received the order and left one after another. He himself took one last look at Qin Xiao. I'll keep an eye on you. He pointed to his eyes, then pointed to Qin Xiao. After speaking, he turned and left. Qin Xiao looked at Nick Fury, the corners of his mouth raised. Director Nick Fury, since you want to stare at me, then you should think about it. When Nick Fury, who was leaving in the distance, heard this sentence, the figure who left gracefully seemed to freeze for a moment. What the hell can he be seduced once by the other party? When everyone in SHIELD left, Tony looked around with some nostalgia. These are what his father left him. Okay, don't bother you to study things, I'm leaving first. You can find me if you need anything. After Qin Xiao finished speaking, he immediately opened a portal. In the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared directly in front of Tony's eyes. Opposite the portal is Hell's Kitchen. Qin Xiao has many safe houses here. It took a lot of effort to build it after he came to Hell's Kitchen. In fact, it is called a safe house, but many of them are just a room. The Cunning Rabbit has 3 caves. Qin Xiao played very slippery. Hell's Kitchen was originally very dangerous, full of gangsters. When there is no super ability, he has to be careful and careful. Definitely, he wasn't overly scared. In case of a fatal situation, the Dark Fruit, Shining Fruit, and Thunder Fruit are his first choices. Because of the choice, Qin Xiao kept walking on the blade. In the end, I finally waited until the first fruit was delivered. Swamp Fruit. With the power of natural fruits, Qin Xiao can already be immune to ordinary injuries. Under such circumstances, he came into contact with Jin Bing, the king of the underground world. After several months of layout, Jin finally got the fruit of the bomb. Also received a 6% stake in Steck Industries. I don't know how much SHIELD has mastered their own affairs. Next, it seems that it is necessary to show a bright living position. Qin Xiao began to think about buying a villa as a residential place on the surface. The departure of Qin Xiao made Tony a little uncomfortable. In the blink of an eye, the villa that was still bustling just now was only him again. But in the blink of an eye, he was attracted by the things left by his father in front of him. He started looking at these things, hoped to find more information from it. A video file caught his attention. In the video, Howard stands in front of a model of Stark Industries. He is constantly trying to record a perfect video. However, this tape appears to be an unedited original. Inside, the father even looked a little at a loss. It was the father figure that Tony had almost forgotten. In my own impression, my father is a person who seems to have never even said, "I love you." Looking at everything now, the blurry figure in Tony's mind became clear again. That's what a father looks like. This is not the father I remembered. This is not the father I remembered. Tony muttered to himself. In the video, Howard drives away the troublesome little Tony. Then his expression suddenly became very formal. Tony, you are still too young to understand these things, so I made a video for you. These are all built for you. Howard glanced at the model of Stark Industrial Park behind him. One day, you'll see that these represent more than inventions. It is the painstaking effort of my life. It is the key to the future. I'm limited by the technology of this day and age, but I hope you can fix it someday. When you do, you will change the world. The most successful creation of my life is none other than you, Tony. After watching this video, Tony's expression rarely became a little overwhelmed. My own father actually has such a side behind his back. Suddenly, he thought of something. He drove directly to the Stark Industrial Park. In his office, he saw a model of Stark Industrial Park. Tony, why are you here? Pepper, who was processing the documents, looked at Tony strangely. During this time, Tony has been beating at the villa. If you have something, you have to find yourself and contact others. It's really rare to take the initiative to come out today. Pepper, I'm here to get something, and I'll leave when I'm done. What do you want? Just tell me directly, and I will arrange for someone to deliver it to you. No, this thing is very important. I have to come and take it myself. What is it that makes you care so much? Odin. Tony pointed to a model of the Stark Industrial Park in the office. Odin. Pepper didn't know what Tony was thinking this time. A few days ago, Tony asked himself to contact Qin Xiao, the second shareholder of Stark Industries. I don't know what they talked about afterwards, which attracted the SHIELD agent. They sent Tony a lot of things which are said to belong to Tony's father. These days, Tony seems to be in some kind of bewilderment. Today I thought he was out for something, but it turned out to be such a thing. Strictly speaking, this is also an item left by Tony's father. Tony had someone remove this Stark Industries model, leave Pepper messy on the side. This guy is really stunned. Driving the car with the model, Tony returned to the villa. Beep tilde beep tilde beep tilde. As soon as he entered the villa, he heard the sound of the villa's alarm system. JARVIS. Welcome back, Mr. Stark, we have guests. JARVIS's voice sounded hollow. Mr. Stark, I am an agent sent by SHIELD to contact you, Natasha Romanoff. Romanoff. From the shadows, a figure stepped out. Proud figure, beautiful face. Even Tony, a playboy who is used to beauties, subconsciously took a second look. Natasha Romanoff. Romanoff, you have to understand that it is not a good behavior to randomly destroy the security system of other people's villas. Tony let his guard down a little bit. SHIELD, then there should be no danger coming here. I just came to test the security system of your villa. I found that the security system of your villa is not very good. I'll get someone to upgrade your villa's security. Next, I will be in charge of all your daily affairs. I also hope you cooperate. Black Widow ignored Tony's accusation. She has her own rules of doing things. Everything is based on completing tasks. Tony's opinion was out of her consideration, at least not yet. Well, except for the basement, you can do whatever you want up there. Tony didn't pay much attention to Black Widow. At the moment, he focused more on the model of the Stark Industrial Park. What he has to do now is to solve his palladium poisoning problem. As time passed, his body became more uncomfortable. Although Qin Xiao said that he still has a few months left, but he can't really make it to the last moment. I see, but next, I need you to help me contact someone. I want to meet him. Black Widow puts forward new conditions. Tony wasn't paying attention at all. Who do you want to see? A demon messenger from the east. Black Widow came up with a name that caught Tony off guard. Here's the number, call him yourself. Tony threw a number directly to Black Widow, and then he went into the basement without looking back. Black Widow got the phone number and dialed the number directly. She came to Tony this time, originally with the task of contacting Qin Xiao. Beep tilde. Hello. Hi Qin Xiao, the devil messenger from the east. I'm SHIELD agent Natasha Romanoff. Normanoff, I want to meet you at Tony's villa. Black Widow. Black Widow. The voice on the other side of the phone seemed a little surprised. You know me. Hee, it doesn't matter, you're at Tony's villa. Very good, I'll be over in a while. After speaking to the other side, he hung up the phone directly. This crisp style made Natasha Romanoff's heart sink. The character is straightforward and decisive. This guy is not easy to deal with. After about half an hour, a yellow halo shone in Tony's villa. In the blink of an eye, a portal was formed directly. Immediately afterwards, an oriental face came from the opposite side, and beside him was a strong man with beards. Those who came out were Qin Xiao and Wolverine Logan. In the past few days, Logan finally returned to Qin Xiao's side after finishing his work with Mutant. As Qin Xiao's demon apostle, Although Logan was reluctant, he did not intend to break the contract. After all, the information provided by Qin Xiao last time helped them stop Magneto's actions. Natasha Romanoff looked at the two in front of her with a calm expression. Demon messenger from the east, I didn't expect you to bring other people here. She was the first to speak, with the intention of making a head start. This is my apostle fruit ability user Wolverine Logan. Don't talk so much nonsense, why are you looking for me this time? Qin Xiao generously introduced Logan to Natasha Romanoff. And he also directly turned against the customer, straight to the point. This time, Natasha Romanoff felt Qin Xiao's difficulty even more. The last time director Nick Fury went back and told us about the magic of the Eastern Demon Emissary, especially those devil fruits that can produce countless fruit abilities. I'm curious, can I become a fruit ability user? Natasha Romanoff at the moment exudes her charm to the fullest. This trick is very effective for ordinary men. As an agent, she knows how to make the most of her gender advantage. You want to be a fruit ability holder, definitely can. Qin Xiao has some preparations for Black Widow to become a fruit ability holder. As a main character, matching devil fruit is almost standard. The only thing I didn't expect was that the devil fruit matched by Black Widow was a bit beyond expectation. Ding, a devil fruit match has been detected. Matchable fruits. Sweet fruit, soul fruit, imitation fruit, transparent fruit, door fruit, silent fruit. A bunch of devil fruits really made Qin Xiao think about the reasons for system matching. The sweet fruit can petrify the obsessed. If it was given to Black Widow, she would definitely use her beauty to make trouble. If she wants to collect information in the future, it will probably become easier. As for the soul fruit, it can produce souls and create anthropomorphic creatures hamas. It can also take the soul and lifespan of others and manipulate the soul. This thing is given to Black Widow, she will make a bunch of hamis casually, and the subsequent intelligence collection may become a game. A game that can be controlled remotely. The imitation fruit, transparent fruit, door fruit, and silent fruit all seem to have a certain degree of stealth bonus. The fruit of imitation can turn into anyone, needless to say, to steal information. The transparent fruit makes her invisible, which allows her to swagger to many places. The door fruit can open the door anywhere. The power of this fruit even exceeds that of several other fruits. As for the fruit of silence, it can make her actions silent. It is also a good helper for sneaking. However, compared with the other fruits, this fruit is obviously much weaker. It seems that the system has positioned Black Widow in the direction of intelligence collection. Can I really become a fruit ability user? I don't know what kind of devil fruit I am suitable for. Natasha Romanoff continues to exude her charm. Some flirtatiously looked at Qin Xiao. It doesn't matter what kind of fruit you are suitable for. The important thing is, do you dare to eat it? Moreover, what kind of conditions can you provide to become a fruit ability holder? You see, I represent the devil, so all of this is a transaction. Qin Xiao ignored Natasha Romanoff's obvious deliberate temptation. Instead, he watched Natasha Romanoff's performance with a calm face. This made Natasha Romanoff look a little unnatural. Okay, if I want to become a fruit ability user, what do I need to pay? Natasha Romanoff finally made it official. After all, Qin Xiao obviously doesn't like her. Tony became a fruit ability and provided me with Stark Group stock. Logan next to me has become a fruit ability holder and he is my apostle for the time being. So what do you think you can offer me? Money, intelligence. Or become my follower, or have you decided to pay for your beauty? Qin Xiao directly threw the question back. Hearing Qin Xiao's words, Natasha Romanoff's expression became more and more awkward. I wanted to say something, but now I have been generalized. What can I provide? Beauty seems to be the easiest. Anyway, when I was trained in the Red House, I had a lot of training on how to use my gender advantage. But since entering SHIELD, I have basically given up on this point. Moreover, it was obvious that the other party said she was beautiful, but she didn't mean to covet her at all. Become the other party's follower. This is simply not possible. I am an agent of SHIELD anyway, and my current task is to take care of Tony. As for money, that's easy. SHIELD is still well-funded. Money, I can give you monies. Natasha Romanoff has made her choice. But can you take out 5% of Stark Industries' money? 5% share. Natasha Romanoff's mouth twitched. The current stock price of Stark Industries has skyrocketed. 1% of the shares cost billions. It is absolutely impossible for SHIELD to take out so much. He thought that the shares that Tony gave Qin Xiao were meaningless. Unexpectedly, Tony directly gave 5% of the shares. This is simply the cub selling Yitian not panicking. The point is, you play so big, how can the people behind us play? Natasha Romanoff was depressed. I really want to beat Tony up. Hearing Qin Xiao's words, even Logan at the moment on the side panicked. Is this devil fruit so valuable? Because I want to be Qin Xiao's apostle for a period of time, I have been very unconvinced in my heart. But now it seems that he has made a lot of money. 5% of the shares of Stark Industries, this is tens of billions of funds. With tens of billions of funds, how many mutants like yourself can be bought? I obviously took advantage of this. Then what is there to be dissatisfied with? The unconvinced feeling in Logan's heart is gradually disappearing. Yes, 5% of the shares, so can you SHIELD provide such a large amount of funds? Qin Xiao directly broke Black Widow's idea of spending money to buy devil fruits. So what exactly do you want? This time Natasha Romanoff kicked the ball back. Identity, intelligence, information. Give me the identity of a SHIELD agent. You can give me any level of agent you want. In return, I can give you a fruit that suits you right now, so that you can feel the power of the fruit. I believe that when you really experience the power of the fruit ability holders, you will naturally increase my authority. Qin Xiao began to prepare for the long line to catch big fish again. You just give me any identity authority and I will give you a fruit. Afterwards, slowly SHIELD will know the horror of the fruit ability. It's okay now, but when SHIELD becomes Snake and Shield, Nick Fury might regret not eating the devil fruit sooner. But this matter is not urgent. Qin Xiao can play with them slowly. The key now is how to get their first person to eat the devil fruit. Don't look at Black Widow wanting devil fruit so much now. But Qin Xiao can guarantee that if he really gave it to her, she would never eat it. This thing will appear in SHIELD's laboratory at that time. Yeah, it worked. At this moment, excited voices came from the basement. Tony's sudden call completely broke the negotiation between Qin Xiao and Black Widow. The three of them looked at each other and went directly to the door of the basement. On the projection screen, a spherical projection enveloped Tony. Theoretical models of new elements. Very well, Tony, it looks like you found a solution to your physical problems. Yes, next, it's time to find a way to create this new element. You guys can chat whatever you want, but don't bother me, I'm going to remodel this basement. Tony at the moment doesn't want to stop for a moment. With the model of the new element, he is now in high spirits. He will not give up until he produces new elements. No problem, Logan, maybe you can help. Qin Xiao signaled Logan to help Tony. Logan's character is the kind of character that obviously looks reluctant but still shoots. Being Qin Xiao's apostle is already very bad. Now it seems that I have to become a demolition and construction worker. Okay, if you want to renovate, just tell me which places you want to demolish. Chinese letter tilde. After Logan finished speaking, the adamantium blades in his hands stuck out between his fingers. Looking at the cold and wanton claws, Tony suddenly felt the pressure. No one around Qin Xiao is simple. Then, let's start from here. Dismantle makeover, Tony's villa falls apart with Logan's help. Compared with destructive power, Tony without armor is nothing in front of Logan. Logan, really, tool man, every day countless ordered items are delivered to this villa. After that, it becomes the experimental equipment in the basement. After spending a lot of time, it was finally completely remodeled here. Tony looked at the huge new element manufacturing equipment in front of him with joy on his face. Next, it is the critical moment to verify whether it can be successful. Tony excitedly switched on the experiment switch. Tilde. Tilde. The powerful electric current drives the whole device. An intense beam of accelerated electrons was slowly angled by Tony. Chi tilde. Chi tilde. Wherever the electron beam passes, everything is destroyed. Tilde. Finally, the electron beam was concentrated in the element collection ring in the middle of the device. The strong energy electron beam makes the collection ring shine with intense light. Tilde. There was a flash of light and Tony turned off the beam. At this moment, a triangular ring of elements appeared in front of several people. Stabilize, shine. Mr. Stark, congratulations, you have created a new element. The JARVIS mechanical voice sounded. Tony put this triangular ring of new elemental energy into the arc reactor. Start detecting new element effects. Yes, sir. JARVIS took over the next series of data collection. This time, Tony is not in a hurry to replace the new element arc reactor on himself, because he still has time. Qin, can this new element really solve palladium poisoning? At this time, Tony was a little nervous. It took a lot of energy. If it fails this time, it will be too much for confidence. Whether it works or not, we will know when the experiment is over. But don't worry, this is a gift from your father. You have to believe that it will work. Qin Xiao comforted Tony. In fact, if you're a bit reckless, now Tony has replaced the reactor made of new elements. Natasha Romanoff looked at everything in front of her in amazement. Tony really created a new element. It was done right under her nose. Natasha Romanoff will report to Nick Fury on Tony's daily progress. In the first report, she also reported that she herself was suitable for devil fruit. However, this time Natasha Romanoff did not get the name information of the devil fruit. Now, after so many days of remodeling, I finally managed to make a new element. Natasha Romanoff knows what this means. In particular, this element can be used as an energy source for the arc reactor. This will be an energy reshuffle for the entire world. In the world of chemistry and physics, it will cause a big earthquake. The most important thing is that this time Tony created new elements with the help of this Oriental demon messenger. This will make Tony trust each other even more. In this way, many things will become troublesome. Looks like there's more to report to Nick Fury tonight. Tony, you just need to experiment slowly on your own. I will go to GA State, New Mexico. If you have something to do, go find me there. Qin Xiao said goodbye to Tony directly. What are you doing over there? Remember what I said a while ago, there will be a hammer falling from the sky, that place is over there. I want to go and see in advance. Qin Xiao didn't hide it, in fact, he said it on purpose. He wants to tell Nick Fury the news through the mouth of Black Widow. Even lure more SHIELD agents over. He just wanted to see if any of the SHIELD agents were suitable for devil fruits. Well, I see, I don't think you need me to take you there. When the test results of my new elements come out, if there is no problem, maybe I will come over there to have a look. See what is so worthy of your attention. Well, Tony became very interested in what that might be. Okay, wait for your arrival. After Qin Xiao finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and began to open the portal. A somewhat desolate town appeared on the opposite side of the portal. Logan, let's go. Qin Xiao and Logan went directly through the portal. The portal disappeared and Tony's attention returned to the new element. Natasha Romanoff on one side felt a little embarrassed. No one pays attention to her. Qin, what shall we do next? Looking at this desolate town, Logan really didn't know why Qin Xiao came here. Next, just wait for this. The two found a hotel to live in. Time flies. Boom tilde tilde tilde. In the barren land in the distance, countless powerful forces suddenly gathered in the sky and the earth. Boom tilde. A bright light flashed and the world returned to calm again. Qin Xiao, who was in the hotel, raised the corner of his mouth. Finally, I didn't waste my waiting so long, Logan, it's time to do something. Marvel's subject matter has not been popular for a long time. The reason is that there are no movies released to drive this enthusiasm. Writing about this subject is sometimes just courting death, so no big expectations. This book can be seen now, it should be found. This is not the usual cool text of Fei Lu. For example, pretending to slap the face is full of force. This book is more about matching devil fruits to every well-known Marvel character. Let one familiar character after another show great power after obtaining the devil fruit. Then let these fruit ability users show the power of the fruit to their heart's content in the Marvel world. Because the upper limit of Marvel is high, the power and operation of the fruit will be very strong afterwards. What can't be explained is the fruit awakening. The following fruits have now appeared. Post the system, otherwise everyone will almost forget the fruit of the protagonist. Devil Fruit Trading System. 1. Eat by yourself, develop fruit ability by yourself. The number is limited. 2. Eat by others, absorb other people's ability. There is no limit to the number. Eatable fruits and objects. 1. Swamp Fruit, the Punisher Frank Custer. 2. Bomb Fruit, Jinbin Wilson Faiths. 3. Fruit of the Underworld, Iron Man Tony. Zdark. 4. Age Fruit, Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One. 5. Karma Fruit, Sabretooth Victor Creed. 6. Fast Fruit, Logan. Ability has been absorbed. 1. Swamp Fruit, Punisher Weapon Proficiency. 2. Bomb Fruit. 3. Yellow Spring Fruit. 4. Age Fruit, Mirror Dimension Portal. 5. Karma Fruit, Sabretooth Self-Healing. 6. Quick Cut Fruit, Wolverine Self-Healing. Fruit Ability Increase. 5%. For each character, I have to spend my time imagining what kind of devil fruit to match him with. Why this devil fruit suits him. Among the previous devil fruits, the one I am most satisfied with is actually Wolverine's Quick Cut Fruit. Because of the positive use of the Quick Cut Fruit, Wolverine has the ability to have adamantium blades all over her body. What's more, the reverse use of the fruit cancels his adamantium skeleton. This is what I thought of in a flash of inspiration. A quick-cut fruit, allowing Wolverine ability to be fully utilized. It's just that there are not many such flashes of inspiration. The fruits of Nick Fury and Black Widow are also listed. However, they have not been arranged to choose yet. Because with the suspicious characters of these two people, it is impossible to eat the devil fruit casually. This is not the same as Ancient One. Ancient One can see through the future, but she has considerable self-confidence. Next, there is the plot of Thor and the plot of Green Titan. Thor's fruit is the thunder fruit, which is almost a no-brainer for everyone to know. It depends on how the protagonist tricks the other party into eating the devil fruit. And the fruit of the three princesses Loki is basically easy to guess. However, the fruit I set for the Green Titan definitely exceeded your expectations. This is a place where I personally felt a second eureka moment. Definitely, everyone can guess what kind of fruit I set for the Green Titan. If someone guesses it, I'll refine it. In addition, everyone's comments are very important because it will bring a different feeling to my thinking. For example, the fruit I arranged for Thanos was originally a combined fruit. During the battle, he combined Holy Place number 2. Just imagine a giant Gundam, one palm and one small biscuit. But when I see everyone's comments, I will have a flash of inspiration. Someone said that the Buddha fruit was given to Fu Rui, and I immediately thought of the Buddha fruit being given to Thanos. Even the lines for when the main character finds Thanos are thought out. Thanos, you have the world in your heart and you are compassionate. Let's understand the fruit of the Buddha. Think about it, Thanos, who thinks about the universe, becomes a Buddha. His super physical skills can make the Buddha fruit come out. One side is Dawei Tianlong and the other is Amitabha Buddha. Although it is a bit inconsistent, is it very picture-worthy, so I look forward to your enthusiastic comments. Can make me think of more fruits and matchers. The plot before the launch was very flat. Nick Fury's fruit is listed but not eaten because the following is a conflicting plot. The god represented by Thor. The demon represented by the protagonist. The two forces collided on Earth. That hit Nick Fury, and then that's when the people at SHIELD started eating devil fruits and studying them. This is a clear transformation process, but it's kind of awkward to write like this. After all, for Xuanwen, directness is the best, and an extra transformation process seems redundant. This makes me wonder how many people will be able to watch the plot after it is released. But this is also impossible. I hope that readers who have read along the way will still have someone to continue to support. Next, let's talk about the update problem after it is put on the shelves. I'm a street writer, can't write that kind of high subscription book, so I have been maintaining it with updates. After it's on the shelves, as long as there are 500 first orders, I can guarantee at least 15,000 updates per day. Even an update of more than 20,000 words is not impossible. In fact, it basically reached 12,000 updates before it was put on the shelves. Nick Fury has been restless for a long time recently. Since the last time he met that Eastern demon messenger, the other's words echoed in his mind like a spell. I hope that when SHIELD is disintegrated in the future, you can still maintain your current belief. SHIELD disintegrates, it almost became his inner demon. After Natasha Romanoff went to Tony's place, she saw the Oriental demon messenger again. This time the devil messenger also brought a person. Wolverine Logan, the name Natasha Romanoff does not know, but Nick Fury knows it all. This is a mutant. As a result, Mutant also became Qin Xiao's demon apostle. This time, the pressure in Nick Fury's heart became heavier. The devil messenger from the east even infiltrated the mutant. He even had someone investigate and found that the demon messenger was behind the last summit meeting to prevent Magneto from making trouble. How many fruit abilities has the other party produced? To what extent has his influence developed without knowing it? What is the devil in the east trying to do? One by one, these questions were pressed into his heart. These investigations were not over yet, and it turned out that the other party went directly to GE State, New Mexico, saying that they were waiting for something that fell from the sky. And this is exactly what Qin and Nick Fury said at the beginning. This made Nick Fury have to arrange for someone to squat there in advance. Director Nick Fury, the science team has important information to report. Agent Hill walked in. What's up? Our detection satellites in space just detected a massive surge of energy in New Mexico. And in 4, a mass of objects with high energy fell there. What? The words of the demon messenger really came true. Phil Coulson was guarding over there, let him know immediately. Nick Fury gave the order immediately. Phil Coulson has been contacted, but since the demon messenger is over there, who do we send to help? Hill raised a question. The matter of the devil messenger is now set to a level 7 authority in SHIELD. They have never stopped evaluating each other. Now, it is another opportunity to get close to each other and get to know each other. Cozen, a tool man, was sent over directly, but for safety's sake, someone needs to support Cole's knee. I lead the team myself. Nick Fury at the moment made up his mind. Hill was surprised, but he didn't stop him. New Mexico, where Mjolnir descended, a pit with huge amounts of smoke rising from it. Qin Xiao and Logan were standing quietly on the edge of the deep pit. He directly opened the portal to come here, faster than anyone else. Is this what you've been waiting for? Logan looked at what was in front of him in amazement. This guy is like a hammer. That's right, it's this thing. Qin Xiao walked down the deep pit and came directly to Mjolnir's side. He reached out and took hold of the hammer handle. Ding, a special item has been detected, its effect. The power of the thunderous fruit is increased by 100%. Qin Xiao was taken aback by a voice. He was just going to try to see if he could lift Mjolnir. After all, this is a very interesting game. But this thing is actually a direct 100% increase in the thunderbolt fruit. This time it really gave Qin Xiao a difficult problem. This thing is a good thing, however, this thing is not my own. The eyes are not divided and the heart is unhappy. Tilde tilde. Tilde tilde tilde. Qin Xiao continued to exert force trying to pull Mjolnir up. Unfortunately, the result was within his own expectations. He is not qualified to pick up Mjolnir. Is this thing heavy? Logan watched Qin Xiao take the hammer. As a result, no matter how hard the opponent tried, he couldn't pull out the hammer. Not only can't pull it out, it even doesn't move at all. You can come and try. Qin Xiao gave up the position to Logan. Logan reached out and took Mjolnir in disbelief. Ha tilde. Ha tilde. Logan had bruised veins in his hands. But no matter how hard he tried, the hammer remained motionless. This time he was completely surprised. What the hell is going on? Why can't you pull it out? Logan let go, a look of astonishment on his face. This thing belongs to the Asgard Protoss and it's called Mjolnir. As the name suggests, it is Thor's weapon. It's just that Odin lost the speed now. Thor, Odin. Mythological figures are real. Logan at the moment is simply unbelievable. It exists, but it's not as scary as in the legend. Soon you will meet the legendary Thor. Qin Xiao did not hide this matter. Logan at the moment feels as if following this demon messenger is actually not bad. Things I didn't know before, I know now. He even seems to have a chance to meet the legendary god. These days are getting more and more interesting. Qin Xiao at the moment walked next to Mjolnir again. Immediately afterwards, his body directly turned into a swamp. Swamp fruit, a powerful fruit that can store items in the body. Of all the fruits he now possesses, only this one seems likely to pass Mjolnir by the way. Qin Xiao's body was like a slime slowly but firmly enveloping Mjolnir in it. Even the entire earth below Mjolnir is covered. Gulu tilde. Gulu tilde. Gulu tilde. The swamp fruit swallowed Mjolnir straight into it. It actually works. Qin Xiao's heart is settled. Mjolnir sat firmly in his internal space. Qin Xiao's body gradually transformed into a human form. But when his body was about to completely transform into a human form, Mjolnir fell out of his body. The swamp fruit is able to devour Mjolnir, because this is not taking, but placing Mjolnir in another way. But once I change from the state of the swamp fruit to human form, Mjolnir will leave the inner space of the swamp fruit in that instant. So I just need to maintain the state of the swamp fruit and take Mjolnir away. This attempt let Qin Xiao know that he had the chance to take Mjolnir away. This time he himself was a little surprised. Mjolnir's anti-theft measures seem to be not as good as expected. Looks like I have a chance to fool Thor into eating the thunderclap fruit, so let the people of Shield see this hammer next. Logan, let's go, let's leave things here to Shield. After Qin Xiao finished speaking, he directly opened a portal. The location of the portal is just above the town. When the two returned to the small town, Qin Xiao quietly waited for something. As time passed, Qin Xiao finally found the person he had been waiting for, Thor. At the moment, he was having dinner with Jane Foster and the others in the small town. Ding, devil fruit match detected. Matchable fruit, thunderous fruit. Sure enough, Thor matched the thunder fruit. After getting this answer, Qin Xiao walked towards Thor with a smile on his face. Thor, this trip to Earth has not been easy. Thor, who was eating, looked shocked. Who are you? How do you know my names? Thor at the moment was a little surprised. Few people believed him when he said his name. You know each other. At this time, Jane Foster was Sani. No, I didn't know each other before, but Thor's name resounds throughout the 9 realms. It's really hard to think that you haven't heard the name. Qin Xiao smiled. Hey, sure enough, there are some people in Midgard who are very knowledgeable. Now I suddenly want to know who you are. Thor at the moment showed his arrogant side to the fullest. Even if he was punished by Odin to the lower realms, his identity as the son of the god king Thor still seemed high above him. because he thought that as long as he found Mjolnir, he would still be the mighty Thor. He didn't think about it at all. Why would someone from Midgard know him so definitely? Not to mention, he might not be able to use Mjolnir if he finds it. Who am I? I am the messenger of the devil, and I came to see you, Thor, who has been demoted from work. By the way, come to make a deal with you. Qin Xiao's words stunned everyone present. Devil messenger. It seems that Midgard is not as peaceful as imagined. As the messenger of the devil, he dared to walk in the world with such a big fanfare. However, since you are the messenger of the devil, you must understand the gap between you and God. Devil, why does 803 make a deal with God? Thor looked disdainful. Jane Foster and the others listened to the conversation between the two, and they felt that they were going crazy. One said he was Thor. It is the legendary Thor. Another said he was a demon messenger. Come make a deal with Thor. Are you crazy or are we crazy? Jane Foster was stunned. None of us is crazy, it's just that each of us has a different perception. There are many things beyond your imagination. These you just don't know yet, but your research has begun to touch a certain limit. Keep at it and you will succeed. Qin Xiao also encouraged Jane Foster, by the way. This woman now looks very simple. But looking back, whether she absorbs TIE particles or transforms into a female Thor, she can show her extraordinariness. Get to know her in advance now, maybe I can recommend some fruits to her then. Qin Xiao looked at Thor again. Thor, I know you're still fantasizing about getting Mjolnir so you can be Thor again. It's just that I'm here to tell you that you can give up this idea. Odin, you have stripped Thor of your strength and godhood, now you are just a mortal. You want to provoke the relationship between me and Father God. As expected, this is something that demons will do. But your solicitation is really too low level. In my long life, I have seen too many lies that are higher than your instigation. Even in a sense, you are not as good as my younger brother. Thor at the moment still maintains the posture of his aloof god. He even had the mood to ridicule Qin Xiao's low-level lies. Really? Then I can take you to the place where your Mjolnir fell so you can experience it for yourself. After Qin Xiao finished speaking, he directly opened a portal. Opposite the portal is a temporary fortification under construction. In the middle of the temporary fortifications, a hammer stood sideways on the spot. Thor looks at the hammer, delighted, but everyone who was eating in the restaurant had a look of astonishment. I even bought karma. Whether Thor is real or not we don't know for sure, but this demon may be real. What is this? A gate to hell? No, this place is the place where the satellite fell, but it has been transformed into this now. Isn't that a satellite? What is that Mjolnir? No wonder we can't pick it up. It turns out that it's something from God. In the restaurant, a group of people whispered in astonishment, and Thor at the moment looked solemn. This kind of method is no longer the method that Midgard should have in his impression. Demon messenger. It seems that the identity of the other party has been determined. Thor, go and see your hammer and see if you can have him again. After Qin Xiao finished speaking, he took the lid through the portal. Thor saw Mjolnir over there and he walked over without hesitation. Jane Foster at the moment is about to follow. The next thing is not for you to participate in. Qin Xiao stopped Jane Foster directly. Immediately afterwards, he closed the portal. This time, everyone in the restaurant went completely crazy. Demon messenger. There really are demon messengers coming to this town. This means that the demon's gaze may have already focused on this place. Next, I don't know what kind of horrible things will happen. Invisible panic spread in the town, and many people chose to leave here directly. This inadvertently reduced the losses of the town residents in the ensuing war. When Qin Xiao opened the portal, the SHIELD on the opposite side had already discovered the anomaly. A group of agents moves quickly towards the portal. When Qin Xiao closed the portal, Qin Xiao, Logan, and Thor were completely surrounded. Should I kill them? Logan looked at the agents in front of him, he didn't care. Based on these people, they are not his opponents. No need for now, someone from SHIELD will naturally come to see us. As soon as he finished speaking, the figures of Nick Fury and Phil Coulson appeared in front of his eyes. Director Nick Fury, I didn't expect you to come here in person. Qin Xiao said it familiarly. This place is now taken over by our SHIELD, I hope you can take people away. Director Nick Fury was not at all happy to see Qin Xiao. The appearance of Qin Xiao means that the things here are being targeted by demons again. Although I don't want to complain, I still want to say that this is a contest between gods and demons. Are you sure you want to participate? The increase of gods and demons. The one next to me is Thor, who was demoted to the god realm by Odin, and the hammer on the ground is his weapon Mjolnir. You guessed it right, Thor and Mjolnir from your bedtime stories. Now the demoted Thor doesn't believe that Odin abandoned him, so I made it a point to bring him in for a look. If you stop my actions, don't blame me for being rude. After Qin Xiao finished speaking, he gestured towards Logan. Sure enough, we still have to fight. Logan shook his neck violently. Shua tilde. Ding tilde tilde. A 3-foot-long sharp blade suddenly protruded from both hands. There are countless sharp knives piercing his clothes all over his body. Logan, at the moment, is like a fighting machine. He is ready to fight. Seeing Logan's appearance, there was a little commotion at the scene. Nick Fury glanced at Wolverine, who was ready to kill. His eyes suddenly became peaceful. My elementary level trial has yielded results. Well, since this is a matter between you demons and gods, we can leave it alone. He waved his hand directly, and all the agents got out of the encirclement. In fact, everything he did just now was just acting. Knowing that Qin Xiao was waiting here, he knew that the other party was bound to win. It's just that their SHIELD forces are relatively large, so there is this temporary fortification. Moreover, their temporary construction was precisely to attract Qin Xiao over. Nick Fury wanted to know, what was it about this thing that deserved so much attention from the demon emissary? Now, he said, this is a war between gods and demons. However, it seems that the battlefield is chosen on Earth. This time, Nick Fury seems to feel that the future is more dangerous. If gods and demons really appeared on the Earth would definitely not be able to bear such a war. It appears that the Avengers need to build up at a faster pace. Might have to call Carol back. Qin Xiao had no idea that within a few minutes, Nick Fury had already completed a brainstorming game in his mind. Seeing everyone else get out of the way, Thor excitedly rushed to where Mjolnir fell. He reached out and grabbed the handle of the hammer, use a little force. Tilde tilde tilde. Ah tilde tilde tilde. From slightly exerting force to gradually exhausting all strength. No matter how hard he tried, Mjolnir on the ground remained motionless. No, why, Father Odin, why? Thor sat down on the ground dejectedly. Although he was demoted to the earth originally, he still believed that he was a god. Now his self-confidence has been completely destroyed. I was really abandoned by Odin. An unprecedented despair enveloped him, which made him extremely helpless. Thor, do you still want to be Thor? At this moment, Qin Xiao's voice sounded again. I was abandoned by Odin, how can I be Thor? Thor doesn't believe it at all. Qin Xiao walked up to Thor with a serious look on his face. Well, now I will formally introduce myself again. Demon Messenger, you can exchange devil fruits from devils. This devil fruit can give a person great power. For example, Logan, what he reads is the fruit of the quick cut. And you, as Thor, I can exchange for you the thunder fruit that best matches you. As long as you eat it, you can regain the power of thunder. After Qin Xiao finished speaking, a brightly colored devil fruit appeared in his hand. Thunder fruit, one of the most powerful fruits in the nature system. Thor glanced at Qin Xiao with blank eyes. Haha, messenger of demons, you too underestimate the glory of Asgard, Thor. Do you think I'll fall into a deal with the devil for power? He gave Qin Xiao a mocking look. Qin Xiao didn't take it seriously at all, and in the blink of an eye, the thunderbolt fruit disappeared immediately. Then when Asgard falls, the Frost Titans invade Asgard and your mother is threatened. I hope you will not regret it. You're talking nonsense with Heimdall here. How could the Frost Titan hit Asgard? Is that right? Then why did you attack the Frost Titan last time? Isn't it because the Frost Titan entered your Asgard treasury? You know even this. I know a lot of things. I even know that the current Odin has entered the Eye of Odin. Since you can't become Thor again, the throne naturally falls to Loki. And Loki is the son of Frost Titan Lof. What? Impossible. How could Loki be the son of a Frost Titan? Impossible, it's just that you don't know it. I know you don't believe it, but when the 4 horsemen of Asgard come to see you, you will understand. After Qin Xiao finished speaking, he got up directly. Immediately afterwards, he walked over to Mjolnir's side. In the astonished eyes of everyone, one of Qin Xiao's arms completely turned into a swamp. Immediately afterwards, the swamp swallowed Mjolnir completely. And his arm has always maintained the ability of the swamp fruit. This Mjolnir, which no one can move, just disappeared before everyone's eyes. Qin Xiao felt relieved. Fortunately, I came here to try it in advance, otherwise this coquettish would not be mellow. No, it's impossible. How could you take Mjolnir? Thor looks at the empty ground, his eyes full of horror. If Mjolnir is still there, he has one more thought. But now Mjolnir is directly taken away by the demon apostle. His only thought is gone. Go to hell to get Mjolnir back. Tilde, why not? Mjolnir is only a weapon. What it can do is to make your power easier to control. Since it's just a weapon, why can't I take it away? That has the blessing of Odin on it. Not everyone can have it, Thor growled loudly. I know, but as I said, Odin has entered Odin's sleep. He himself can't feel it personally, and I have naturally passed away. Odin's sleep, what you say is true. Father God, how did you suddenly enter Odin's sleep? Qin Xiao really frightened Thor. At least it proves that Odin's eyes are definitely not on Midgard now. Otherwise, it is absolutely impossible for him to tolerate a demon defiled by God. Qin Xiao turned and walked towards Nick Fury. Everyone in at the moment's SHIELD was shocked. Logan's steel claws had already made them feel close. Now, this demon messenger directly demonstrated the ability to devour everything. Does his body lead to the hell where demons live? Was that Mjolnir that they couldn't take away anyway, was it taken by hell? And Nick Fury's at the moment was more shocking than others. This devil actually plotted against Shendu. He could even know what happened in the residence of God. It can also take away the weapon of God in a grand manner. Devil, is it so scary now? If the battle between demons and gods finally turned into a victory for demons, what would the world be like? The demons in the East have already begun to plot against God, but why are there no traces of the demons in the West? Could it be that the demons of the West also know that they are not Li Dihao, the opponents of the demons of the East? Now it is equivalent to handing over the territory. Thinking of this, Nick Fury's heart skipped a beat. Qin Xiao said SHIELD will collapse. Is it because the demons are so terrifying that they SHIELD are powerless to resist? If even the power of SHIELD cannot resist, who can resist the erosion of demons in this world? Thinking of this, one after another flashes of inspiration flashed in his mind. Perhaps I should send someone into the enemy's interior. At least, they need to know how powerful the fruit ability created by the devil fruit is. Do they have some flaws? If there are flaws, are they able to take advantage of them? Now, SHIELD can still control the world, so do you want to take the initiative to send a few people to become fruit ability users? In this way, they have research material. He originally firmly didn't want to have fruit abilities in SHIELD now. It directly becomes the weakness of those who need to study the fruit ability in advance. All this just because he saw the demon messenger conquer God. A brainstorming game was completed by him directly. Qin Xiao never expected that SHIELD accepted the devil fruit so cooperatively afterwards. Just because of Nick Fury's brains now. Director Nick Fury, there may be a big battle in the future, so I don't suggest you send too many agents here so as not to cause excessive casualties. Qin Xiao looked at Nick Fury, who was not looking very well, and kindly reminded him. Oh, I see. Naruto was surprised. Sasuke is the man's younger brother. I heard that all the Uchiha clan were killed. You killed them all. Kasame's shark-like face had a cruel smile. Uchiha Itachi, I'm going to kill you, Sasuke sounded firmly with hatred. Itachi also turned to look at Sasuke. Naruto's body shook. He remembered that Sasuke had mentioned who to kill before. Could it be his brother? And his elder brother actually killed their entire clan. What the hell was going on? But before Naruto wanted to understand that Sasuke was ready to attack, lightning flashed from his hand. Subsequently, boom! A huge hole appeared beside several people. Sasuke's hand was caught by Itachi, and the lightning in his hand was slowly disappearing, but he still looked at Itachi with hatred. Sasuke's technique was broken so easily, Naruto couldn't believe it. The light just now was too dazzling. Naruto only saw Itachi wave a big hole in the wall and Sasuke's hand was caught. Sasuke, I didn't tell you not to provoke you in front of someone stronger than you, it's dangerous, the faint voice sounded. Quan Yu, Naruto exclaimed. A figure stood in the big hole opened, it was Quan Yu. With such a strong reaction ability, Sasuke's Chidori was knocked away in an instant and hit the wall until a big hole appeared in the wall. Then Itachi changed his hand and grabbed Sasuke's arm. This action should be completed in an instant. Quan Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. Long time no see, Mr. Itachi, Quan Yu said with a smile. Have we met? Oh, your eyes, so you are that kid, Itachi said faintly. Aha, Mr. Itachi still remembers, he grew faster recently, please let go of Sasuke. Quan Yu touched his head and said. A asterisk hole, Sasuke raised his other hand and attacked Itachi. Quan Yu's words stimulated him even more. Get in the way, Itachi ignored Sasuke's attack but slid his hand slightly. Click. Ah, Sasuke's wrist bone seemed to be broken. Then Itachi released Sasuke and Sasuke fell to the ground in pain. Is really cruel. As expected, all members of the Uchiha family are perverts. They put such a heavy hand on their brother and they obviously love him so much. Do you want to get in the way too? Itachi looked back at Quan Yu and said. It doesn't mean that, but someone else wants to say something to you. Quan Yu hurriedly waved his hand and said, Quan Yu wouldn't pretend to be this ex. Boom. The smoke exploded. It's me, I didn't expect that you would use illusions to draw us away. Jiraiya appeared behind Naruto. Oh, it's so nice to say I haven't been seduced by a woman yet, but we know your character very well, Kasame mocked. Wow, pervy sage, you actually took Quan Yu to find a woman, Naruto said angrily. Quan Yu looked embarrassed. No, we are just drawing them out, Jiraiya waved his hand quickly. But immediately Jiraiya looked at Itachi and said, your goal is Naruto's. Naruto and Sasuke, who fell to the ground, were surprised. It's no wonder Kakashi knew about this, so that's the case, is you the source of the information. It is our organization Akatsuki who took Naruto away and gave us the highest order, Itachi said lightly. Itachi had been to Konoha before, and Kakashi was called out of identity and purpose. Quan Yu was embarrassed when she heard it. Isn't this just exposing information? Although all Jiraiya knew about it, Itachi's words directly confirmed their purpose. However, Quan Yu didn't know if Jiraiya knew about the relationship between Itachi and Konoha. It stands to reason that he was not in the village at the time, so it should be unclear. I won't give Naruto to you. That's not necessarily Kaido Itachi, only Quan Yu was speechless for a while. He found that people in this world were talking a lot. No wonder Naruto's mouth was so powerful. HMPH, you guys came just right. I want to solve the two of you here. Jiraiya wants to clear the threat ahead of time, just when he is ready to move. Don't interfere. Sasuke stood up unsteadily, speaking hard. Water breath full state. Ojang. Quan Yu's body appeared behind Itachi in an instant. Itachi turned his head, only to find that Quan Yu's eyes were actually closed. What? He actually wanted to attack like this, chakra on him. Itachi shook his body and stepped back. Quan Wu took it out and blocked Quan Yu's broken water. Ding. Sasuke, you are not qualified to say that, Master Jiraiya. Let's go, Quan Yu said. Are you afraid of my illusion? Itachi said lightly. I'm a little scared, but it doesn't matter if I close my eyes. He closed his eyes and practiced underwater all the year round. With his strong perception, Quan Yu could judge the enemy's moves even with his eyes closed. Really, much better than my trash brother, Itachi said lightly. Who did you say is trash? Sasuke rushed over frantically. Quan Yu obviously felt Itachi's body move. Of course, Quan Yu would not miss this opportunity. As soon as the blade turned, he cut to Itachi again. Itachi whirled, kicking Sasuke flying, and escaped Quan Yu's blade by the way. Kasame over there wanted to help but was immediately stopped by Jiraiya. Quan Yu, can you do it? Jiraiya asked. Okay, if you can't, you have to do it. Quan Yu shoved the knife into its sheath and his breath instantly changed. He seemed to be condensing something, and even the chakra on his body was shrinking in his body. This is Quan Yu's previous state. Itachi was already quite surprised, but now this situation made him even more surprised. Water blade cut Shuo was pulled out instantly, at a rapid speed. When the speed reached the apex, a blue sword energy like a waning moon swayed from the front end of the broken water instantly, and there were still water droplets overflowing after the waning moon. Sword chi ninjutsu. Itachi shook his body and hurriedly avoided, but the speed of his sword chi was so fast that a corner of his clothes was torn apart. Boom. The wall behind was cut in an instant, and a stream of water flowed out of the crack. It's not over yet. Quan Yu instantly came to Itachi's side. The blade flickered and kept cutting towards Itachi's body. Quan Yu didn't use chakra, the watering attribute, to cooperate with swordsmanship. Behind him is Kasame, and he doesn't want to ask for trouble. But Itachi is not a vegetarian, and Sharingan spins quickly. All of Quan Yu's movements fell in his eyes, and he kept using Kuwu to block Quan Yu's water cut. Quan Yu's hand holding the sword was grasped by Itachi, but Quan Yu's wrist turned, and the water cut to Itachi's arm. Quan Yu is constantly perceiving Itachi's movements, and the flow of air is also imprinted in his heart. His advantage is swordsmanship, and it doesn't necessarily mean who is afraid of who is close to him. With his eyes closed, he will not be illusory at all. However, Sharingan's motion capture allows Itachi to accurately block Quan Yu's attack and counterattack. It was 50-50 in one time, but Itachi was not an ordinary person after all. He took a step back and threw out a shuriken directly with chakra attached to it, which immediately bewildered Quan Yu's perception. Quan Yu danced to cut off the water and kept cutting open the shuriken, hoping to use this to force the ferret back. Boom. Quan Yu was kicked into the air by Itachi, then broke through the wall and was kicked into a room. Quan Yu, Jiraiya and Naruto wanted to go, but they were also stopped by Kasame. Yes, Konoha actually has such a swordsmanship genius, but closing your eyes still limits your performance, Itachi said lightly. You be ***********. Sasuke stood up again after struggling for a long time. Compared to this, my trash brother is too far behind. Itachi glanced at Sasuke, who was throwing a fist. He raised his hand and grabbed his arm, and then there was a knee bump, upper uppercut, lower uppercut, and left uppercut. After a while, Sasuke vomited blood. Itachi pressed Sasuke to the wall, and Sasuke couldn't open his eyes because of the punch. You are very weak. Why are you so weak? Itachi leaned close to Sasuke's ear, because it's not enough hatred for me. Itachi directly stimulated chakra in his hand. In an instant, Sasuke raised his head and opened his eyes, and then Sasuke saw a pair of red eyes fall into the world of illusion. Then there was a frantic scream after another. Everyone could hear the infinite pain in that voice. It's still the same, using Tsukuyomi to deal with his own brother, Kasame sneered. I said it's almost enough. The powerful chakra erupted, and Quan Yu walked out of the room. Oh, amazing chakra, Kasame said in surprise, but chakra wasn't enough for him. But this kind of outbreak is a bit special. Quan Yu had already activated the second level of activation. Quan Yu didn't want to come out, but the screams were too permeating. Quan Yu knew what Sasuke had seen and couldn't bear it. Even though Sasuke's attitude towards him has always been very bad, he will never be a good person in the future. But the environment creates people. They are all forced to be like that. Oh. Mr. Itachi, if you can still pull me into the illusion, even if I lose. Quan Yu looked at Itachi and said he wanted to try whether his own method is effective for Sharingan's illusion. Quan Yu's breathing method is a bit special. Illusion arts generally affect the flow of chakra to create illusions, but can chakra, who is pulsing with all his strength, really be affected by illusions? Do you really think this method is effective? My illusion is different, Itachi said lightly. Quan Yu's heart was shocked, as if he had forgotten one. Tsukuyomi was able to resist with his pupil power and had nothing to do with chakra. It seems that this illusion is also very demanding for users, but what if he uses it? I'm joking, you continue. Quan Yu returned to the room in an instant, and chakra put it away. Quan Yu didn't really want to fight Itachi, otherwise once Amaterasu came out the trouble would be serious. Even Jiraiya was taken aback, but a large number of flesh-colored tissues were constantly produced in the corridor, and the corridor was quickly wrapped, and Sasuke also fell into the wall of flesh. Forbearance toad mouth binding technique. This is, Naruto looked at the completely changed corridor in shock. It seems to have become the intestine of a huge creature. Kasame looked at his feet, and the flesh-colored tissue had clung to his feet. It's a pity, Itachi. Kasame, you are already in my stomach. I summoned the esophagus of Mount Myaboku to the rock toad. Anyway, you are also wanted, so it will become rock toad food. Jiraiya pressed his hands on the ground. A confident smile appeared on his face. In his opinion, the two of them are already turtles in the urn. Naruto, don't move. This is my ninjutsu, Jiraiya said while looking at Naruto, who was moving. Kasame here, Itachi said to Kasame. Kasame also knew that the situation was critical and quickly tore off the tissues under his feet, but Samehada was also stuck. This is not chakra at all, and Samehada is also invalid. Kasame forcefully tore off the flesh-colored tissue adhering to the Jiao's muscles and ran towards the ferret. It's useless, no one can escape from this place so far. Jiraiya believed in his ninjutsu, but Kasame and Itachi didn't care and fled directly along the corridor. In a blink of an eye, they passed the corner and couldn't see them. Jiraiya didn't talk nonsense and urged directly, and then the flesh-colored tissue began to surge, as if to fill the entire corridor. But just when Jiraiya thought he was going to succeed, there was a sudden violent shock, as if it was not far away from Itachi and the others. Georgia was startled, got up quickly and ran over. "Wait for me, pervy sage." But after arriving, Georgia found that a large hole had been opened at the end of the flesh wall, and a black flame was still burning at the edge. Georgia stopped when Naruto arrived. "What's wrong? It's gone," Naruto said in surprise. Georgia was silent. Quan Yu waited in the room for a long time, but he did not dare to touch this wall of flesh, mainly because it was disgusting and in case it was digested. Finally, the flesh wall disappeared. Quan Yu walked out and followed the perception to Georgia's side. "Escaped," Quan Yu said softly. Quan Yu looked at the big hole that opened, where the flames should have been sealed by Georgia. "Yeah, go see Sasuke." At this time, Naruto was looking at Sasuke worriedly. The scream at that time made him a little scared, and he was worried that Sasuke would have a problem, but at this moment. Power Prelude, a green figure rushed forward. "Ah, guy. Senior guy, don't." Bang. Georgia was kicked in the face and Might Guy finally saw who it was, and there was a panic on his face. "Sorry, Lord Georgia, I didn't see clearly." Guy touched his head with embarrassment. Guy came to chase Sasuke, but he didn't expect to treat Georgia as an enemy. Georgia listened to Might Guy's explanation and complained a few words. Then he said, "Sasuke has to be sent to Konoha Hospital as soon as possible. Not only is it physically injured, but also mentally damaged by pupils, which is very dangerous." "Sasuke won't have any trouble?" Naruto asked nervously. "The problem is serious," Georgia said sadly. "What the hell did those guys do to Sasuke? I'm going to get them." Naruto still cares about Sasuke, after all it's the key CP. "Naruto, don't worry, Georgia-sama will have a way," Quan Yu walked over and said. Quan Yu felt helpless when he knew the method and had to stimulate Naruto. "Master Georgia, don't you say so." Yeah, but we are going to find that guy," Georgia said. "I said, can't you not go? I'll escort Sasuke back to Konoha," Quan Yu said embarrassedly. "Oh, you know you can't do it if you don't go. That is your teacher after all, you say yes," Quan Yu, Georgia said with a smile on his face. "That guy means. Is that the adult Quan Yu? You are actually her disciple," Guy also understood and said in surprise. "Huh, who are you talking about, Quan Yu's teacher?" Naruto asked with a puzzled face. "She is just like me, Tsunadeheim, who is one of Sanin." Georgia has a special smile on her face. Ripples splashed on the water surface, and the two figures lightly tapped on the water surface and moved forward quickly. "Itachi, why don't you kill them? Your strength," Kasama said hesitantly. "Continuous use of Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu. I will find a place to take a break. Georgia is not so easy to deal with. That kid's sword skills are not weak, and Nine Tails is not very useful now, but it will expose our actions," Itachi said faintly said. At the same time, his Sharingan also disappeared. Kasame didn't say anything after listening to it. After all, he knew Itachi's physical condition very well. The two left quickly. Quan Yu followed Georgia and Naruto helplessly. Sasuke had been sent back by Guy and he didn't run away. "I really don't want to go." Georgia is still introducing Tsune to Naruto. "Master Georgia, is it too much for you to introduce my teacher like this?" Quan Yu looked speechless. Although her teacher is a bet, he likes to be young, borrows money everywhere, and has a grumpy personality, is it really appropriate to tell her disciples? "Ah, sorry, I forgot that Quan Yu is still here," Georgia turned around and said with a smile, not at all embarrassed. But after all, Georgia is in the same generation as his teacher, and he still has the opportunity to become his teacher's boyfriend. Georgia doesn't mind himself. He also said something wrong. "Master Georgia, aren't you going to teach Naruto ninjutsu? You might as well teach Naruto when you have time to talk about it," Quan Yu said. "Yeah, pervy sage, hurry up and teach me great ninjutsu you promised," Naruto said excitedly. "Don't worry, let's talk about it when we pass by the next town," Georgia smiled. When the three of them arrived in the town, Georgia went to buy something and then came to a clearing. "Naruto, look at it, this is the ninjutsu that teaches you." Georgia's chakra was spinning slowly and it turned into a high-speed spinning chakra ball. "Just this little ball, what's so amazing?" Naruto wanted to touch it, but Quan Yu immediately stopped him. "Naruto, it's dangerous," Quan Yu said. "Yes, it's dangerous." Georgia held Rasengan and pressed against the tree next to him. Boom. The big tree was broken open, a big circular hole in an instant, and you could directly see the back of the tree. "Wow, really amazing," Naruto said excitedly. Then Georgia gave Naruto a water polo and asked him to break it first. "Quan Yu, make a discussion. You can teach Naruto how to." Georgia pulled Quan Yu and whispered. "Master Georgia is not afraid. Did I learn it?" Quan Yu said, although it is really not difficult for him. "Hey, you are willing to learn, but you," Georgia kept rubbing two fingers. Quan Yu looked speechless and then took out a stack of coins from his body. "I don't take much, these will honor you." "Quick enough, Quan Yu will take you to see it next time." Georgia grabbed it and ran away quickly. Naruto was working hard at the water polo and Quan Yu sat in the shade of the tree to rest. Naruto hadn't broken it for a long time and Quan Yu couldn't pass it. Naruto, you can't do that, Quan Yu said. Huh, what would it do? Naruto gasped for a second. Look at me. Quan Yu raised his hand and a water polo immediately appeared on his hand. This is the water in the water polo and then. The water polo began to change, began to spin at high speed, and a layer of water ripples appeared on the surface. Using the rotation of chakra, when it reaches a certain speed, it will break the water polo. Maybe you can't see clearly this way. I will zoom in and show it to you. The water ball in Quan Yu's hand, looking outward, turned into a stream of water, continuously rotating around the center. The water flow does not rotate on a plane but rotates in all directions. First, control the flow of chakra in a large range and then in the compression range. The water flow retracted, and some slowly turned into the spinning water polo before. Wow, Quan Yu, you are amazing. Naruto's eyes lit up. This is the ninja's control technique on chakra. You have to learn to control it. You should practice it first. Quan Yu took out a scroll from the backpack behind him and looked at it. Oh. Although Quan Yu had explained clearly to Naruto, Naruto's progress was still very slow. I'm not coming back yet. Quan Yu waited for a long time, but Jiraiya still didn't come back. Seeing Naruto, who hasn't taken a break, Quan Yu is a little envious. Sage body is good, at least he has plenty of energy. Naruto, wouldn't you use Shadow Clone to help you? Quan Yu decided to let Naruto open the plugin now. Anyway, Jiraiya didn't tell him how to teach Naruto. Shadow Clone? Yeah, why didn't I expect it? Naruto said excitedly. Bang, bang, bang. A large number of Shadow Clone was split out by Naruto. Hey Naruto, don't make so much, you can't bear it, Quan Yu hurriedly said. Naruto only started practicing this way after 3 years, and the ghost knew if there would be a problem. Isn't it the more the better, Naruto and his Shadow Clone said suspiciously. You should know that after Shadow Clone disappears, memories and experiences will be returned. Can you bear so much? Quan Yu explained. Quan Yu, you think so? I thought you were asking Shadow Clone to help me control chakra, Naruto said embarrassedly. Despite Quan Yu's reminder, Naruto still thinks in that direction. Let's separate 3, practice slowly, don't support it if you can't bear it. It's dangerous. Quan Yu ignored Naruto after speaking and looked at the scroll again. Naruto is quite obedient and directly cancelled most of the Shadow Clone. Quan Yu glanced at Naruto, his enviable talent. I'm about to meet Tsunade teacher soon. Quan Yu is not so nervous anyway, I will experience it sooner or later. I only blame Quan Yu for being too impulsive at the beginning. After all, after being fixed by Tsunade for so long, he always wanted to get revenge. It's time to bear the consequences. Alas, I just don't know if I can learn 100 healings mark. Quan Yu looked at the scroll that recorded the knowledge of sealing technique in his hand. If you can't, you can only think of other ways. For example, the magic weapon that I saw before, the Jiao muscle, that weapon can also provide chakra, and it can also absorb the chakra of others to fill oneself. It's a pity that it's not easy to grab. You must know that ordinary chakra cannot be sealed for a long time, and it will dissipate after a certain period of time. Only special chakras such as tail beasts and live body weapons such as the dragon's muscles can also store chakras. The only other person who can seal chakra is Mr. Tsunade's 100 healings mark. I don't know how to do it. If it doesn't work, I have to find the tail beast and then design a seal, transform the tail beast chakra, and provide chakra to open the breathing state for himself. There is no need to have too many parts. Anyway, the tail beast chakra can be sealed. As long as the core part does not disappear, you can feed it slowly. When Jiraiya came back with a drunk and carrying food, she was shocked to see that Naruto was actually practicing with Shadow Clone. But when he saw Quan Yu sitting there, he understood. Then he went to Quan Yu's side to do it. Will you teach him this way? Ninjas can only grow up through a period of hardship, Jiraiya said lightly. Quan Yu closed the scroll and said softly, Naruto is also working hard, I just let him go further. I have always come here like this and I haven't noticed any influence. Jiraiya's body shook. You must know that using Shadow Clone to practice, not everyone can do it. Really? Jiraiya said lightly. So I admire Naruto, such an excellent body, I can't compare, I can only work harder. Quan Yu smiled on his face. Jiraiya has investigated Quan Yu's age and the techniques he created himself, all of which he learned from 3rd generation. He was also a little helpless about Quan Yu's choice. Quan Yu's body was so bad that he could only be regarded as an ordinary ninja at best. But at this age, he can achieve this kind of achievement. You can imagine how much he has paid, which can be seen from his appearance of an adult body. Jiraiya shook his head, let's eat. Naruto, take a break, let's eat. Quan Yu didn't explain anything. It was his ideal to live well. Someone didn't want him to live, so Quan Yu let him die. As for how long to live, Quan Yu doesn't care. He has lived for so long in his previous life. Plus now he may have lived for more than 40 years. What's unsatisfactory now the strength is not enough, it is not yet the time when he can live easily and comfortably. Kuan Yu can only live wretchedly, and when his strength is enough he still wants to live for himself. If it's not enough, you have to go to the finale. It's not easy to come to the Hawkeye world. You must experience what you need to experience, otherwise it will be for nothing. Stopping and walking all the way, Naruto's training is also on the right track, coupled with the usual guidance of Kuan Yu. Naruto is not far from a complete master Rasengan, and it is used by one person without shadow clone. And they will finally meet Kuan Yu's teacher Tsunade. Long time no see, Tsunade. Jiraiya pulled up the curtain, walked into the tavern and looked at Tsunade who was drinking. Shizune was holding a piglet next to her. Hey Jiraiya, why are you here? Tsunade was also very happy to see Jiraiya, after all, they hadn't seen each other for a long time. I have something to find you, Kuan Yu, come and Jiraiya greeted. Kuan Yu, Tsunade's eyes widened, and Shizune said in surprise. Miss Tsunade's sister Shizune, long time no see. Kuan Yu walked in embarrassingly. You dare to come to me, you little b********. Tsunade was furious. A flash stopped Kuan Yu's head, but Kuan Yu didn't dare to resist at all, otherwise the rainstorm would come even more violently. I was wrong, teacher, please let me go. Kuan Yu pretended to be pitiful. Who are you? Let go of Kuan Yu. Naruto also came in, looking at this sister who was strangling Kuan Yu's head. He was very upset. Kuan Yu is not an adult yet. Oh, when did you bring a little b*******? Ch Kuan Yu, you can. Tsunade patted Kuan Yu's head and said. Tsunade, why Kuan Yu is also your disciple. Save some face, Jiraiya said when he walked to the wine table and poured himself a glass of wine. Tsunade, this is Kuan Yu's teacher. Naruto was taken aback, looking at the young, excessive sister in a daze. Okay. Tsunade rolled his eyes and directly strangled Kuan Yu to the wine table. Bang. Did you see it? After drinking, I will treat you as apologizing. A large bottle of wine was smashed in front of Kuan Yu. What are you going to do? Kuan Yu hasn't grown up yet. Naruto always remembers this, and when he's okay, he loves to come out and talk about it. Oh, look at his place, it looks like a minor. Kuan Yu, you say yes, give me a drink or not. Tsunade let go of Kuan Yu and said with interest. Is it all right after drinking? Kuan Yu's eyes rolled. Don't use chakra to activate your body. Tsunade's eyes widened. She just wants to make Kuan Yu drunk and then slowly educate him. She is very vengeful. Okay, no problem. Kuan Yu smiled. Just picked up the wine bottle and blew it directly. Boom, boom, boom. Both Shizune and Naruto's eyes went round and they couldn't believe it. The liquor kept entering Kuan Yu's stomach and his lower abdomen was also slightly bulging. Bang! Kuan Yu put the wine bottle directly on the table and Kuan Yu drank all the wine in it. Thank you, Mr. Teacher, for having a lot, Kuan Yu said with a smile. A wine of over 20 degrees is a bit bland to Kuan Yu. Although he couldn't drink too much due to physical reasons in his previous life, his best record is to drink a caddy. Now the body is better and the metabolism is stronger, he really didn't feel anything. Tsunade and Jiraiya were dumbfounded. Is this someone who has never drunk? I dried a bottle without anything in my stomach. I don't believe it today. Come, the teacher accompanies you to drink. Jiraiya, you too. Tsunade completely forgot to teach Kuan Yu. In the end, Naruto and Shizune were chatting while Kuan Yu and the three of them were drinking. In the end, Kuan Yu was a little dizzy after drinking. Tsunade and Jiraiya poured directly on the wine table. Hiccup, the boss pays the bill. Kuan Yu burped a drink, stood up a little shakily and shouted. Kuan Yu, are you okay? Naruto said worriedly. Facing the siege of Tsunade and Jiraiya, he drank a lot. Who would call him a junior? There is always a reason for him to drink. Those who come to Kuan Yu are not afraid. It's okay, let's go to the inn and let them rest. Kuan Yu rubbed his forehead. The last time I drank it like this should be a long time ago, but the result was not good and I went to the hospital. Then Shizune took Kuan Yu and the others to the inn where they stayed. Kuan Yu supported Jiraiya, Shizune supported Tsunade. It took a long time to arrange these two. Senior sister Shizune, go to rest, and Naruto, Kuan Yu said dizzily. Okay, you also have to rest early. Yeah, Kuan Yu, good night. When Kuan Yu returned to the room, he didn't use the activation hangover. Otherwise it would be over if Mr. Tsunade felt it. These two are drunk, but they are willing to get drunk. Once they feel different things such as chakra fluctuations or killing intent, they will immediately wake up. Would you like to help the teacher? Kuan Yu's head was filled with paste, and such an idea actually sprouted. No, I want to vomit. Kuan Yu hurried to the toilet, vomiting fiercely. After vomiting, Kuan Yu's head became a little clearer, then he rolled his eyes and looked at the toilet. Hey, don't blame me then. The next day, Kuan Yu, you be *****D, come out for me. Tsunade's voice sounded. Bang. Kuan Yu's door was smashed open. Kuan Yu was lying on the toilet bowl and woke up. What is it, Mrs. Tsunade? Tsunade stared at the uncleaned filth in the toilet. This kid was drunk and slept in the toilet all night. It's okay, I wake you up. Oh, I'll clean up and come out soon. Quan Yu was still a little stunned. Damn Georgia. Tsunade's forehead burst into blue veins and then turned around and went out. After Tsunade left, Quan Yu's eyes became clear instantly and he succeeded. A triumphant smile appeared on Quan Yu's face. At the dinner table, Quan Yu looked at Georgia, whose face turned a little red and said suspiciously, Master Georgia, what's wrong with your face? It's okay, it's just sleepwalking last night, maybe I fell, Georgia said with a guilty conscience. Though, eat as you eat and ask so much why. Tsunade suddenly got angry and gave Georgia a fierce look. Georgia looked embarrassed. Quan Yu is unclear so whether this is a success or not. Quan Yu secretly observed Mr. Tsunade, except that his face was a little red, nothing changed. No, Georgia didn't do it, it's too shabby. I risked my life to help you, so would you show me this? Shizune and Naruto didn't understand what was going on, they just felt that the atmosphere was not right. Tsunade, I have something I want to tell you. Georgia stood up suddenly and said with a serious face. Tsunade was taken aback, his face suddenly turned red. This is to confess, Quan Yu's eyes widened. This time when I came here, I actually came to you for something important, Georgia said after a pause. It's over. Quan Yu was speechless for a moment. You said Tsunade was a little embarrassed. Georgia also found that Tsunade was a little different, but he probably didn't see much of him as an emotional idiot. Yes, third generation wants you to go back to be Hawkage, come with me, Georgia said with a smile on his face. Georgia, you idiot. Bang! The dining table hit Georgia's face in an instant, and Tsunade walked away angrily. Quan Yu drew away with his rice bowl and then quickly poured the food in the bowl into his mouth. Fortunately, he was prepared. When the table fell, Georgia, who was looking at the food, had a stiff expression. Quan Yu, did I say something wrong? No, you did a good job. Quan Yu swallowed the food and exhaled. She wants to be a Hawkage, why I don't feel like it at all, Naruto touched his head and said. He felt that this woman was abnormal as soon as he came. Obviously, he was getting older and it became what he is now. Now he has no food to eat. Master Georgia, don't mind, Master Tsunade may need to think about it. Shizune reacted and hurriedly stood up and bowed to apologize. It's okay, Shizune, go and see Tsunade. After cleaning up the food on Georgia's bar, he said, Quan Yu, come out with me. Though, the two came to a secluded platform afterwards. Quan Yu, now you should understand what I am looking for, Tsunade. Georgia looked at the sun rising in the sky not long after and there was a mist of mist. I know I can probably guess it. After all, third generation is seriously injured and you will leave the village at this time, said Quan Yu, who was standing behind Georgia. You are quite smart, yes, the old man can't do it anymore and I am not very suitable so I can only come to Tsunade. You are her disciple so please persuade me, Georgia said. I'll try my best, Quan Yu said with a blink of an eye. You are also the leader of the Senju clan anyway, Tsunade will benefit you when you go back so please work hard. Georgia suddenly turned to Quan Yu and said with a smile. Forehead. Let me go, everyone knows how many undercover agents there are in our house. Don't doubt, it's your family member who went to report it yourself. You don't think you can be the leader just like this. Georgia obviously knew what Quan Yu was thinking and winked at Quan Yu. Oh, it turned out to be like this. Quan Yu breathed a sigh of relief, then touched his head and smiled. So you have to work hard, tell Tsunade as soon as possible. I see. Quan Yu didn't know how to touch his teacher, but he also had to do it. Otherwise, in front of the tribe, he would not be able to live up to his face. Boom, teacher, can I come in? Quan Yu's voice sounded. Come in, Tsunade's faint voice sounded. Quan Yu opened the door and walked in. Then I saw Tsunade sitting on the bed looking out the window. Teacher, are you okay? Quan Yu sneered. If you have something to say, if you have a fart, just let it go. Tsunade didn't turn his head, but there was obviously a little anger in his voice. That's right, I also want to ask you to go back to be Hawkage after all. Teacher, don't fight. Quan Yu was directly hit to the ground with a punch. Boy, now you dare to educate me, Tsunade said, stepping on Quan Yu's body. No, I just want to say that Konoha really doesn't have anyone to be a Hawkage anymore. Look at Master Georgia, he is obviously unreliable. How can he be a Hawkage? It's not only the honorable you that is unique. Can you choose? Quan Yu quickly explained and offered a flattery by the way. Oh, it sounds good, the old guy from third generation now thinks that no one is there, why did he go? Tsunade obviously thought of something, and his voice was obviously a little uncomfortable. Then he removed the foot that was stepping on Quan Yu. Hey, this shows that the teacher is excellent, Quan Yu said embarrassingly. No matter what you flatter, I won't go back. You tell Georgia that I am afraid of blood and I am not suitable for Hawkage, Tsunade said lightly. Fear of blood? A liar when I was covered with blood, why didn't I see you afraid of blood? Quan Yu thought silently. Speaking of panissemia, it was only the result of her lover's immersion in fear during the time when she died. And the original Orochimaru used her brother and lover to stimulate her, making her in a trance, thinking of the fear of not being able to stop the blood for her lover. I'm afraid it will be better now as long as it is not stimulated. Teacher, you are not suitable, Quan Yu said awkwardly. Oh, do you want to betray me? Tsunade leaned close to Quan Yu and stared at him and said, That's not dare. It's just that Konoha is currently suffering from internal and external troubles and the so-called Akatsuki organization that attacked us before. It is indeed a bit messy, and some people really want to be in position. By then my life will not be easy, Quan Yu said with a bitter face, said, Superior, you said that old guy, he has looked for you. Tsunade thought for a while and said, Teacher, you know, Quan Yu said in surprise. He competed with the old man of third-generation Hokage at the beginning. He is a darker guy. I know who it is when you say it. I didn't expect him to go to you again. Tsunade sneered. I don't know why he is looking for me. There are not many people in our clan, Quan Yu touched his head and said. That's why you still don't know what our true strength is. If your strength improves a lot, you can be a Hokage, Tsunade said in a meaningful way. Teacher, stop joking. How is this possible? Quan Yu stiffened. How is this possible? How many people still remember the Senju clan? He is a genin who has no qualifications, being Hokage, just kidding. Okay, I think about it, you go out, Tsunade said. Okay, teacher, you have to think carefully. Roll. Quan Yu went out dingy. How about it, did she agree? Quan Yu was stopped by Jiraiya with Naruto before he could go far. The teacher said he thought about it but didn't directly refuse. Quan Yu shook his head and said, What? When Hokage didn't go, I think she was afraid that she didn't have the ability. Naruto was a little unconvinced. Really, Naruto, why don't you go talk about it? Quan Yu thought for a while, wondering if Naruto's mouth is useful. Go, I want to see how good she is. Naruto ran directly to Tsunade's room. Naruto, Jiraiya exclaimed. It's okay, let him go, maybe the teacher will like Naruto. Quan Yu smiled. Are you sure this is okay? You need to know Tsunade. Bang. Before Jiraiya finished speaking, Tsunade's door was broken open. I have a bad temper. Jiraiya's hands and feet stiffened. In the room, Naruto sweated coldly and then swallowed. A fist slowly retracted from his ear. My boy, are you brave? Tsunade looked at Naruto with a smile. No. I wouldn't admit defeat if you thought you were good enough to be Hokage. Naruto was a little scared, but he pointed to Tsunade and said, Oh, what do you want, Hokage? That old man likes to be? I'm not interested, Tsunade said with interest. I don't allow you to say that. Grandpa Hokage, I want to challenge you. I will definitely become Hokage in the future. Naruto said more and more firmly, and he stared at Tsunade firmly. Oh, let me show you what you have. Ha, look at me, Raisengans. Quan Yu and Jiraiya just approached. Bang. This time the door of Tsunade's room was really blown up. It had only broken a hole before, but now it's totally there. Naruto fell dizzy in the hole on the opposite wall where there was a big hole. Tsunade slowly walked out of the room. Oh, it seems to be a bit too hard, but I really want to be a little interested in being Hokage. Do you want to help me compensate? Of course, Quan Yu and Zai Lai nodded and bowed quickly. This kid, it's interesting, I think I need to educate him more when I go back. Tsunade looked at Naruto with a smile, but he didn't know what he thought of and left with a happy face. Quan Yu was also taken aback. I'll go, Naruto's mouth is so powerful. At the dinner table, Tsunade and Naruto stared at each other. Call me Hokage-sama, Tsunade said, staring at Naruto. You haven't become Hokage yet. If you go back to Grandpa third generation to see you like this, you will just change your mind, Naruto said unconvinced. He begged me, how could he change his mind? You're talking nonsense, Grandpa third generation won't beg you. Quan Yu and Jiraiya had stiff expressions and they didn't know what to say. But Tsunade agreed so quickly they were relieved, otherwise it would be really troublesome. An underground space. Master Orochimaru, I have found out where Quan Yu is going. He and Jiraiya went to Tsunade, Kabuto said, kneeling on the ground, lowering his head. Oh, that old fellow third generation is going to give way. It's not easy, ha ha ha, said a man with a bandage on his face on the stone seat. Are we going to do it? Kabuto whispered. Do it? Forget it, it's not the time yet, I'm looking forward to it when I meet him, isn't that more interesting, ha 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 ha. The sound of laughter resounded in this underground space. Kabuto's lowered head slowly lifted up, a cold light gleaming in his frame. After emptying Quan Yu and bringing all the money, the hotel's compensation issue was finally resolved. Tsunade also decided to return to the village. Sorry, Quan Yu wants you to pay, Jiraiya said awkwardly. His purse is cleaner than his face. It's okay, the teacher can go back smoothly. The income of the stewed meat shop, except for the salary of the tribe, is basically Quan Yu's private property, and he still has some money. When Mr. Tsunade goes back to be Hokage, it's hard to ask Grandpa for money. He can also get a part of the distribution, which belongs to the leader. It used to be too few, and Quan Yu hasn't taken a fancy to it. This time it should be more. He still has the pheasant sword to be recast, which also requires a lot of money, but these are not the most important. Kuan Yu walked to Tsunade's side. Teacher, do you have anything to store chakra? Kuan Yu asked. Oh, you still know to ask me because you think you don't have enough chakra, Tsunade smiled. Yes, my body has grown to this level, but there are not many chakras that I can use. After a long battle, it is easy to lose strength, Kuan Yu said. His goal is 100 healings mark. I reminded you a long time ago, but you are still squeezing your body. Why do you think I took you to the Iron Country in the first place? Tsunade said, looking at Kuan Yu, who was already almost as tall as him. You can't give up the technique you've finally developed, Kuan Yu said awkwardly. He knew that Tsunade was asking him to change sword skills, but that progress was too slow, and it took a lot of training to improve. Kuan Yu didn't have a place to practice. I have a secret technique to store chakra, but you have to promise me a condition, Tsunade said with a triumphant smile on his face. What conditions? Kuan Yu didn't care about what conditions, he wanted 100 healings mark. Before you have completed your training, you are not allowed to use activation training anymore. Tsunade glanced at Kuan Yu and said. Yes, Kuan Yu knows that Tsunade is for his own good, forcing his body's potential in this way will damage a part of his body's potential. Kuan Yu was also worried about his lack of strength at that time, so he did so. Okay, take this, it's already prepared for you. Tsunade took out a scroll and handed it to Kuan Yu. Ready. The teacher knew he needed this for a long time. However, you can't practice right now unless you become a woman, hahaha. Tsunade laughed. Naruto turned his head and looked at Tsunade unhappily. Smelly boy, watch what you watch and watch me beat you up. Naruto's body became stiff, he knew how violent this woman I was and quickly turned around. Women, you really have this requirement, Kuan Yu was speechless. The rest of the time, learn the seal technique, slowly change it by yourself, remember my conditions, and then left with a relaxed and happy expression, leaving the stunned Kuan Yu. Let's go, that technique was originally slowly modified to the appearance that only women can practice. You can modify it again. Jirya patted Kuan Yu on the shoulder and said, it seems that Tsunade told him about this technique. Oh, Kuan Yu was a little disappointed, but if he could cultivate anyway, it would take longer. At night, Kuan Yu took out the scroll and looked at it. Indeed, as Mr. Tsunade said, this technique also involves knowledge of the human body, which is obviously a female body. The rune chain goes deep into the body, collects the energy naturally emitted by the body, and then collects it in the center of the eyebrows for storage. At the same time, the rune chain in the brain collects the mental energy spilled from the brain. The two combine to form a chakra, which is stored through a seal. But chakra storage has always been a problem. And 100 healings marks approach is to adjust the ratio of mental power, which is to form the chakra of the yin attribute. Maintain chakras non-spilling through a greater proportion of mental energy. But this is not without cost. The spiritual energy will be dissipated in the storage process, so the collected spiritual energy must be enough. Only in this way can the ratio be maintained, so it must be a person with strong mental power to cultivate this. In other words, the dissipation of chakra itself is replaced by the dissipation of spiritual energy. This is specially designed for people with strong mental power. The strength of mental power also determines how much chakra is stored. Once the collected spilled mental energy reaches the upper limit, 100 healings mark will also stop collecting physical energy and maintain the proportion of chakra stored. Therefore, the intensity of the spiritual energy is required to be high enough so that more spiritual energy can escape. Senior sister Shizyun did not practice 100 healings mark because her mental talent was not high and she could not store much chakra. How to say it, it's as if there is a shadow clone stored there and shadow clone also belongs to the shadow. Not only chakra is needed, but spiritual energy is also needed. After the shadow clone dissipates, it will also give back to chakra. The principle is basically like this. This is also the reason why this seal technique is called 100 healings mark, because it also belongs to the hideout. The key to Kuan Yu's headache is that the rune chains that link the body are different, and the bodies of men and women are different, of course, they can't be used directly. I want to use this design to collect the energy emitted by the female body to a greater extent. However, Kuan Yu is a male. Once practicing in this way, it is estimated that it will cause physical confusion, especially in the different parts of men and women. Kuan Yu couldn't break away from this technique and redesign it. It's too complicated. It's better to make changes honestly when you have this time. Although Kuan Yu only needs to store the part of chakra, he can't inject mental energy every day. That's too much trouble. Moreover, the 100 healings mark is a whole, and it is okay for Kuan Yu to change the branch part. If only the core part is extracted, it will only cause the seal to collapse. What else can I do? Slowly change it. Quan Yu put away the scroll. His current knowledge reserve is insufficient, not enough to modify this secret technique. It is too complicated, even the branch part. After all the stops, Quan Yu and the others finally returned to Konoha. Tsunade and Georgia went to third generation and Naruto went home. Quan Yu took Shizune back to the family. After all, she didn't live there yet. "Grandpa, I'm back," Quan Yu shouted loudly. "Quan Yu is back. Why did you bring back another one?" Grandpa was stunned when he saw Shizune behind Quan Yu as soon as he came out. "Hey, he likes picking people everywhere. He's still a woman," Xianglin said with his head out. "What are you talking about? This is my senior sister," Quan Yu said awkwardly. It seems that most of the people he brought home were girls, and it's no wonder Grandpa misunderstood. "Hello, I am Shizune, Tsunade-sama's disciple. Thank you for your continued help," Shizune said in a salute. "Oh, it's okay. It's all a family. Come in and sit in. Come in and sit." Grandpa was also very embarrassed when he knew Shizune's identity. Shizune smiled slightly and didn't mind and followed Quan Yu into the room. "So Tsunade is going to be Hokage." Grandpa was a little surprised after hearing what Quan Yu said. "Yes," Quan Yu said with a smile, "now my original promise will be fulfilled. It hasn't been handed over yet, but it should have been confirmed." Shizune is still more rigorous, snapped. "Grandpa, what are you doing?" Quan Yu touched his head and said. "Your teacher is back, so don't invite you to come and sit at home. Why are you a disciple?" Grandpa said angrily. "Teacher, she went to see third generation. Why should I let her come over?" Quan Yu whispered. "You won't wait. Go quickly. You won't be allowed to come back until you wait. You go find a white phosphorus, buy some food, and wait for a good reception." Grandpa assigned Admiral style. "Oh, I'll go right away." Xianglin still remembers that Quan Yu said that his teacher was a top medical ninja and could help her get rid of traces on her body. "Well, I'll wait." Quan Yu reluctantly prepared to go out. "I'll go there too." Shizune stood up, ready to go. No, you sit down and let Quan Yu go. "Let's drink tea," Grandpa said with a smile. Quan Yu went out and walked towards the Hokage building. "I don't agree. What qualifications does a ninja who has been out for many years qualify as a Hokage?" Danzo's faint voice sounded. "Oh, then who do you think is qualified to be Hokage?" Tsunade's eyes showed a dangerous light. Now that they are all back, this Hokage is her decision. Danzo didn't speak, and the atmosphere in the office instantly solidified. The third generation was smoking quietly, and the other two elders did not speak. I said it's almost all right. There is no need to make it so stiff." "Teacher, you speak," Jirya said embarrassingly, breaking the silence. "I decided that Tsunade became the fifth Hokage, but..." Third generation paused and looked at the other two elders. "What about your opinions?" Tsunade frowned. "In principle, the two of us have no opinion, but we still have to vote and ask other Jonin's opinions," Mitokado Hamura said. Tsunade flashed angrily on his face and was about to stand up, but he was immediately held back by Jirya next to him. It should be. After all, Konoha belongs to everyone." Jirya slapped. "Haha. After going out." "Jirya, why are you stopping me? This is clearly suppressing me," Tsunade said angrily. "Keep your voice down. There is no way. We haven't been back to the village for many years after all. Voting is a formality." "Hokage is still yours," Jirya said softly. I'd never come back if I knew it a long time ago," Tsunade said angrily. Jirya wanted to say something but immediately heard a voice from ahead. "Miss Tsunade, you are here." Quan Yu ran over. "Quan Yu, why are you here?" Jirya asked. "Oh, Master Jirya is here too. My grandfather heard that the teacher is back and wants to invite the teacher to dinner." "Master Jirya, do you want to come together?" Quan Yu said with a smile. "Just forget it. I won't disturb your family reunion." Jirya waved his hand and said. "The old man is quite caring." Before Tsunade finished speaking, his eyes swept back. "Oh, isn't this Lord Danzo? Why come to the Hokage building when I have time?" "I don't usually come here," Quan Yu said as he rolled his eyes. Isn't this something important in the village to decide? My old bones still have to play a role." "Young people, I can't worry about it." Danzo walked slowly with his cane and the guard. Tsunade clenched his fists, his forehead violently jerked. Quan Yu saw that the teacher's face was a bit wrong, and when he thought about it, he almost knew what was going on. Danzo, the old B******** D must have said something bad. "Oh, Elder Danzo, you are wrong to say that. You should rest more when you are old. You should not mix with young people. After all, your health is not good. In case something goes wrong, it is not something to worry about." Quan Yu's words seem to be caring, but the lines are prickly. Anger flashed in Danzo's eyes but immediately smiled. "Yeah, but it's okay to look at the point. I won't bother if you still have something to talk about." After speaking, Danzo slowly walked past Tsunade and Quan Yu, then it disappeared after walking around the corner. "Quan Yu, you are amazing." Tsunade smiled suddenly. "No way. Who told me to care about the elderly?" Quan Tan Tan said. Danzo, who hadn't left much farther, squeezed his cane and then slowly left. "Quan Yu, don't be proud. You wait for me." Hahaha. Tsunade laughed and patted Quan Yu on the shoulder. Georgia also smiled. Dinner. Tsunade looked at this room yin yin yang yin in a daze, so Quan Yu stopped. Hey, you have found so much there. Although your body is an adult, you are only 14. Would you like to be so early? Tsunade said quietly to Quan Yu. Quan Yu was speechless. How could he think he was a pervert? Let me introduce it to you. This is Bai, an ice escape ninja who knows some medical care, Quan Yu specifically mentioned. Hello, Bai said, bowing. Bing done, not bad. Tsunade squinted at Quan Yu. Quan Yu touched his head awkwardly. This is Fragrant Phosphorus from the Uzumaki clan, now my sister, Quan said, pointing to Fragrant Phosphorus. Xianglin gets nervous when seeing strangers, especially Hawkage. You, hello, I heard that you can get medical ninjutsu. Can you get rid of scars? Aroma Phosphorus is still more concerned about the marks on your body. The Uzumaki clan, amazing. Where did you find Izumi Yu? Tsunade looked at Xianglin's red hair with interest. It was discovered by Chunin on the exam, Quan Yu said. Yes, I'll show you another day, Tsunade said with a smile. After all, the Senju clan is related to the Uzumaki clan, and she herself has the blood of the Uzumaki clan. And Keiko, my fiancé. Quan Yu was a little embarrassed. Fiancé? Tsunade was a little surprised. Looking at Keiko, who was too beautiful, Tsunade also had to sigh that Quan Yu had some shit luck. Hello, Tsunade-sama. Keiko blushed a little, and Quan Yu mentioned this for the first time. Aiko is good at sealing, so you can give more guidance if you have time. Quan Yu began to build a relationship. Guide, okay, I will accept all three, Tsunade said with a big wave. Well, teacher, where are you going to arrange? Quan Yu also guessed that Tsunade would probably like the three of them. After all, she has few ninjas, and of course she will cultivate some. Konoha Hospital, they are more suitable and I can teach them easily, Tsunade thought for a while and said. Thank you, teacher, Quan Yu said with a smile. This is also considered to help them find something to do and it is safe there. Several people from Xianglin quickly thanked. The atmosphere was very harmonious and Grandpa also smiled. After that, Quan Yu began to study the sealing technique every day. Fortunately, with Shadow Clone, Quan Yu's learning progress was not too slow, but it is still far from revising the 100 healings mark. This is a long-term process. Quan Yu is also waiting for Tsunade to take over. After all, Quan Yu is Anbu and is directly responsible for Hawkage. If Mr. Tsunade did not take over, he could not start the task. Quan Yu's free time learning seal art is used to practice sword art, although Quan Yu can also explode sword chi with the breath of water. But after all, it was a sidestep to walk. Using the breath of water to penetrate the muscles directly, Chakra's burst was much easier, and the sword energy could be swayed by cooperating with the action. But it is still not cohesive enough, so there will be spillage and it needs to accumulate energy. What Quan Yu pursues is true kendo, which is to gather all the powers together. This is a difficult and long process, but it's better than no progress. Quan Yu looks forward to one day slashing 10 tails. That's truly amazing. But just think about it, general ninjutsu is completely ineffective against 10 tails, and it is unclear whether kendo can reach that level. After several days in this way, Tsunade's appointment finally came down. Hi, Quan Yu. Hey, it's Kakashi Sr. I heard that you were injured recently. Izumi Yu turned his head to look at Kakashi. Yeah, if it weren't for Tsunade-sama, I still don't know when to lie down. Kakashi said helplessly, thinking of the time when Tsunade was overwhelmed by a large number of people. It was really embarrassing. So Sasuke is also awake, Quan Yu said casually. Well, Quan Yu, I have something to do, so I'll pass first, Kakashi said, looking at the people gathered in the square in front of him. As Jonin, he must go to a fixed position to observe the ceremony. Kakashi-senpai, please, Izumi Yu said with a smile. Kakashi left. Quan Yu stood silently in the distance looking at Mrs. Tsunade on the high platform. Hey, an era is over, and my era of picking up the bargain is also over. Quan Yu shook his head, flashed away, and left. Anbu Asuka, report to Hokage-sama. Chuan Yu, wearing an Anbu costume with a mask and a short sword on his back, suddenly appeared in front of Tsunade and knelt down on one knee. Asuka, I heard Keiko say that you are very free these days. Tsunade looked at Quan Yu with amusement. No, I just joined Anbu and have been waiting for Master Hokage's call, Quan Yu said helplessly. As soon as he joined Anbu, he was sent to pick up Tsunade. He didn't understand anything, not even a leader. Okay, don't be poor, please help me pass the message in the future, get familiar with it first, and then perform the task. Tsunade waved his hand and said. Yes, I'm out there, you can call me anytime. Quan Yu disappeared as soon as he flashed away. Quan Yu went outside and found that there was still an Anbu here. Hello, senior, I just came, please take care of me, Quan Yu whispered. But this Anbu ignored Quan Yu at all and disappeared after a flash. There is only one person again. Quan Yu was helpless. He had no idea what Anbu's work was like. Next, Quan Yu kept passing news to Tsunade, some to Jonin, some to Anbu, and finally found some rhythm. Communication with Anbu has also increased, and I have gradually become accustomed to Anbu's work. It was like this for a while. Some boring Quan Yu stood in a corner outside Hawkage's office, looking up at the sky in the distance, where there was the head of Mr. Tsunade who was being repaired. Hey, I don't know when I can take the task. Tsunade has been very busy recently. Quan Yu also discovered that a large number of Jonin have been sent out for missions. Even Shizyun's senior sister has been sent out to participate in missions. The defensive strength of the village has also been reduced a lot. This is because a large number of ninjas died some time ago, resulting in a lot of tasks piled up and Anbu's attitude. Quan Yu remembered his experience of hitting the wall several times. On the face of it, Anbu is directly under Hawkage, but there is also a former Hawkage. The teacher does not have a high degree of control over Anbu. On the face of it, they dare not disobey the teacher, but they are often slow in efficiency and make the teacher too angry. The two elders are not good people either, and have always wanted to suppress teacher Tsunade from all aspects. However, Mr. Tsunade is not easy to provoke. He just hits hard, and Quan Yu has seen several quarrels. And teacher Tsunade is also developing her own strength. Konoha Hospital has always been her focus, and she has also recruited many people from the clan. Some talented ninjas were also arranged to go in. Fortunately, the major families and Jonin are still very supportive of the teacher. After all, she is the real Hawkage. As for Danzo, there has been no news for a long time, and the teacher has been suppressing the movements of the roots. Anbu is more attentive to this, so it doesn't cost the teacher much. Under the alternation of power, Konoha was fairly stable, and other countries did not act as a result of the previous events. The Kingdom of Wind compensated a large sum of war indemnities and gave the teacher funds to develop the Konoha Hospital, otherwise it would really not be money. After all, those old men have always opposed this matter. But something will happen soon. This is also the end of Hawkage's peaceful period, Quan Yu thought. Suddenly, Quan Yu heard a noise. Quan Yu listened attentively and it started. But it's okay for him, he should continue on duty. Fortunately, he arranged for Shadow Clone to study the sealing technique before he came, otherwise he would really not be able to bear Tentons doing these things. But Quan Yu hadn't been bored for long and trouble came to his door. Asuka. Zai Quan Yu instantly appeared in Hawkage's office. You heard what happened just now, Tsunade said lightly. Oh yes. Well, this time you will follow them and protect their safety secretly. Now that there is not enough manpower, I will send you support later, Tsunade said. Understand? Quan Yu flashed away and left. It still didn't run away. Quan Yu stood on a tree and looked at Shikamaru who was leaving in a hurry. Because of Konoha's defensive power, the Otanin group sneaked into Konoha and planned to take Sasuke away. And Sasuke also felt that he was not strong enough. Even Naruto couldn't beat Naruto, bewildered by the power of the four people of Otanin, decided to go to Orochimaru to gain strength. Then he prepared to defect and was found by little Sakura. After being stunned by Sasuke, Sakura was not discovered by a passing ninja until the next day, and then reported to Tsunade. But now the original power is empty. So Tsunade decided to let Shikamaru, who had just been promoted to Chunin, hunt down Sasuke and choose genin that he thought was appropriate. Shikamaru leads people to hunt down. This is a big show. However, Tsunade still doesn't know who Orochimaru sent. This trip is very dangerous. Of course, Tsunade has no shortage of ideas for testing the new generation. After all, these will be her direct descendants in the future. As for Chuinyu, it is an addition and it is naturally of hers. Quan Yu shook his head and walked away. He also had to prepare something. After Quan Yu packed up his things, he set off towards the entrance of Konoha village. But he didn't show up. After all, the teacher was talking about secret protection. When they set off, Quan Yu found that Xiao Li was also there. After all, he had fought with Quan Yu in the previous battle. He just lost his strength and his muscles were damaged, so he recovered quickly. Quan Yu couldn't keep up too close. After all, Neji has Byakugan, although it is impossible for him to focus his attention behind him. However, Quan Yu still has to keep a distance and can only trace them with the traces of their departure. Anyway, there shouldn't be any problems. Quan Yu just follows behind and picks up the bargain. The last chance is not wasted. The chase continued. Quan Yu knew that the Otanin group seemed to be in conflict with a bunch of ninjas who had returned from the mission, which slowed down the speed before being overtaken by Shikamaru. The two special Jonin of the ninja team were seriously injured, but Quan Yu did not go there. Senior sister Shizyun was also in the team, so there should be no problem. On the way, Quan Yu also found some traps, but these didn't bother him. After all, he had been trained in this area since he was a child, and he avoided it directly. Slowly, battle fluctuations appeared in front of him and Quan Yu stopped. Oh, it would be great if there was Byakugan. It's okay now. Guess everything. The damn Hyuga family. Quan Yu sighed and waited slowly. After the previous battle fluctuations disappeared for a while, Quan Yu slowly walked towards that side. When Quan Yu arrived, he saw a lot of battle marks on the ground, and a fat man in a weird kimono fell into a big pit. It seems that I'm not breathing anymore. Quan Yu ignored this person and walked straight forward. Not far away, I saw another person leaning on a tree, sitting down there holding a forehead protector in his hand. Hey, I'm so desperate, let me help. Quan Yu looked at the thin Choji and shook his head. But to be honest, he looks a little handsome now. Quan Yu took out a tube of injection from the ninja bag which contained a light green potion, then removed the protection from the needle and stuck it on Choji's body. Choji frowned, but didn't wake up, swallowing the secret medicine, and almost drained all his physical and spiritual energy. But I have to say that storing fat is a good way to increase the capacity of chakra, but Quan Yu never thought of doing this. It affects flexibility too much and is unsightly. Quan Yu injected Choji with a kind of nutrient, which is mild and has no side effects. If the body is in this state for a long time, there will be adverse effects. Quan Yu still has to complete his task. Goodbye, someone will come later. Quan Yu stood up and then left here in a flash. There are others in front. On an open meadow, direct sunlight where a man in green and white clothes is facing each other. Xiao Li looked at this beautiful man with white hair, green eyes, red eyeshadow on his face, and two small red dots between his eyebrows. His expression a little dignified. Xiao Li glanced at the bone sword in the opponent's hand and then wiped the bloodline on his face. It was too sharp and I was afraid that it would be cut in half. Do you want to use that? Xiao Li thought. Your actions are too straightforward. It's easy to dodge. Kimimaro looked at Xiao Li and said lightly. Xiao Li did not speak and attacked again. Because the weapon in Kimimaro's hand is too threatening, Xiao Li has always used kicking skills to stretch the distance. Otherwise, personal attacks would be too bad. But as Kimimaro said, Xiao Li's attack was completely avoided by Kimimaro. Just when Kimimaro seized the opportunity to fight back and was about to cut Xiao Li. Wait, I still have a trick. Xiao Li directly reached out and called a timeout. Unexpectedly, Kimimaro really stopped. Of course, this is what Xiao Li said, that this person is not bad, so how can I put it? He feels that Kimimaro is a relatively pure person just like him. Kimimaro stepped back, just looking at Xiao Li. Xiao Li smiled when he saw it, then sat down cross-legs and took off the weight on his feet. Is it weight-bearing? Kimimaro was puzzled. Xiao Li grabbed the load and stood up, looked at Kimimaro and said, I'm about to start. Kimimaro nodded. As soon as Xiao Li put his hands down, he immediately smashed his weight on his side, exploding a burst of smoke and dust, and Xiao Li disappeared. What a fast speed! Kimimaro was startled, but it was too late. He was kicked by Xiao Li, and then Xiao Li continued to attack Kimimaro. Kimimaro was kicked so that he couldn't find his direction, but he still reacted. Bone spurs began to emerge from his body. As the Yoruichi clan, he has the blood limit of dead bone pulse. Bone spurs can emerge from all over the body or use bones to form weapons. Of course, Xiao Li discovered this situation with his responsiveness, but he was still a little bit uncontrollable, and he still injured his foot when he attacked. Kimimaro landed and stood up slowly, very good speed, but now you can't hurt me anymore. Xiao Li frowned. He was thinking of a countermeasure, but the only situation now is that he really has to use that. Xiao Li closed his fist and took a drink. Open the door, open. Close the door, open. Student, open. Green energy burst into Xiao Li's body, and his skin instantly turned red. Now he can only use third gate. The last time he used it, he suffered a lot of damage to his body. Might Guy has asked him not to use it for the time being. Kimimaro looked at Xiao Li solemnly. It's amazing chakra, but can you attack me? Kimimaro is now full of bone spurs. If he attacks casually, he will also be injured. But Xiao Li has his ideas. Xiao Li's body disappeared again in an instant, this time faster, and smoke exploded where he ran. Kimimaro felt his bone spurs caught instantly. As a bone connecting his body, Kimimaro could feel it clearly. Bang. Kimimaro was smashed to the ground severely. And the bone spur he was holding by Xiao Li had just expended a sharp bone spur, and Xiao Li's hand had already been released. Xiao Li's body disappeared again, and then he took Kimimaro's spur-free arm, grabbed it, and threw it again. Bang. Kimimaro was smashed and blood spattered from his mouth, but he was Kimimaro after all. The bone spurs on his body quickly retracted, and then the slender and sharp bone spurs emerged from his body. Xiao Li wanted to grab it again, but he couldn't force it at all, and his hand slipped sharply. But at this moment, Kimimaro's body turned and the bone spurs burst instantly. Xiao Li couldn't react, so he hurriedly covered his head with his hands. What? A large number of bone spurs shot into Xiao Li's body instantly, and Xiao Li's body was suddenly bloody. Then Kimimaro kicked Xiao Li away with one kick. Xiao Li struggled to stand up, the green energy in him had disappeared, but Kimimaro had already come to Xiao Li. It's over. Kimimaro stretched out a long bone spur on Xiao Li's body instantly. Xiao Li's body was full of bone spurs, and he was unable to avoid it. Looking at the oncoming bone spurs, a little fear appeared on his face. But at this moment, a figure broke through the ground quickly. Ding. Fortunately, hurry in time, otherwise it will be in trouble. Anbu, this voice, Xiao Li was taken aback. Who are you? Kimimaro was a little surprised seeing a black hand directly blocking his bone spurs. Wait to tell you, now you go to the side first. The Anbu directly grabbed Kimimaro's bone spur and threw him away fiercely. Kimimaro turned over and fell to the ground. Then he turned to look at Xiao Li. The problem is serious, Xiao Li. That gentleman over there, don't mind, let me treat him first, Quan Yu said, looking to the side Kimimaro. This is Quan Yu who has just arrived. I went to save people just now. I didn't expect such a long delay. Fortunately, I arrived in time. Kimimaro did not speak. If you don't speak, I will assume that you agree. Quan Yu flashed the chakra on his hand and quickly operated on Xiao Li's body. The tiny bone spurs were pulled out by Quan Yu and thrown on the ground. Then he pressed Xiao Li's chest, the light green light flashed, and he started to treat Xiao Li. Quan Yu, how did you become Anbu and why are you here? Xiao Li just started to speak at this time. Quan Yu. You are the one who broke Orochimaru-sama's plan. Kimimaro could no longer maintain his calm expression. Orochimaru failed this time. Kimimaro has already received news from Kabuto, and Chuan Yu is the key figure in it. Kabuto was also punished for this. I said, Xiao Li, can't you say a little less? Quan Yu was speechless. He wanted to hide him from Kimimaro and took Xiao Li away. It's all right now. Because Quan Yu had captured Gaara before, some changes occurred here and the three of Gaara did not come. That's why Quan Yu arrived now. After all, they were too separated, but fortunately there was no problem. Quan Yu picked it up again. But this time it's not as simple as picking up the cheap Kimimaro. He really doesn't have much confidence to do it. There is also Gaara. Now I am afraid that he has become very powerful, and he is playing head-on. Even if he does not release Shuhei, Quan Yu is not an opponent. Quan Yu can't keep up with everything. Quan Yu took off the mask with his other hand and said, that Orochimaru's subordinate, don't get excited, I will fight with you slowly later, I won't run. Sorry, Quan Yu. Xiao Li was a little embarrassed. He accidentally exposed Quan Yu's identity, and it seemed that the other party was more concerned. Kimimaro heard Quan Yu's words and looked at the injured Xiao Li. He hesitated, but still did not move. The green light on Quan Yu's hand disappeared, and then he slowly stood up. Xiao Li, go back to Shikamaru and them first, leave it to me here. But Xiao Li hesitated. Don't worry, I'm Anbu, I can handle it. Quan Yu turned his head and smiled at Xiao Li. Okay. He is also a drag here. He can feel that Quan Yu only helped him heal the key parts, obviously trying to save chakra against the enemy. The only way to find Shikamaru now is to see if he has any ideas. Xiao Li stepped back, then walked around Kimimaro and jumped into the woods, and Kimimaro just glanced at it and didn't pay attention. So you are Izumi, Master Orochimaru is very concerned about you, Kimimaro said lightly. Aha, I'm just a small person, there is no need to pay attention to it. Quan Yu was also helpless. He wanted to pick a cheap one, but he didn't expect things to change. Originally, he wanted to hide his identity and then let Xiao Li go first. He was holding on for a while, and he could complete the task when Kakashi came. Now it seems that it is not so easy. Kimimaro will not let him go, even if he is dead. I think, take your head back, Master Orochimaru will be very happy. Kimimaro rushed towards Quan Yu with a wave of the bone spur on his hand. Quan Yu also broke out of the sheath, and a layer of black immediately covered it and rushed out. Crack. The two weapons collided. Quan Yu's eyes condensed. His body passed Kimimaro and then he hit his back with a knife. But Kimimaro stepped forward and escaped, then turned around and attacked again. Physique is not weak, Quan Yu thought. Kimimaro stabbed in a row and forced Quan Yu to keep blocking, and then he flew up and kicked Quan Yu. Although Quan Yu can block with his body, he doesn't want to do it. Who knows if bone spurs will suddenly appear on it. Quan Yu squatted abruptly, letting Kimimaro's foot pass and then cut to Kimimaro's abdomen. Clang! Bone spurs appeared directly from Kimimaro's abdomen and the water was blocked. Not good. Quan Yu was startled as he couldn't collect the water. Then he swept his leg and kicked Kimimaro's body and then drew the water out of the slope. But Kimimaro stood up, looked at the blood flowing from Quan Yu's legs and said nothing. Quan Yu also didn't prepare to be armed and didn't have time to prepare for him, otherwise it would be impossible to get injured. Fortunately, some of the bone spurs appeared temporarily, and the injury was not serious, and no bones were injured. Quan Yu took out a Liangliang pill from his ninja bag and threw it into his mouth. Water breath full state. As a last resort, Quan Yu could only breathe in boiling water. After so long of training, Quan Yu was finally able to completely control the chakra of the water attribute. Except for a faint mist of water on his body, no chakra spilled out. Without speaking, in today's battle, either you die or I live, the other party is afraid that it won't give Quan Yu long. Because Kimimaro also opened the state of Shu Yinyi. His shirt dropped, the curse mark on his chest spread slowly, and the black lines connected to each other slowly covered his whole body. A light blue light appeared on Quan Yu's injured foot, and the wound there was healing soon. Kimimaro is no ordinary opponent, Quan Yu must go all out. Coming. Quan Yu rushed out instantly, his speed became very fast. Kimimaro didn't show any weakness either, both hands stretched out a sharp bone sword, and a large number of bone spurs also stretched out of his body, rushing towards Quan Yu. The blade and the bone sword kept hitting, but Quan Yu couldn't cut Kimimaro's body at all. Kimimaro's physical skills are not weak, and his body is full of bone spur defenses. Even if Quan Yu's sword skills are superb, and through the speed of water breathing he can find a chance to slash him, but they were all defended by bone spurs. Quan Yu bypassed Kimimaro's sharp bone sword, took a chance, and slashed at Kimimaro's head where there were no bone spurs. But immediately Kimimaro's body spun, and a large number of bone spurs also spun, and immediately hit Quan Yu's blade. Quan Yu was bounced away, but it didn't end. Quan Yu turned over, the scabbard was taken out, and the scabbard was cut back. Water blade cut. The water cut out instantly, and the blue sword energy in the shape of a meniscus was instantly cut out. This time it depends on how you defend. Even if you can defend some parts, the other parts still have to act on your body. Don't look at the animation in which weapons can block sword aura, but the sword aura is full of chakra fast forward. How could it be blocked like that? Even if part of it is blocked, the others will still strike forward. Unless it is the sword energy condensed into an entity. Sword chi approached Kimimaro, and it was also the moment when Kimimaro's rotation just stopped. It is impossible for him to block the sword energy by rotating again, and Quan Yu has calculated it now. The sharp sword aura was partially blocked by the bone spurs, and the remaining part still attacked Kimimaro's body. Kimimaro was shot out, just when Quan Yu thought Kimimaro should have been hurt. Kimimaro stood up and saw that the skin on his chest was cut open, but no blood was exposed inside but white bones. Well, this mud make a hairy, you can't cut it in like this. Kimimaro has created periosteum under the skin. But now is not the time to think about this. Kimimaro rushes over again like a tireless killing machine. The bone spurs flew, Quan Yu was trying his best to block, and at the same time he thought, this won't work, I have to find a way to break through the defense. Then Quan Yu turned his eyes and immediately got an idea. Shushui fought off the bone sword in Kimimaro's hand, causing his body to pause for an instant. Quan Yu's body disappeared and instantly appeared behind Kimimaro. The hand interrupted the water to turn, grabbed it with both hands and slammed down. This thorn directly bypassed the bone spurs and pierced Kimimaro's body. The broken water hit the periosteum without piercing it. It's useless, you can't break my defenses, Kimimaro said lightly. Oh really, I don't think so, Quan Yu said with a smile. Kimimaro just wanted to talk, but his body shook suddenly and he vomited out a mouthful of blood. It works, Quan Yu jumped back, avoiding the bone sword that Kimimaro was swinging. Medical ninjutsu, chakra scalpel. Kimimaro had blood flowing in his mouth and turned to Quan Yu, but his expression did not change much, as if he was born like this. As a frequent visitor on the hospital bed, he certainly knew that chakra scalpel and kabuto would also use it. Yes, it's a pity that it failed to destroy your key internal organs. There are too many bone spurs. Quan Yu just used chakra scalpel directly with water to break through the periosteum defense and cause damage to Kimimaro's interior. But it's a pity that there is no way to manipulate the heart, otherwise a blow will kill him. Very good, as expected to be the one that Master Orochimaru cares about. In an instant, Quan Yu's eyes became more solemn, because Kimimaro in front of him changed again. The black stripes are like red lava, rapidly increasing and spreading slowly throughout the body. Kimimaro's skin slowly turned brown, her hair turned grayish-white, and the roots exploded. There is a black eye shadow on the eyes, and the eyes have changed. Even the shape of his face changed, and two fangs appeared in his mouth. A few huge bone spurs emerged behind him, forming a defense behind him, and a bone-spurred tail also stretched out from behind and still slapped on the ground. Even the wound on the skin on his body disappeared, the muscles instantly filled, and the figure became taller. The whole person seemed to instantly become a beast, full of wildness. Kimimaro turned on the state of Qin Xiao. I'll go. Do you want to go so soon? Wait for 2 more shots at any rate, Quan Yuta. No matter what Quan Yu thought, Kimimaro had already rushed over. And the speed increased greatly. 2 thick bone spurs appeared on his arm and he stabbed at Quan Yu. Clang! The water shook violently and Quan Yu's hands felt numb and he almost couldn't hold the water firmly. Quan Yu was directly knocked out. He squatted to the ground, slid a certain distance, plowed 2 gullies on the ground. One can imagine how strong this force is. Kimimaro rushed over again and waved at Quan Yu again. The bone pierced through the air and Quan Yu was beaten up again. No way, there is no advantage to using water cutoff at all. After Chuan Yu landed, he ran quickly, and Kimimaro also chased after him. Then Quan Yu retracted the broken water into the sheath. He took out a scroll from his body, and when his teeth pulled the tether, the scroll suddenly unfolded. As soon as Quan Yu pressed on it, a huge knife appeared in Quan Yu's hand. Quan Yu Meng directly collided with Kimimaro, who was already close in 1 round. Quan Yu grabbed the beheading knife and glided for a certain distance. Kimimaro also stopped. It must be over soon, otherwise I may be consumed to death. Quan Yu's Bingliang pill is already working, and Quan Yu is still very physically strong. However, Quan Yu quickly took out an injection from the ninja, bounced the needle, and then pierced his body. It's time to use all your strength. I really want to see, Kimimaro said lightly and did not stop Quan Yu. Quan Yu discarded the needle, and there was still the nutrient solution Quan Yu used before. This came quickly, and through activation, Quan Yu's physical strength instantly recovered. Quan Yu dissipated the water attributes and took a deep breath. The second stage is activated, the breath of the earth open. The turbulent chakra exploded immediately, but immediately converged, and a layer of yellow material with a stone texture slowly appeared on the surface of Quan Yu's body. Quan Yu's body is also swelling, his muscles are swelling, and even his height has increased a bit. Quan Yu's clothes were held up, which made people feel very powerful at first glance. Hess, I feel the power. The second breath has been completed for a while. Quan Yu also briefly tested it before. There is no big problem with adding soil attributes. This is the first time to use it in a battle. The decapitating knife was slowly covered with a gray-white stone texture. Quan Yu waved his decapitation knife, and there was a whining sound in the air, as if to remind Kimimaro how heavy this weapon is. Come on, Quan Yu's legs charged up. A big hole appeared on the ground, and Quan Yu's body instantly popped out. The explosive force instantly pushed Quan Yu's body towards Kimimaro. After 1 round of decapitation, he cut from above and below and instantly slashed towards Kimimaro. The air seemed to be compressed by Quan Yu, making a huge noise. Bang! Kimimaro blocked it with a bone spur on his arm. But the force of terror directly smashed Kimimaro's lower body directly into the ground. It's powerful and heavy. Kimimaro resisted hard, with blood flowing out of his mouth, and he could feel the weight of the knife. Obviously, it was not so heavy before. Quan Yu's earth breathing uses the earth attribute chakra to activate the body, bringing strength and at the same time making the body heavier, and the natural speed will also slow down. Fortunately, Quan Yu is a second breath, but he doesn't care about the speed of weakening. Quan Yu violently decapitated a broadsword and swept away, although Kimimaro was blocked by bone spurs. But he was still pulled up from the ground and shot out. Quan Yu is now almost like a personal beast. This power is too terrifying. But even so, Quan Yu still failed to break Kimimaro's defense, but it didn't matter. The decapitation knife seems to have become very heavy because of the chakra covered with soil, and it is not as sharp as before. Quan Yu didn't dare to delay, he would continue to attack. The normal second stage activation is fine. After adding the earth attribute, it brings great power, and at the same time it consumes his chakra quickly. Although it has been supplemented before, it can't last long. Quan Yu jumped fiercely and smashed directly to Kimimaro, who fell to the ground. His weight directly hit the ground with terrifying power. Kimimaro turned over and escaped, but was still bounced away by the flying earth and rocks. But he immediately pumped behind his back. Something that looked like a spine, which was actually his spine, was pulled out with spikes on it like a long whip. In response to the rushing Quan Yu, he flicked it and then walked around Quan Yu's body. The stony skin on Quan Yu's body resisted the spikes on the bone whip, but was still entangled. This spine whip is very tough, and Quan Yu couldn't get away even after trying to get rid of it several times. The blood in Kimimaro's mouth was low, and the bone spurs in his hand began to stretch out and twisted together, slowly wrapping his hand. He was ready to break Quan Yu's defense. I'm going to have a killer move. Quan Yu stopped thinking about how to break free and ran into Kimimaro directly. The spiral bone spurs in Kimimaro's hand were not formed before they were knocked off by Quan Yu, and the bone whip was released. Quan Yu broke free quickly. With Kimimaro's control just now, Quan Yu couldn't break free at all. Then Quan Yu grabbed the beheading knife and came to Kimamero's side and smashed it directly. At this time, what kind of move was considered? Kimimaro was resisting frantically, and bone spurs continued to emerge, and they also pierced Quan Yu's body to defend against his attack. But Quan Yu didn't care at all. The stone on the surface of his body strengthened his defenses and at the same time restricted his movements. Under Quan Yu's constant smashing, Kimamero's body was constantly shaking, and blood kept coming out of her mouth. But until now Quan Yu has not broken Kimamero's bone spurs and his defense is too strong. But Quan Yu now uses heavy weapons. Even if your defense is high, I will shake you to death. Kimimaro was directly smashed into the soil. But Quan Yu didn't stop. Even if he broke the ground, I wanted to smash it. The ground kept shaking, and Quan Yu's violence directly broke a big hole. Master Orochimaru, goodbye. Quan Yu was startled. His sensitive perception told him that something was about to happen, but Quan Yu hadn't had time to run. A large number of huge bone spurs appeared instantly. Quan Yu was directly pushed up and then repeatedly hit the bone spurs. Bang, bang, bang. Finally stopped, Quan Yu fell to a clearing and he was breathing heavily. His body was covered with a thick layer of stone skin and his clothes were cut into strips. The khaki skin was also full of deep scratches. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and strengthened the thickness of his body's defense, otherwise it would really be broken. The stone slowly peeled off his body, and a piece fell quickly to the ground. Quan Yu relieved the breath of the earth. This time it's better than before. Fortunately, he has prepared enough nutritional injections, but he hasn't used it up before, otherwise he may have to lose his strength again. Quan Yu took out a Liangliang pill from the ninja bag and was about to put it in his mouth. But the Bingliang pill fell instantly, and a sharp point in front of his eyes stopped at the center of his eyebrows, making Quan Yu cold and sweaty. Tick to tick, Quan Yu was awakened by the sound of the liquid falling on the ground, and Quan Yu instantly backed away. Then he saw Kimimaro emerge half of his body from a huge bone spur. His hand was a killer move that had not been used before. A large number of bone spurs wrapped his hand and formed a spiral sharp cone, and Kimimaro was already out of the state of the curse at this time. It should be dead, Quan Yu breathed a sigh of relief. This should be because he kept slamming Kimimaro's body, causing his bloodline disease to attack, and then he died. Quan Yu originally thought that Kimimaro's limit should have been reached, and the last big move was also used. There should be no way to rush out like in the original book. But he didn't expect that he still came out and almost killed Quan Yu, but dying in the attack is worthy of him. Had it not been for the bloodline disease, Kimimaro would have become a powerful ninja, and the defensive power of the bone spurs would be terrifying. In fact, Quan Yu used Chakra Scalpel to cause some damage to Kimimaro before, but also suffered shock injuries in the back. With Kimimaro's powerful body, the degree of damage should not be considered high. But when he turned on the curse seal, his body was constantly shocked by Quan Yu, which directly caused bloodline disease. He died like this in the original book, otherwise Gaara wouldn't be able to kill him at all. Quan Yu picked up the Liangliang pill from the ground and threw it directly into his mouth without being too dirty. Did I forget something? I'm going Naruto. Quan Yu thought of another for a long time. When I read the original, I saw Sasuke's killer on Naruto. Everything has changed here, and in case the other side also changes, it will be a big trouble. Quan Yu has already influenced the plot, who knows what will happen. Quan Yu stood up immediately, holding his tired body, retrieved the decapitated knife, and then hurried forward through the bone forest. I said Quan Yu won't die, right? Shikamaru looked at the white bone forest a little uncomfortable. No, he's not that easy to die, Neji said firmly. The injury on his body is not as terrifying as the original, which is why Quan Yu arrived in time. Tooth did not come because the injury was too serious. Quan Yu also searched for a long time to find him. After getting rid of the left and right sides, Quan Yu injected him and his dog with medicine and treated him by the way. Just let them wait there. Should we go take a look? Xiao Li said hesitantly. Don't act rashly, Neji. Check it out, Shikamaru said. Understand, Neji nodded. Byakugan. After a while, Neji shook his head. There is no trace of Quan Yu and there is no chakra reaction here, but there is a corpse emerging from a bone spur. Neji pointed to a place and said, It seems that Quan Yu should have gone after Naruto and Sasuke after killing the enemy, Shikamaru said, holding his chin. Then are we going? Xiao Li asked. Hey, what are you doing? Kakashi was quickly rushing to this side with Parker. With the continuous advancement, Quan Yu's physical strength has recovered, and the speed of his journey has also increased. When Quan Yu arrived at the End Valley, he saw Sasuke standing next to Naruto, who fell on the ground, not knowing what to do. It was also raining in the sky at this time. Hey, just leave if you want, but you'd better not do anything to Naruto, Quan Yu said quickly. Then Sasuke turned his head to look at Quan Yu nervously. But seeing him in embarrassment, obviously after a great battle, he was relieved in an instant. Besides, Naruto was still in his hands, and the other party didn't dare to do anything. Hee Quan Yu, I didn't expect you to come too, Sasuke sneered. Yeah, I hope you don't attack Naruto unscrupulously, otherwise I might actually kill you, Quan Yu said lightly. I care about him, but he's not dead now, Sasuke paused after speaking. Hearing Sasuke said that Naruto was not dead, Quan Yu was relieved. You are the goal I have always wanted to surpass, but now I feel that your strength is the same. Now I am stronger than you, Sasuke clenched a fist and said with excitement. You really dare to say, do you want to fight a game? If you lose, come back with me. In the current situation, I can kill you with a knife. Sasuke froze. He doesn't have much chakra now, so he can fight Quan Yu with what he can do. Oh, you really will pick up the bargain, Sasuke sneered. No way, with my strength, I generally don't like to be tough with others. Quan Yu directly admitted that he was weak, because he was already weak anyway. Opening the second floor activation will make you half tired. Isn't that weak? Sasuke froze for a moment, and instantly he felt whether he was too arrogant. He shook his head quickly, discarding the thought. I am too lazy to talk nonsense with you. I am looking forward to meeting you in the future. I hope you will not be too weak by then. Sasuke took a deep look at Quan Yu, then flew up, stepped on the stone wall and left quickly. Quan Yu didn't go after him either, but went directly to Naruto's side and sat down. Oh, fate is bitter, your fate is bitter, and my life is bitter. Quan Yu took out a small bottle of wine from the ninja bag. This was what Quan Yu was going to give Xiao Li a try, but it was useless. He opened the cork and took a sip. Quan Yu usually doesn't like to drink, but now he feels it doesn't matter if he drinks something. Just commemorate this era that is about to disappear. It's about to rely on real skills. The good things that used to be cheap are gone forever, and the people who come out are stronger than the others. 3 years, haha, after 3 years I can't do anything about it. Quan Yu took out a tube of red liquid from the ninja bag and looked at it, then put it back. The rain fell on the two of them and it was so quiet. Quan Yu was also enjoying the quiet moment. He had been too nervous about himself, either practicing cultivation or trying to become stronger. By now there was no way to go, and he was also a little melancholy. Drinking during working hours is not a good behavior, a voice rang from behind Quan Yu. Oh, I just want to drink some. In the dark forest, the moonlight passed through the shadows of the trees, and there were some bugs all around with some noise, but it seemed very quiet. But in an instant, a few shadows cut through the night and shattered the tranquility. He's coming after him, what shall we do? A voice shouted anxiously. Fight with him, he is the only one to chase anyway. But, you don't have to run, you are going to die anyway. A voice sounded beside them. The voice was calm, with a sense of maturity. But by listening to the voice, you know that this person is very young, superior. Lights flashed under the moonlight and the sound was messy, but there was no sound of weapon collision. After a while, only the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground was heard, and the forest was quiet again. Under the moonlight, an Anbu ninja wearing a sharp-mouthed mask carried a knife and slowly walked out of it. The voice of cleanup came from under the mask. Yes. Several figures flashed into the woods. In the woods, the Anbus are sorting corpses. These are fugitives who have escaped from the prison. Investigation is not necessary, only the corpses need to be brought back. I said, Captain Asuka is getting better and worse. Look at this wound, it's all fatal with a single blow, said an Anbu approaching an Anbu next to him. Who said no? I don't know how the captain practiced. You must know that the captain is very young. What are you talking about? Work hard or wait for training? Immediately. Several Anbu quickly collected the body, sealed it in a scroll and left. The forest was quiet again as if nothing had happened. After handing in the task, Quan Yu returned home. He took off the mask, washed his face and sat on the bed. Over 2 years, almost 3 years of Anbu career, Quan Yu has matured a lot. He also has a shallow beard on his lips and his face has not changed much, but he looks a lot more mature. He is also much taller, still has short hair, and a long sheathed samurai sword is placed beside him. It's over, I don't know how the teacher will arrange it, and that matter should be over. Quan Yu thought for a while, then tidied up and slept in bed. The next day, Asuka, from now on, you will officially regain your status as a ninja and leave Anbu, Tsunade said while looking at Anbu with a mask in front of him. Yes, teacher. Quan Yu took off the mask and showed a smiling face. Tsunade nodded. On the whole, he was quite satisfied with his disciple. The tasks were accomplished quite well and his strength was steadily increasing. This is why he can become the captain of Anbu. As for leaving Anbu, Quan Yu had told her before, and after thinking about it, she agreed. Quan Yu still bears the name of Hokage's disciple, so he can't stay in the dark forever. Teacher, how are you going to arrange me? Always give a special Jonin, Quan Yu said with a grin. Why hasn't my personality changed for so long? It's better than you think. I'm going to arrange Jonin for you, but I still need to see other people's opinions. Tsunade looked at Quan Yu's face and wanted to get started, but thinking that he has grown so big, he still saved him a little face. Teacher, you are so kind. Quan Yu still had a smile on his face. But there is something you want to help me. Tsunade turned his face and said solemnly. Teacher, please. Quan Yu also became serious. Third generation, go talk over there. He should have given up the power of controlling that part of Anbu. Tsunade's words were very flat, but the emotions between the words were very complicated. Won't you ask for it yourself? Why do you want me to go? Quan Yu said in a daze. If you ask you to go, you go and ask why so much. Tsunade turned his chair and looked out the window directly. Okay, but after it's done, I also have a condition, Quan Yu said after thinking about it. Oh, you dare to make terms with me? Tsunade turned to look at Quan Yu with interest. Yes, I don't want to procrastinate anymore. Quan Yu also stared at Tsunade directly, not wanting to step back. Talk. You may know my mother's, Quan Yu explained. It turned out to be this thing. I didn't expect the old man to hide it for so long and still be known to you. Yes, I will write a letter for you, and you can take it with you at that time. Tsunade then remembered what Grandpa Quan Yu told her. He wanted to find a chance to talk to Quan Yu, but he forgot when he was busy. It happened that Quan Yu mentioned it, so let's do it for him. Anyway, her rights are now stable, and the Hyuga family dare not offend her because of a branch house. And this is also a family affair. She is still Quan Yu's teacher. Quan Yu belongs to the same family, and the Hyuga family dare not make excuses in this regard. They were wrong back then, but the kid Quan Yu held back for so long. Do you want to write the consequences more seriously? Otherwise it feels like I'm begging them. Thank you, teacher, Quan Yu said with a bow. Well, when you are officially promoted to Jonin, let's do these things. Oh yes. Quan Yu returned to the family after leaving the Hawkage building. He changed the Anbu costume, and then he came to the hidden place. Most of the hidden ninjas have now been arranged, because Tsunade teacher became Hawkage and desperately needed strength. However, Quan Yu and the others also have requirements to enter the face, so most of them have been transferred to various departments, and Quan Yu can be regarded as fulfilling the promise of the year. He came to his own secret room, took out a pile of scrolls from the drawer, and began to write and draw. I don't know how long it took before Quan Yu stretched out and let out a sigh of relief. Finally finished. I saw a scroll filled with various runes on Quan Yu's messy desktop. This is the 100 healings mark after Quan Yu's transformation. After Quan Yu's continuous learning of sealing technique, more than a year ago, he started to transform the 100 healings mark. The progress is fairly fast, and this should be accompanied by the help of Shadow Clone. Thinking of the weird feeling when Shadow Clone was experimenting, Quan Yu felt as if he was going to be abolished, and Quan Yu was also quite speechless about this. But for the sake of strength, he persisted, so that he had the current progress. Part of the reason why Quan Yu left Anbu is that the transformation of 100 healings mark is about to be completed, which also means that he can reserve chakra. After so long, Quan Yu finally completed the transformation, which brought his strength a step further. But this only improves his endurance, and it can only explode at once. However, Quan Yu's current strength basically relies on swordsmanship. The activation of the third layer of breathing method has not been achieved yet. After more than 2 years, although Quan Yu also exercised, after all, he did not directly activate the activation to assist the training as before, so the physical improvement was much slower. Quan Yu didn't care anyway, his body was basically at its limit, and at most he could barely activate the third layer of activation in the future. And it must be when chakra is enough, otherwise it will end soon. However, Quan Yu's mental power has improved rapidly, and it has grown almost continuously. This is probably the benefit of the Traverser. It's a pity that Quan Yu doesn't practice illusion or has Sharingan, so Quan Yu's strength will take a big step forward. But even facing the top powers like this is useless. There are always gains and losses in life, and this is also very good now, at least the swordsmanship has improved very quickly. Now Quan Yu can directly wield his sword energy because his mental power is strong, his chakra control is more perfect, and he can explode chakra faster. This is also the reason for his improvement, but Quan Yu doesn't understand how to practice after the surgery. Although he has repeatedly improved his skills, it is still of little use. This can only be done slowly. As for the engraving of the 100 healings mark, he decided to wait a while before starting. After all, there have been a lot of recent things and they are more important, and Quan Yu is really not in the mood to do this. Quan Yu waited for a few days, and his appointment finally came down. Quan Yu, congratulations, you are also a Jonin, Kakashi said next to him. Thank you Kakashi-senpai for your support too, Quan Yu said with a smile. Might Guy went to the mission, not there. Among Jonin, he is more familiar with these two. Although Quan Yu became Jonin, Tsunade still gave Quan Yu a holiday. After all, Quan Yu still needs some things to help her, and his own affairs have to be dealt with. It can be seen that Tsunade still takes good care of Quan Yu. Quan Yu looked at the dark green vest on his body and was very satisfied. He was now promoted to the top, and on the top, he was the elite Jonin. The vest is the same and the position is not much different. Quan Yu Kabuto came to Konoha Hospital around. Xianglin, Bai, and Keiko all work here. When Quan Yu was resting, he would also come to take a look. I have to say something here. Although young Sakura was introduced to Mrs. Tsunade by Kakashi, he was rejected because Mrs. Tsunade wanted to teach the three girls. Although he also entered the Konoha Hospital, he still did not become his junior sister. Oh, why do busy people come here in time? Quan Yu knew it was fragrant phosphorus when he heard it. Hey, don't you see any difference in me? Quan Yu turned his head and smiled. Hey Jonin, have you left Anbu? Xianglin, still with red hair and eyes, came over. Yeah, envy it, this is nothing special Jonin, it's official, Quan Yu said with a grin. Huh, what's so good about let's see Keiko and Bai's, I said you should hurry up. Now there are a lot of people in the hospital who want to pursue them. Xianglin curled his lips. What nonsense, Bai and I are just friends, Quan Yu said awkwardly. Who knows what you think? Xianglin obviously didn't believe it. Okay, I'll explain your business, is it right? Quan Yu asked. You asked that. I studied the sample you gave. His cells are very active, but if they are stimulated with chakra at the same time, a toxin will appear, Aroma Phosphorus said. You just studied this thing, Quan Yu looked speechless. Cut, I know what you want, but how is it possible? Your body has matured and has no potential at all. It is basically impossible to transform it by other means, Xianglin said uncomfortably. I know this, but didn't it make you think of a solution? Quan Yu's expression was a little helpless. Quan Yu also exhausted his brains for his body and also obtained some samples from Kimimaro. However, it seems that the results are not great, so we have to think of other ways. Otherwise, even if Quan Yu has enough chakra, the power that can burst will be limited. Both Fragrant Phosphorus and Keiko both have sage body, and Quan Yu also asked Fragrant Phosphorus to study it to see how their cells differ from his. See if he can solve his physical problems and restore his potential. Fortunately, Konoha Hospital is fully equipped, and Xianglin and the others have high authority, otherwise they can't study anything. As for looking for Mr. Tsunade, Quan Yu said that he should forget it. No matter how you look at it, it's almost tied to human experimentation and it might be beaten up. Oh, why didn't you inherit the sage body? You still practiced arbitrarily. Now you know the consequences, Xianglin said with disdain. Well, if you continue to study, you can help me. Tell me what the results are. Don't forget the conditions you promised me. I will use it later, Quan Yu said with a headache. I know Aroma Phosphorus was a little upset and ran away after speaking. After Quan Yu was about to go to the Hyuga family, he resumed Byakugan. Of course, it would be better if you could get your eyes back. Although it might be a little smaller, Quan Yu can be activated and will always return to normal. Beauties, do you have time to eat at noon? Quan Yu leaned against the door of the medical office and said with a grin. Bai and Keiko have grown up a lot, but Bai hasn't changed yet. With a serene face, let anyone know that this is a virtuous woman. Keiko has also become more beautiful during this time. No wonder Xianglin said that many people want to pursue them both. The work is not finished yet, Keiko said blushing. There are others in the office. Bai gave Quan Yu a smile. The other male colleagues in the office glared at Quan Yu and the blind guy came again. However, when they noticed the Jonin costume on Quan Yu's body, they were not calm. This guy was actually Jonin. You know, there are not many Jonin in the village and this guy is still very young. They instantly felt that their competitiveness had dropped sharply. Well, I'll wait for you outside. Quan Yu completely ignored these eyes that seemed to kill him, just outside waiting for the two to get off work. Quan Yu, aren't you called Fragrant Phosphorus? Bai asked. The ghost knows where she went, we can go by ourselves, Quan Yu said, looking up at the sky. He didn't want to eat with Phosphorus, he always satirized him every time. Hee, Phosphorus is talking about you again, Keiko said with a smile. She knows Phosphorus too much. Hey, don't deal with her, let's go to celebrate my promotion to Jonin. Let's have a big meal, Quan Yu said helplessly. Konoha is still prosperous, and all kinds of facilities are more complete than when Izumi Yu was a child. The teacher puts considerable effort into this aspect. It's a pity that it will become a ruin soon, although this is not what Quan Yu wants to see. But he doesn't have the strength to stop anything, he has to work hard first and see if he can do anything about it. The next day, Quan Yu tidied up and bought some gifts. Then I came to the residence of third generation, which is a small single-family building without excessive luxury, just an ordinary small building. But it also depends on the location. Not many people can own a small building here. Dong dong dong. Quan Yu walked into the yard and knocked on the door. Who? Third generation opened the door. Master, hello, I have brought some gifts to visit you, Quan Yu said with a smile while holding the gift. Quan Yu, come in and sit down. Why are you still bringing gifts? I haven't seen each other for 2 years, and third generation is also a lot older, and my body has also slumped down. He smiled and led the way for Quan Yu while wearing an ordinary suit. Yes, it should be. I didn't have much time in Anbu before, and I didn't see you, don't mind, Quan Yu said embarrassingly. I know you are all busy. How come you have time to see my old man? Come sit down and have tea. Third generation asked Quan Yu to do it, and helped him pour a cup of tea, and then sat down opposite Quan Yu. Without looking at Quan Yu, he lowered his head and fiddled with his pipe. Actually, I'm here to be a lobbyist this time, Quan Yu hesitated for a moment and said straightforwardly. It's Tsunade, it's rare that she remembers me, why didn't she come by herself? Third generation didn't look up, he was slowly filling in the tobacco. Quan Yu knew the reason why the teacher did not come. When Tsunade was in charge, the third generation and the two elders suppressed it in many ways. The contradiction is very high. After all, third generation has been hawkish for many years and is a little bit unable to let go of power. He wanted to pass the time to teacher Tsunade slowly, but he was also afraid that Tsunade would be too bloated. And Mr. Tsunade was too powerful and popular, and he had to do whatever he thought of, so many conflicts arose. And now Tsunade teacher has disintegrated most of her power. After all, she is hawkish, but part of the core power is still in the hands of third generation. Maybe the teacher is busy, Quan Yu said awkwardly. Third generation struck a match, lit a cigarette for himself, then took 2 breaths and exhaled a cloud of smoke. Hee busy, I'm afraid you don't want to see me, this old man, third generation said lightly. Quan Yu didn't know what to say now. Look, the teacher has been taking over hawkish for so long, and Konoha has also developed very well, indicating that there is no big problem with the teacher's approach. Besides, you are at such an old age, and you should enjoy the good fortune. There is no need to worry too much. Third generation didn't speak, listening to Quan Yu's narration quietly, but the smoke still came after another. She asked you to ask for my last strength. Doesn't she know why I did this? Third generation was silent for a long time. Quan Yu is in Anbu, and of course he knows what that part of the power is used for. It is used to contain the roots. From this we can see that third generation does not trust Danzo. It may also be that the original incident broke third generation's heart. In fact, you don't have to worry too much. The teacher can control the situation. Now a large number of new generations are emerging, and Konoha's power is also greatly strengthened. You have to trust the teacher, Quan Yu said. Third generation was silent for a while after listening. Quan Yu was not in a hurry, so he waited slowly. Well, I can give it to her, but you also tell her not to overdo it. Third generation let out a puff of smoke and said. Mist filled his eyes, he was a little surprised, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Quan Yu knew that third generation was talking about Danzo, and he was still a little nostalgic. After a while. Master, don't give me away, next time I will see you again, Quan Yu said with a smile. Oh, take this, it's useful to you. Third generation took out a scroll and a letter from his body. This is, Quan Yu took it. I realized that it was written by Hyuga Hayashi, and the seal of third generation was written on the envelope. Old man, I still use it a bit. The scroll contains my practice notes. You can check it out when you have time, although it is a ninjutsu type. Master, Quan Yu was a little silent. He had some opinions on third generation at first, thinking that he had done a lot of things inappropriately. But looking at the old man with Madara's face in front of him, he also struggled for Konoha all his life. Now Quan Yu regretted the destruction of Orochimaru's technique. Maybe he should die in glory. Come on, Tsunade is still waiting for you to go back, third generation said with a smile. Farewell, master. Third generation nodded and then slowly closed the door. Hey, Quan Yu looked at the scroll and letter in his hand, sighed, and then slowly left the courtyard. Just before Quan Yu walked far, a voice came from third generation's small building. Grandpa, open the door, I'm back. The door opened. It's Konohamaru who is back. Let Grandpa see if he is hurt. How is it possible, Grandpa? I am very strong now, and I will also be a hawkage in the future. Okay, come in quickly. Grandpa will cook for you. The sound of closing the door rang. Quan Yu was on a tree in the distance, watching this scene with a smile. Maybe the salvation was right, at least he was still happy. Then Quan Yu disappeared in a flash. Old man, didn't you say anything? Tsunade was a little silent after Quan Yu's report. Quan Yu shook his head. You should go and see his old man more. After all, many things have passed and he has let go now. There is no need to be frozen. I see, Tsunade said lightly. The other thing is to pay more attention to Danzo's behavior, which was specifically explained by third generation, Quan Yu said. In fact, he could be even worse. Danzo is not a good person anyway. But what he said was useless and he couldn't find any evidence. Even the teacher can only deal with it coldly, not over-monitoring, otherwise it will cause some people to resist. I see this is for you, find some time to close it, don't go too far, just someone picks it up. Tsunade said lightly, her eyes were calm and she didn't know what she was thinking. Alas, there were too many and too messy things at the beginning, and they could not be solved in a day or two. Quan Yu sighed in his heart. It is also related to things that happened a long time ago, which led to Mr. Tsunade's views on third generation all the time. Yes, teacher, I'm leaving. Quan Yu turned and walked out of Hawkage's office. Then, looking at the letter in his hand, a smile appeared on his face. It is necessary to pick up the mother this time, and then it is the matter of the eyes. Quan Yu doesn't believe it anymore. I have 2 generations of Hawkage support, so I won't even look back. What's more, I am also a Jonin and a disciple of Hawkage. Maybe I have a chance to inherit Hawkage. Although the hope is not great, the momentum must be shown. He wants to look at the expressions of these Hyuga clan families. He said that he would pick up his mother in an upright manner, and the letter in his hand gave him the most confidence. Quan Yu left in a hurry. He was going to prepare. After all, the first time I see my mother, don't be too hasty. And night. Hyuga Hayashi looked at the greeting card on the table in front of him and was somewhat silent. What do you think about this matter? He said lightly. Below him sat 2 rows of people wearing white kimonos, all of whom looked older and all of them were Byakugan. Their clean foreheads proved that they are all members of the Hyuga clan. The visitor is not good, an old man said lightly. After all, he is a Hawkage disciple, and his purpose for coming this time is self-evident, and he deserves the support of Hawkage-sama, Hyuga Hayashi said. Can't we say that she is dead? The voice was obviously cruel. Have you thought about the consequences? Not only will the Hyuga family be suppressed, but do you think that Quan Yu will give up? Hyuga Hayashi's tone was angry. Then the face of our clan doesn't matter, someone said again. Face? Hyuga Hayashi smiled bitterly in his heart. Do we still have a face? When I was persecuted, my patriarch was almost handed over. Why didn't you tell me? Needless to say, give it back to him. After all, this matter is not glorious. Also, if someone dares to disturb the overall situation, then engrave caged bird. What, Hayashi, you actually want to do this? There was a lot of discussion below, and they knew that this meant that they would lose their clan's status if they messed up. There is nothing to discuss. I don't want to lose a lot of money. Whoever disagrees can stand up. Hyuga Hayashi scanned the elders below. In the morning, the sun has just risen. Quan Yu got up early and put on his black ninja suit. Then I put on a white short-sleeved windbreaker, adjusted my hair and went out. Quan Yu walking on the road was very relaxed and soon came to a long courtyard wall. This is the land of the Hyuga clan. Their door was open and 2 guards stood at the door. Please inform, Quan Yu is visiting, Quan Yu said, looking at the 2 white-eyed guards at the door. They have bands tied on their foreheads and they belong to the branch house. But the guard at the door glanced at Quan Yu and then he didn't respond. Heh, is this dismissal okay? Quan Yu sneered in his heart. Hey friends, don't give me face. Quan Yu slowly walked to the guard. The land of the Hyuga clan, no outsiders are allowed to enter. The guard raised the weapon in his hand to stop Quan Yu. Boom. One of the guards was beaten into the air, fell to the ground and fainted. I said you don't understand people's words or something, you have to do it, Quan Yu said lightly, and then looked at the other guard next to him. You can go to report right. The guard swallowed and rushed in. Quan Yu looked at the lost gate and walked in slowly. Originally wanted to talk about etiquette, but now the other party is not polite and Quan Yu is not polite anymore. Quan Yu didn't go very far, and a large group of people immediately surrounded him. Group fight, I like it, come on, let's go together. Quan Yu was in anger and directly assumed a posture. It's just cannon fodder from a group of branch houses. Stop, a voice sounded. Is the Lord coming? I just don't know if he is here to inquire about sins or to invite people. Isn't it all in the TV series? You are Quan Yu, an old man walked out of the separated crowd. Oh, who are you? Quan Yu looked at the other's forehead and said, this is a member of the clan. Old man, Hyuga Julan, said the old man. I remember I made a courtesy post and I, as a Hawkage disciple, was not officially welcomed by Jonin. You guys are a bit big. You look down on my teacher or something. Quan Yu said unceremoniously. No, we absolutely didn't mean it. Hyuga Julan sweated his forehead in an instant. I wanted to embarrass this kid, who knew he would use his identity as soon as he came up, who could stand it. Then you still think that this is your private property so you can be lawless. Quan Yu looked at the circle of people around him, his words stabbed, just don't want the other party to have a better life. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding, why are you all around here? All go down, Quan Yu Jonin, please come with me, I am here to meet you. I didn't expect you to be early. This Hyuga Julan is still relatively smooth. No wonder it was sent out. Quan Yu didn't speak and just followed. Quan Yu needs to get things done without trouble. But now it seems that the other party is very unfriendly to him, and I don't know if it was arranged by Hyuga Hayashi or another clan. None of this can stop Quan Yu, and the things in his arms cannot help but they disagree. Hyuga Julin took Quan Yu to a corridor. Patriarch is right in front, I won't go there. After speaking, he slowly left. Hey, this is different from the plot that Quan Yu thinks. Shouldn't it be a three-council trial first, and then Quan Yu Haki showed his whole cards and forced them to obediently hand over his mother and his eyes? Never mind. It seems that they have already discussed it. Fair enough. Quan Yu walked forward slowly and soon saw Hyuga Hayashi. Quan Yu, you are here, Hyuga Hayashi smiled. The so-called not hitting smiley people with his hands, Quan Yu doesn't need to see anyone. Hello, Chief Hyuga, Quan Yu still asked. This is already the limit he can bear. I want him to salute, there is no way. Hyuga Hayashi knows Quan Yu's dissatisfaction. After all, she has been locked up by her mother for more than 10 years, but now she must return it to him. After so many years, his position has been firmly established, and the things of the year should be over. Moreover, Quan Yu's identity is already different. It is not only his teacher's problem, but their family strength is also rapidly increasing, and as the leader, Quan Yu can even come directly to the door. Hyuga Hayashi has also been waiting for Quan Yu to come home, but he didn't expect him to endure it for more than 2 years. I know the purpose of your coming, your mother can pick it up at any time, Hyuga Hayashi said directly. He knew that Quan Yu was not good for Hyuga's senses, so he might as well take the initiative. Oh, it's so easy for you to let people go, but I still have something else after all I have prepared for so long. Quan Yu took out the letter from his body, and he didn't need to bend around. This is a letter from third generation and my teacher. I think Chief Hyuga should know the meaning of this, Quan Yu said lightly. Hyuga Hayashi was silent. He didn't expect Quan Yu to get the support of third generation, and he also knew what Quan Yu wanted, but Hyuga Hayashi took the letter without looking at him. He had already guessed how it would be written. Even if there was no word on it, he had to agree to Quan Yu's condition. Hyuga Hayashi looked at the seal on the letter in a daze. Sorry, I can't hand it over, he said for a long time, but his tone was a bit bitter. Oh, Chief Hyuga is not ready to cooperate. That is my thing and my request is very reasonable. Quan Yu frowned, is this a shame? He doesn't even care about 2 generations of hawkage. Actually, you are also a member of the Hyuga family. After your mother and your father fell in love and were discovered by the clan, given your father's identity, the clan also reluctantly agreed. Hyuga Hayashi did not answer positively. Then my father died and you regretted it and finally found out that my mother was pregnant by accident, Quan Yu said after thinking about it. He could also guess this situation. After all, the Senju clan had already declined at the time. Although the opponent agreed on the face of his father being the leader, his father died and lost most of his combat power. It was normal to regret it. Yes, the elders in the clan at the time had different opinions, but your mother forced her to die, and because of your grandfather, she reluctantly agreed to give birth to you, Hyuga Hayashi said while looking into the distance. But you don't allow my Byakugan to be left out, so you took it away. This is probably the case, like a family ethics drama. Yes, Hyuga Hayashi nodded. It's so easy to say, then if I have a pair of Byakugan, I'm afraid I will become a blind man directly, Quan Yu sneered disdainfully. At the time, the clan considered giving you a caged bird, but this was unrealistic, so I took your eyes away, Hyuga Hayashi said with memories in his eyes. Of course it's unrealistic. The heir of a family was ordered to caged bird. Grandpa was afraid that he was going crazy, so my eyes, you can't say they are ruined. Quan Yu didn't believe that such a precious Byakugan was just like that, saying that it would be destroyed if it was destroyed. You are right, so I can't take it out, Hyuga Hayashi said while looking at Quan Yu. Quan Yu's body stiffened and it was really ruined. They just didn't care about Byakugan. Quan Yu didn't believe it, but it seemed that the other party really didn't need to lie to him. The Hyuga family are intermarried internally, and the next generation will basically inherit Byakugan, but many people can't open it, and there are restrictions on caged bird. But the clan family does not have this restriction. The Byakugan accumulated from generation to generation will attract prying eyes from all aspects, so these Byakugan will be destroyed. Hyuga Hayashi said, even if you say that, I can't accept this reason. Of course, Quan Yu could not accept this reason. Although he has a way to restore Byakugan, there will definitely be defects in the recovery. Wouldn't it be better to use cell technology to create a bunch of Byakugan and sharing it? Quan Yu's idea is to restore his Byakugan through the powerful healing power of aromatic phosphorus. Because it is an autologous cell, it will not reject it, and with its strong spiritual power, Quan Yu still has the opportunity to open Byakugan. But if other people install the copied Byakugan for themselves, it is basically impossible to open it. Quan Yu believes that someone has done research in this area. "Oh, come with me," Hyuga Hayashi sighed and then walked away. Quan Yu also followed, and the other party obviously wanted to take himself to see the evidence. The corners of his mouth are bitter, and he really can only accept the weakened version of Byakugan. Hyuga Hayashi took Quan Yu through the courtyard and walked into the back mountain of the Hyuga family, where there are many defenses. Quan Yu looked around, and it didn't take long for Hyuga Hayashi to bring Quan Yu to an old-fashioned building. "This is the ancestral hall of the Hyuga family. Because you are also a member of the Hyuga family, so I brought you here, and Byakugan was destroyed here," Hyuga Hayashi said. A member, Quan Yu sneered in his heart but did not show it. Quan Yu looked at the ancestral hall. There were a lot of memorial tablets. Just looking at the number, I knew that they belonged to the clan. After the death of Branch House, he didn't even have a tablet, Quan Yu complained. There is a stone platform engraved with patterns under the tablet, and there should be a place for offering sacrifices. But these don't care about Quan Yu. "Then how do I destroy my eyes?" Quan Yu asked. "It is impossible to burn them directly. That would be too miserable." Quan Yu mourned for his eyes. "Did you see the stone platform? When Byakugan is placed on it, chakra will appear on it, directly dissolving Byakugan, which is passed down by the ancestors," Hyuga Hayashi said. This method is quite tall, and Quan Yu is a little speechless. Then he walked forward slowly and saw a large number of runes carved on the stone platform. The arrangement of these runes is so curious." Quan Yu looked a little surprised. "Can the runes be arranged like this?" Quan Yu stretched out his hand to touch it. "Quan Yu, please be respectful. This is the ancestor altar." Hyuga Hayashi's voice was a little angry. Although he was sorry for what happened before, Quan Yu's behavior has touched his bottom line. "Oh, sorry," Quan Yu retreated, but he still remembered the runes on the altar. "Now that the matter has been clarified, let's go see your mother," Hyuga Hayashi said lightly. Quan Yu's behavior just now told him that Quan Yu had no respect for the Hyuga family, and he didn't want to say anything to Quan Yu. Since Quan Yu wanted to break the relationship, he didn't have much need to redeem anything. Okay, although he didn't want to return to Byakugan, his mother can still pick it up. Anyway, Byakugan still has a way to recover. With his strong mental power, you can try to open it. As for the evolution of Tenseigan, Quan Yu didn't even think about it. After all, he inherited only one Byakugan from his pedigree, which was too bad, so there was no need to ask for more. Quan Yu followed Hyuga Hayashi and left the Hyuga Ancestral Hall. Before leaving, Quan Yu looked back, and he always felt that there was something wrong with those runes. After Quan Yu and Hyuga Hayashi left the shrine, they came to a small courtyard in the hinterland of Hyuga. "She is your mother. We didn't treat her harshly except for not being able to go out," Hyuga Hayashi said with complicated eyes. Quan Yu looked at the small yard. There was a vegetable patch in it which was planted with various kinds of vegetables. A woman in a headscarf was busy in it, but when Quan Yu saw the woman's face, he was stunned, it seems. She really looks like herself. Except that the facial lines are softer than Quan Yu and the nose is not as tall as Quan Yu, the other parts are exactly the same. No wonder some people say that a son is like a mother. It's just that the years still left a trace on her face. Quan Yu's heart is a little complicated. He has traveled through and has never seen his mother, and he doesn't know how to express the emotions in his heart. Quan Yu didn't speak and walked forward slowly. Hyuga Hayashi took a look and turned and left. He was not appropriate to stay here. "Hello, may I come in?" Quan Yu's faint voice caught the attention of the woman in the field. "Excuse me, you are..." The woman looked at the tall adult man with a blindfold over her eyes, a little stunned. "Quan Yu. What am I talking about? How could my son grow up so big?" "I'm sorry, I seem to have admitted the wrong person." The woman shook her head and said apologetically to Quan Yu, "Mother, I am Quan Yu." Quan Yu's eyes were still moisturized. He originally thought he wouldn't feel too much. But the look in her eyes just now was so bright and full of expectations, it still made Quan Yu's eyes sour. There seemed to be a cloud of bitter water brewing in his body, and then straight into his eyes a tear slipped down. Quan Yu didn't know if this was a natural reaction of the body or what was going on, but his tears were a bit unstoppable. Maybe he had already melted into this world. Maybe he has a lot of things here that he didn't have before. "Quan Yu, you are really Quan Yu." The woman's eyes widened in disbelief and tears suddenly appeared in her eyes. Then he flew towards Quan Yu. "Mother, how did you meet your father in the first place?" Quan Yu asked, looking at his smiling mother. His mother's name is Hyuga Izumi, and his father is Kian Yu. Quan Yu finally knows the origin of his name. I met him when I was on an outing. He was farming in the field and gave me a cucumber stupidly. Then we met again during the mission, and then we came together like this." Quan Mei as if recalling the scene at that time with a happy smile on his face. Quan Yu was also taken aback. His father was brave. He knew that his mother was from the Hyuga clan. He really dared to chase him. This reminded Quan Yu of the time when Uncle Kimura said that his father had done a great thing, and he also admired him very much. This is not it. Aha, it turned out to be like this. Quan Yu smiled awkwardly. They have now left the Hyuga family, but Quan Yu never saw Hyuga Hayashi again. On the way, he didn't encounter any obstacles, and he wanted to come to the one he had arranged. After all, Quan Yu carried the letters of 2 generations of Hokage, and he certainly didn't want to be surprised. At this time, Quan Yu was carrying 2 large packages, one of which contained the vegetables grown by his mother. His mother was a little bit reluctant, so Quan Yu picked them up, wrapped them up, and took them away. The other is the mother's clothes and so on. Neji, is it your friend? Izumi asked suddenly. Yes, we are a classmate. How does my mother know him? Quan Yu was a little confused. He used to send gifts every holiday. I asked him. He didn't say anything. You have to thank others, Quan Mei said with a smile. Oh, Neji, this kid is interesting. It seems that we will invite him to dinner next time. It must be certain, then I will let him be a guest at home, Quan Yu also said with a smile. Quan Mei looked at the smile on Quan Yu's face and was also very happy, but his eyes made her a little sad. Quan Yu saw her mother staring into her own eyes and knew what she was thinking. It's okay, mother, I'm used to it. This is also good, but with a bit of murderousness, Quan Yu said jokingly. Mother also smiled lightly as if she was in a much better mood. They talked and laughed all the way, but in a blink of an eye the two of them got home. At this time the mother became a little entangled, standing there hesitated, maybe she was close to hometown. Let's go, mother, grandpa will be very happy to see you. Quan Yu has not told his grandpa about picking up his mother, fearing that he is worried. After all, grandpa had been hiding for so long. Grandpa, look who I brought back, Quan Yu said with a smile, opening the door. My father, well, Quan Mei is back. The mother walked out from behind Quan Yu, her voice a little excited and imitation. Quan Mei, grandpa, who was still drinking tea, stood up instantly, tears in his eyes constantly surging. It was another sigh, and their family was finally reunited. In the evening, Keiko, Fragrant Phosphorus, and Quan Yu gave another introduction after returning from work. Although Izumi was a little surprised by the girls in this room, and among them was the beautiful fiancée Keiko Izumi. This made her very happy, but she was a little smaller, and she would have to wait a few more years. Quan Mei is already considering Quan Yu's lifelong events. Of course, Quan Yu doesn't know. He knew that smirking on the sidelines and the peaceful atmosphere made him feel good. The night after a few days, Quan Yu brought aromatic phosphorus to Hidden Land, which is also open to aromatic phosphorus, but aromatic phosphorus usually doesn't like it very much. This time I also came here to help Quan Yu restore his eyes. It has been several days since the mother came back. Quan Yu wanted to recover his eyes as soon as possible and then engrave the 100 healings mark, and he could start preparing for the mission. In addition to performing tasks, Quan Yu is still thinking about the tail beast. He is thinking about when to find a chance to grab the tail beast chakra. And if you want to transform the tail beast chakra into a normal chakra, you need a container. The scroll can't withstand this kind of long-term transformation, so Quan Yu also needs to collect some materials. Fortunately, Quan Yu's sealing technique is good. Although it is not top-notch, the general sealing technique can still be completed. It may not be possible to seal a tail beast directly, and Quan Yu has not been able to do such an operation. In fact, this is also because Quan Yu chakra is not enough, and only some standard seals. If you want to transform the seal like 4th generation did, you need time to study it slowly. I said hurry up, can you do it? Quan Yu looked at the slow, fragrant phosphorus speechlessly. Cut, it took some time for people to get rid of the scar, you have to bite me. Xianglin was very upset. If it hadn't been for Quan Yu's pawn, she wouldn't agree. Isn't there anything I can do? I don't want to come back, I have to rely on you, Quan Yu said before leaving. That's it, only this time, Xianglin said unhappily. Well, I will treat myself, I won't need you. Then the two came to a secret room. Do you need to prepare after all? I've lost my eyes for so long and I didn't just get hurt, Quan Yu thought for a while and said. Xianglin also thought about it. I don't know, they were all directly bitten by injuries before. Then do you want me to break my eyes first and then fix it? Quan Yu didn't want to move there as a last resort. After all, there were a lot of nerves there. Try it first, if it doesn't work you can do that again, and I don't know if my ability is effective, can I restore your eyes? Aroma Phosphorus also said seriously. After all, things like eyeballs are still very special, especially Quan Yu or Byakugan. All right. Fragrant Phosphorus is not nonsense. He just pulled up his sleeves, exposing Bai Shengsheng's arms, and all the bite marks on it had disappeared. Quan Yu walked over and gently bit on Xianglin's arm. No response, Quan Yu was taken aback. Idiot, try hard, are you tickling me? Xianglin said angrily. Quan Yu was taken aback for a moment. He originally wanted to make the mark lighter, but it seemed that he still had to bite it through. As soon as Quan Yu's teeth strained, Xianglin's brows wrinkled. Quan Yu instantly felt that a burst of energy was entering his body, his physical strength was quickly becoming full, and chakra became active. Then this energy quickly swam towards Quan Yu's eyes. His eyes were itching, and through his inner vision, Quan Yu found that there was indeed a change. Some old cells were shedding but soon stopped. Can't it know I have to try? Quan Yu pulled off the blindfold and threw it away. An empty eye socket appeared with some dark flesh-colored tissue inside. Chakra emerged directly from the hand and then pressed to the eye. Suddenly, blood flowed out of Quan Yu's eyes. A layer of organization was directly cut off by Quan Yu. Then Quan Yu felt that the previous energy gushing out of Xianglin's body, constantly converging towards Quan Yu's eyes. The pink granulation is constantly proliferating, and Quan Yu's eyes have finally begun to recover. It seems that a certain amount of stimulation is still needed. The body has become accustomed to the state without eyes, so it can't recognize the place Quan Yu needs to repair it all. Quan Yu's eyes are forming rapidly, and blood vessels, nerves, and eyeballs are all deriving. It didn't take long for a white eye to appear in the empty eye socket, and the originally dark place in front of Quan Yu's eyes has gradually become a blur, and it is constantly becoming clear. The energy in the fragrant phosphorus no longer flows into Quan Yu's body, so he loosened the tooth that was biting on the fragrant phosphorus. Xianglin quickly took out his hand, wiped it with his sleeve, drooling so dirty. His sight slowly became clear, and Quan Yu was also slowly adapting. Fortunately, the hidden light was relatively dim, and Quan Yu's newborn eyes were not stimulated. When his sight was completely restored, Quan Yu suddenly felt that his vision was much broader. However, Byakugan is a freshman, Quan Yu still needs some time to adapt. Fragrant phosphorus, you go back first, I have to get used to it, Quan Yu said. His eyes keep turning just to adapt to the extra angle of view. After all, he is used to the narrow angle of view before. Well, I have to wash my hands and apply some medicine. Xianglin looked at the traces on his hands distressedly, then glanced at Quan Yu's white eyes and ran away, not curious about Neji's Byakugan at all. Quan Yu didn't care, and after adjusting to it for a while, he was ready to try whether to turn on Byakugan. After all, his introspection ability can be opened without eyes, and it doesn't make sense to have Byakugan, it can't be opened yet. Byakugan. Quan Yu chakra focused on Byakugan, Quan Yu's eyes shook. Sure enough. Suddenly his perspective changed to black and white, and he didn't know where he was seeing. There was a wall in front of him, Quan Yu's thoughts turned, and his vision suddenly shuttled again, and this time he didn't know where it was. Quan Yu only saw the dirt and then he closed Byakugan. Although he can turn on Byakugan, the consumption of chakra is a bit more. Quan Yu can clearly feel that chakra is constantly being consumed, although the amount is not large. But it was obviously abnormal, and the chakra consumed by internal vision was not even this tenth. Is this because your Byakugan is not the original version? Quan Yu didn't know if it was the reason, so she had to find time to ask her mother. Quan Yu's mother also started Byakugan. However, Byakugan, as a top-level reconnaissance ability, cost chakra is nothing, Quan Yu can still accept it. Byakugan's ability Quan Yu still needs to practice for a while before he can use it proficiently. He can't control his vision at all now. According to the legend, there is a 360-degree field of view within 1 mile. And if you want to master, you must have a strong mental power, otherwise, if you see all of them in such a large area, the mental pressure is not small. It should be able to compress around the body, but these are all Quan Yu guessed. The specifics have to wait for Master Quan Yu to finish. The next day, Quan Yu is ready to start engraving the 100 healings mark. Engraving a day earlier, it is better to save chakra earlier. Things about eyes can be practiced slowly. Quan Yu came to the secret room, sealed the door, then took off all his clothes and the blindfold. As soon as he got the seal in his hand, Quan Yu separated a shadow clone. But it's a bit weird to really look at your own body. Shadow Clone took out the special ink from the side panel, which was prepared by Quan Yu a long time ago. Normal rune ink cannot be used on the 100 healings mark. Quan Yu sat on the ground, and Shadow Clone began to paint on Quan Yu's body with special ink. The special ink has good adhesion, and the runes are clearly painted on Quan Yu's body. It was not until a chain of runes spread all over Quan Yu's body that Shadow Clone stopped and began to write on the ground. After Shadow Clone has been busy for a while, a rune circle similar to a magic circle is formed on the ground, and Quan Yu sits in the center. Finally, Shadow Clone confirmed that there was no problem, put the ink on the ground, nodded to Quan Yu, and then disappeared into smoke. Quan Yu watched Shadow Clone disappear, exhaled, and started. Chakra appeared on Quan Yu's body, and the rune painted on his body was activated. The runes are linked to each other, and the rune chains move around Quan Yu's body. Then the rune chain quickly extended from the body down and connected to the rune array on the ground. The runes on the ground are also activated, automatically linked with these rune chains, and eventually become long rune chains. Slowly these rune chains began to shrink towards Quan Yu's body and the runes became smaller. It's like black stripes. These stripes cover the surface of Quan Yu's body, constantly changing positions, as if looking for a suitable place to stay. After spreading all over Quan Yu's body, he slowly stopped. But the change did not end. Quan Yu immediately felt the sensation of being bitten by ants all over his body. Looking inside, Quan Yu saw that the black stripes were extending out many black tentacles. There are many branches on the tentacles. These black tentacles began to spread throughout the body, and their final foothold was Quan Yu's meridians. This is also the reason why the 100 Healings mark must have certain knowledge of the human body. The tentacles are rooted in the body and connected to the meridians. Only in this way can the body energy spilled from the body be collected, and it can also quickly replenish chakra when the 100 Healings mark is turned on. When Quan Yu finished adjusting these tentacles, how long had passed since then? The following is the last step and the most critical. The heads of the black stripes on Quan Yu's body slowly gathered together and began to extend towards the face. It can be seen from the outside world that two black stripes are slowly moving on Quan Yu's face, passing through the eyes. In the end, the two black stripes crossed, leaving a diamond-shaped hollow mark only on the center of the brow. The mark on the face also stretched out black tentacles and began to connect. The last is the most special brain. The black tentacles directly penetrated the skull, as if not being blocked in any way. They gradually cling to the surface of the brain, like a piece of neural network connected everywhere in the brain. Fortunately, these tentacles did not penetrate into the brain, otherwise Quan Yu didn't know if there would be a problem. The brain is too complicated, no one dares to do this, but it is very powerful to be able to do it now. Fortunately, there is no need to modify this part, otherwise Quan Yu would not be able to modify it, and his seal technique accumulation was not enough. When all the tentacles were completely cured, Quan Yu stopped the supply of chakra. The black stripes on his body slowly disappeared from Quan Yu's body. Quan Yu's body returned to normal. Only when Quan Yu turns on the 100 Healings mark, these stripes will appear again, providing chakra for the body. It's finally completed, I just don't know when we can reserve it. The Quan Yu eyebrow shape at this time does not have the diamond mark, and it will slowly form after chakra has accumulated enough. Quan Yu couldn't instill it directly, and could only wait for 100 Healings mark to slowly collect the spilled physical and spiritual energy. Fortunately, Quan Yu is strong in spirit and should be able to reserve a lot of chakra. Quan Yu puts on the clothes and the forehead protector is still on. The 100 Healings mark is the whole card, so you can't expose it casually. As for the eyes, Quan Yu thought for a while and finally put on the blindfold. The half-black and half-white are not good-looking. Anyway, after turning on Byakugan, the blindfold will not block his vision. He has become accustomed to the vision of one eye, and the vision after opening Byakugan is used as a supplement. Quan Yu, who had finished packing, rested for a while. Then I started to think back to the altar of the Hyuga family I saw a few days ago. Quan Yu took out a scroll and opened it and then drew the rune on it. It looks weird. According to Hyuga Hayashi, the effect is directly ablated by chakra, but these runes have nothing to do with that effect. Quan Yu was a little puzzled. These runes are also used in the 100 Healings mark, but most of them are connected to the meridians. Wait, these runes are just part of the whole, and the other runes are inside the altar. But Quan Yu is not surprised. After all, the effect of such a tall rune must be a bit complicated. The function of these runes should be to transmit chakra, but Quan Yu didn't see this as a terminal before. It's still not right, then how did chakra come from? Is there any other sealing technique that can store chakra? But even so, the altar has been passed down for a long time, and chakra should be used up. Unless it can automatically recover like the tailed beast, how can it be? How can the Hyuga family do it? Quan Yu's body was shocked. No, could it be that? Quan Yu thought of something, a look of shock appeared in his eyes. No, I'm going to take a look. If it's really that, I'll post it. Quan Yu suddenly became excited, but soon Quan Yu calmed down. The Hyuga family is not easy to enter, let alone the ancestral hall. Quan Yu has seen the defenses there, and it is still a bit difficult to enter quietly. Quan Yu decided to wait for a while before his Byakugan and 100 Healings mark took shape. For the time being, there is no need to sneak into the Hyuga family for the vague idea. Quan Yu returned home, chatted with his mother during the day, and practiced the use of Byakugan in secret at night. Teacher Tsune didn't urge Quan Yu either. Knowing that he was busy recently, he just became Jonin anyway, and the village does not lack strength now. So Quan Yu's life was fairly easy, and the 100 healings mark began to slowly appear a little mark. And Quan Yu found that when he used activation, the storage speed of 100 healings mark was faster, which is also a surprise. But Quan Yu couldn't use activation to fill the 100 healings mark, which was too wasteful. Byakugan's words, Quan Yu has also been used proficiently. Scenery within a radius of 100 meters can be directly reflected in Quan Yu's mind, and Quan Yu can be seen anywhere at a distance of 1 kilometer. If you use it with all your strength, you can also directly bring all the scenery within 1 kilometer into your mind, but it won't last long. There is too much information to process, and the mental pressure is great. It can only be used for instant large-scale exploration. Quan Yu also learned from his mother that Byakugan doesn't need so many chakras when it is turned on. Obviously, he is still flawed. There is also the origin of Byakugan's sense of peeping. It is produced when the line of sight directly touches the human body. Generally, the master will control the distance and will not directly focus the line of sight on the person. In general, Quan Yu is still very satisfied with Byakugan. Although Quan Yu also found that blind spot of vision, Quan Yu's perception is also very strong, and he doesn't care at all. 1 month of black and windy night. Quan Yu put on a black night walker and a black kerchief on his face. He decided to sneak into the Hyuga family. Teacher Tsunade has already taken up the post of Hyuquin Yu. He decided to act tonight, and with the assistance of Byakugan, it is easier for Quan Yu to avoid inspections. Although some Guangong played big swords in front of him, he still wouldn't be discovered if he was careful. After all, not everyone in the Hyuga family can turn on Byakugan, not to mention the guards. Quan Yu's figure constantly flashed in the remote place, and his night clothes made him blend into the night well. What I learned most at Anbu Quan Yu is hiding skills. After all, Anbu cannot be directly exposed to people, and his actions are very secretive. Quan Yu proceeded cautiously, knowing that Konoha was also patrolling, and if found, the plan tonight would be over. Fortunately, when Quan Yu was in Anbu, he was already familiar with their set, and he easily avoided it. As Quan Yu slowly approached the family land of the Hyuga family, his attention became highly concentrated. Quan Yu was hiding in a tree, looking at the Hyuga clan, which was no longer lit and then left in a flash. Infiltrating a large family is not so easy. He has encountered several traps. Once these traps are touched, he will be discovered, and then he can only escape. Quan Yu learned the layout of traps in Anbu, and his perception is strong. Traps can be discovered in advance and they are not exposed. He moved slowly along the memory position and was about to approach the ancestral hall. Quan Yu opened Byakugan and began to detect the secret post. Chakra's fluctuations were suppressed to a minimum, and his vision was slowly moving. After Quan Yu's reconnaissance was completed, time had passed for a while. The defense is quite tight is not a clear whistle, and there are several secret whistle, all in key positions. There are traps in some places, and it is very difficult to cross. Fortunately, the Hyuga family shouldn't have sneaked in for a long time, and these defenses have also relaxed a little. Quan Yu began to move forward slowly, her figure constantly moving among the shadows of the trees, avoiding possible exploration. When using Byakugan just now, he noticed that the attention of a secret whistle was a bit inattentive, and it seemed a little sleepy. This was his breakthrough. Now Quan Yu had sneaked under the tree where the secret post was. The other party did not find him, and the ancestral hall was in front of him. Quan Yu waited quietly. He was waiting for an opportunity. Anbu on the tree, half-opened eyes staring at the ancestral hall in front. His expression was very tired, and he didn't know what he did during the day. Then just when his eyes were closed, Quan Yu sensed the change, and then his figure flashed away without making a sound. Quan Yu, hiding behind a pillar, breathed a sigh of relief. Not far from him was the gate of the ancestral hall. But as long as he sticks out his head gently, he may be spotted by a secret whistle hidden on the eaves. His position here can be maintained for a while, and once the patrol comes over, he will still be found. If Quan Yu wanted to find a way to enter the ancestral hall and count the time, what he prepared should work. A smile appeared on Quan Yu's face. An alarm bell not far away was triggered, and in an instant there was a rushing sound from the ancestral hall. Quan Yu quickly came to the gate of the ancestral hall, opened the door gently, and then stepped in. The gate closed silently. It was a squirrel caught by Quan Yu on the way. After he fainted it with chakra, he placed it next to the alarm bell. Once the squirrel was awake, he would touch the alarm bell. This created an opportunity for Quan Yu. Fortunately, it is impossible to set a trap at the gate, otherwise Quan Yu would be really difficult to enter. Once inside, there are no traps or the like, and people on patrol will not come in. After all, this is a place dedicated to the ancestors. Quan Yu approached the door carefully and then heard a sound from outside. It's another damn mistake and it won't make people clean at night. Okay, don't complain, this is our duty, go up by yourself, don't fall asleep for me. Understood. The corners of Quan Yu's mouth curled up, and the plan was a success. At present, Quan Yu's method seems to work quite well, but it will be a little troublesome to go out then. It is impossible to use the same method twice, otherwise everyone will find the problem. Quan Yu faintly looked at the memorial tablet placed in front of the ancestral hall. Is it the Hyuga family? HMPH, it depends on whether you have prepared that good thing for me. Quan Yu gently walked to the altar. Byakugan turned on instantly, and then he saw the inside of the altar. Sure enough, there are runes and there are faint chakra fluctuations on them, very weak, and they have been extending underground. But the farther distance Quan Yu's Byakugan can't be seen at all. The soil has the effect of blocking Byakugan, and Quan Yu's line of sight can't be seen at all. It seems that ninjutsu must be used. Quan Yu breathed in gently, then held his breath. The chakra attributes in his body were slowly changing. Then very weak chakra fluctuations appeared on him, which was already the result of Quan Yu's efforts to suppress. Quan Yu's body began to sink slowly toward the ground. This is an earth-style ninjutsu he learned a long time ago, which can dive into the ground. Fortunately, Quan Yu's control of the soil attributes is perfect, and chakra fluctuations have also been suppressed to the limit. People outside this distance should not be able to feel it. Quan Yu dived slowly, seeing nothing here, and the surrounding area was dark. Quan Yu's own perception can only be used to judge the direction, but the perception of Quan Yu underground is also very suppressed. I don't know how far I dived, but Quan Yu still found nothing. Fortunately, Quan Yu can hold his breath for a long time, but he doesn't have to worry about breathing. But after so long, Quan Yu still felt a little discomfort. The ordinary Earth-style ninja should have floated a long time ago, otherwise it is likely to die here. So Quan Yu speeded up and dived. Anyway, when he got here, he didn't worry about his chakra fluctuations being discovered. Quan Yu dived for a long distance before finally feeling that there seemed to be a hole below. He breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, and if he continued, he would give up. Quan Yu's head popped out. The space here was very quiet, dark, and nothing could be seen. He took a gentle breath. The air here was still relatively fresh, and there was no dull feeling at all. Is there an export? This will only happen if there is an air changer. He slowly pulled his body out of the rock wall, and then stood on the rock wall. As soon as the ignition light came on, Quan Yu held a fire fold in his hand, and then took out a candle to light it. Since it was anticipated that this might happen, how could Quan Yu not prepare? The fire light illuminates this space, which is a little big. With the help of Huagyun Quan Yu, I could see a stone pillar in front of me, extending below. The candle's flame was a bit dim, and Quan Yu still couldn't see clearly underneath, but only vaguely saw what was there. This stone pillar should have been extended from the altar above. Quan Yu is almost straight down, and the position of the stone pillar corresponds to the altar. Quan Yu held on to the flame of the candle and jumped off the stone wall. The dust on the ground splashed. It should have been a long time since no one came here, and the dust was very thick. Quan Yu walked forward slowly, illuminating the surroundings with dim candlelight. Then he saw that there was also an altar on the ground. There is also a stone sphere the size of a car tire. The stone pillar is behind the altar. Quan Yu looked closely, and there was a circle of lines on the stone ball like a blooming flower. Quan Yu recognized this as the mark of Tenseigen at a glance. It's really Tenseigen, I just don't know if it's a model, Quan Yu said softly. This altar is exactly the same as the one above, about the height of Quan Yu's abdomen. The stone Tenseigen was placed firmly on it. A layer of dust accumulated on the top of it, and Quan Yu stepped forward and gently swept the dust off with his hands. Ahem. Quan Yu was choked by the dust, and then he waved a few times to fan the dust away. Try it in case it really is. Quan Yu put his hand on it, and the light blue chakra began to appear in his hand and then rushed in. Huh, this is... Quan Yu's eyes shook, and a huge blue eye appeared before his eyes. And this eye seemed to be looking at him, and he himself seemed to be the size of an ant in front of this giant eye. Quan Yu flickered, and the image disappeared. Just when he was a little confused, the next situation made him a little unstable. I saw Quan Yu's hand, chakra constantly emerged and was sucked into the stone Tenseigen. This was not controlled by Quan Yu at all. The two energies in the body quickly gathered in the hands, then merged into chakra, which was sucked into the stone ball. Damn, Quan Yu wanted to take his hand back but found that he couldn't take it back at all, as if his hand was firmly glued to it. Quan Yu could feel his physical strength being drained quickly, but he couldn't do anything. Quan Yu's other hand tremblingly stretched out to the ninja bag. It was a simple action, but now it can't be done at all. Chakra was absorbed too quickly, and Quan Yu could no longer control his body. This is going to be finished. Fortunately, his mental power was strong and he was not directly fainted. As long as there is no physical energy, Quan Yu cannot synthesize chakra. Anyway, there is no one here, so it will take time to recover. He is almost certain that Tensegan is among them, but what does it mean to smoke him chakra? Quan Yu's legs softened, and his body suddenly fell on the altar, but his hands were still stuck on it. The candle also fell to the ground and has not been extinguished. His stamina had bottomed out, and Quan Yu had no chakra in his body, but his hands still did not fall. Just as Quan Yu was puzzled, his eyebrows twitched suddenly, and then his body shook and he suddenly felt pain. Quan Yu watched in horror that black lines appeared on his hands, and the 100 Healings mark was activated. No way. These black runes belonging to the 100 Healings mark were slowly pulled and concentrated towards the hand pressing on Tensegan. F***Kmi, not even the 100 Healings mark. The pain turned out to be more intense, and Quan Yu felt a sensation of twitching all over his body. The black mark representing the 100 Healings mark slowly moved to Tensegan through Quan Yu's hand. Then he got in. However, Quan Yu could only endure severe pain and couldn't do anything. He was desperate. Then Quan Yu's head ached, and the mark there was also affected. The blood was slowly flowing out of Quan Yu's mouth, and the amulets rooted in various parts of his body were constantly being pulled out, and even Quan Yu's body was hurt. Especially the part of the brain. Fortunately, the mark is only on the surface without deepening, otherwise Quan Yu will die on the spot. But it also brought waves of dizziness to Quan Yu. With the constant twitching of 100 Healings mark, he couldn't hold on anymore and he fainted when he rolled his eyes. Finished. This is Quan Yu's last thought. However, Tensegan still did not let Quan Yu go. Eventually, 100 Healings mark completely escaped from Quan Yu and was sucked into the stone Tensegan. Quan Yu also shed a lot of blood and became a blood man. I don't know how long it took. Quan Yu woke up. This is there, it's so dark, why can't I see anything? But at this moment, Quan Yu suddenly felt a blue light appear in front of him, illuminating the dark space. What is this? A crack appeared on the periphery of the blue light and then quickly cracked. Quan Yu saw the space again. There was no light, but Quan Yu saw clearly, and he actually saw himself full of blood and fell in front of him. Quan Yu was suddenly panicked. From this perspective, I am in Tensegan, I'm dead, no, I want to go back. Quan Yu looked at his body and could no longer control his emotions. He didn't want to die. Quan Yu's consciousness fluctuated violently. Then Quan Yu's consciousness dizzy, and Quan Yu's eyes below suddenly opened. Then he felt severe pain in his body instantly, and he wanted to faint again. I'm back, but this result still made Quan Yu quite excited. He thought that his soul had been sucked in, but it seemed not. Then Quan Yu felt a connection, and the object was actually Tensegan in front of him. The Tensegan at this time was no longer stone, and there was a stone shell from it on the altar. It presents a crystal clear blue emitting a faint light. Especially in the center, there is a bluish light like its pupil. But how did this connection come from? Is it your own Byakugan? Quan Yu perceives carefully and realizes that this connection really comes from his Byakugan. Quan Yu's consciousness escaped this connection and came to Tensegan again. But this time he could feel his body, as if he had opened two perspectives. This time Quan Yu was much more sober. The situation in Tensegan was also clearly seen by Quan Yu. The black stripes were all over Tensegan, dancing slowly as if in the water. Quan Yu recognized this as his 100 Healings mark at a glance. The place where the 100 Healings mark originally stored chakra was actually wrapped in a cloud of blue light. This is chakra. Quan Yu can feel the special, pure, and very cohesive of this chakra. Quan Yu tried to mobilize, but these chakras fluctuated a bit and didn't respond. No, it's not that Quan Yu couldn't mobilize, it was Tensegan's instinct that prevented him from mobilizing these chakras. Just now, Quan Yu obviously felt a sense of weakness, as if these chakras moved and there would be problems. It turned out to be like this. No wonder he slammed his chakra, this Tensegan was about to be used up. I'm not hungry when I see chakra coming home. Quan Yu was speechless and Tensegan was strange enough to be mixed up now. But think about it, the number of clan families that the Hyuga family can die each year is not enough just relying on the chakra provided by Byakugan. Moreover, after the death of these clan families in previous wars, Byakugan was basically destroyed in advance. There are many people in the branch house, but they all have caged birds. Their Byakugan is useless after death. Only then would this Tensegan become weak and become so weak, and it is unknown how long it has existed. I'm afraid it's instinctively protecting itself because it's doing this now, and it's covered with a layer of stone shell. Only when the new Byakugan sacrifices, it will fluctuate and absorb Byakugan in order to survive. But somehow you divide me a bit so I can go to chakra. Quan Yu's body was completely drained, and because of the 100 healings mark, his whole body was severely injured. It's hard to move. No way, Quan Yu had to wait. I don't know how long it took. Quan Yu's hand trembled, then slowly moved towards the ninja bag. At this speed, the centenarian would cry when he saw it. Quan Yu put his hand on the ninja bag and stopped. He wanted to take a rest. He was a ninja who didn't expect to fall to the point where he had to take a break after opening his ninja bag. After a while, Quan Yu exhausted all his strength to pick up the hidden button of the ninja bag and slowly reached in. A tube of injection was taken out. This was the last time Sasuke was hunted down, and Quan Yu found it very useful, so he always had one on him. After Quan Yu put the injection to his mouth and bite the injection with his teeth, he did not hit the body. Just inject it directly into his mouth. After all, Quan Yu's current strength can't be injected into the body and he can't press it. Quan Yu was slowly swallowing. After the injection, the needle fell to the ground and he wanted to rest. It took a long time for Quan Yu's body to gain a little vitality, and his strength became a little bit stronger. He took out the medicine bottle containing the Liangliang pill in the ninja bag, took out one with great effort and put it in his mouth. Mixing with saliva, he swallowed. Then Quan Yu began to close his eyes and rest, waiting for his physical strength to recover. What Quan Yu didn't know was that he had disappeared for a long time. The family is simply a mess. Even Tsunade knew the news, and a large number of Anbu sent out, constantly looking for Quan Yu's traces in Konoha. Is there any news? Grandpa looked at Keiko anxiously. Quan Yu had disappeared for several days, and he had been found wherever he could be found, but no trace of him was found. This could not help but make the old man desperate. Keiko, whose hair was a bit messy, shook her head, looking a little panicked, and she couldn't accept the disappearance of Quan Yu. Grandpa sat down on the chair, his expression turned a little bleak. Grandpa Patriarch, don't worry, Quan Yu is not so prone to accidents, Xianglin comforted from the side. Although Hequan Yu usually didn't deal with it a little bit, he was worried about him now. I checked Quan Yu's room and he didn't take away his sword. I don't know what caused him to take away the sword, Bai said softly. She may have the most calm expression because she believes in Quan Yu will not be so simple that something goes wrong. Whether it was his former Anbu identity or his current strength, it gave Bai confidence. Hey, now we can only wait for Tsunade news, Keiko. You go in and comfort Xia Quanmi so that she will not be too sad. This matter has not yet ended. Quan Yu will not have an accident. Grandpa's tone was full of worry. He didn't know what had happened that would make Quan Yu suddenly disappear for so long. Hawkage office. What? I haven't found it yet. What did you eat? A Jonin just disappeared in Konoha. You didn't find any clues. Tsunade was angry and scolded the many Anbus in front of him. Quan Yu has disappeared for so long, and there is no news at all. This tells her how can she not be angry. Quan Yu, I used to be Captain Anbu. If he wants to hide, it will be difficult for us to find him. The surrounding area has been checked, and no traces of foreign ninja invasion have been found. An Anbu stood up and said that although they didn't want to continue to offend Tsunade-sama, they really did their best. After Quan Yu became Jonin, his information appeared in Anbu. After all, he had to arrange a resume, otherwise Quan Yu would not be Jonin for no reason. After receiving the order, Anbu called out Quan Yu's information, so he gave this reason. You mean he hid it deliberately and teased us to play? Tsunade's tone was icy. The Anbu below was silent for a moment. Now I give you 3 days, 3 days. If you still can't find a clue, you know the consequences. Oh yes. All Anbu in the office disappeared suddenly. Tsunade sat down in his seat and then started thinking. Although she was angry just now, she still had to calm down while thinking. Is this made by Orochimaru? No, this is not his style. Danzo is very likely, but she can't directly search the door. Quan Yu, don't you just die like this? Tsunade's brows flashed a trace of sadness. The dark underground space is empty. That said, he really is gone, Danzo's voice sounded. Yes, but we have been monitored a lot more recently. Don't worry about it, it's none of our business that the kid disappeared. He had better be dead. Danzo's voice was a little gloomy. For Quan Yu, Danzo had already wanted to make a move. But because there has been no news of him before, Danzo did not find a time to do it. Besides, Tsunade won't let him succeed so easily. Hawkage will be mine sooner or later. Danzo's tone was dark. The protagonist of this incident has just woke up. Finally, a little chakra, Quan Yu sat up from the ground. After moving his somewhat loose arms, Quan Yu could still clearly feel the pain. Then he took out a bolus pill again and threw it into his mouth. The faint bitterness melted in his mouth. I don't know how long it has been. If I don't go back, it will be a big trouble. Quan Yu's voice was full of helplessness. Time slowly passed, and Quan Yu finally accumulated an activated chakra. Quan Yu threw a lot of Bingliang pills into his mouth. He needs enough chakra, so he has to do it now, and the injury must be dealt with as soon as possible. Breath of water activation. Quan Yu's body was immediately activated, and the Liangliang pill that had just been swallowed in his abdomen was quickly digested, replenishing his stamina and bringing chakra to Quan Yu. Although the body was seriously injured, the lungs and body also experienced severe pain after turning on the water breathing. But Quan Yu clenched his teeth, and a faint blue light appeared all over his body, quickly repairing the damage to his body. The blood scabs on Quan Yu's body are falling off, but this is not without cost. His whole person is becoming thinner. The blue light lasted for a while before it stopped. Quan Yu sighed slightly and moved a little. There are no major problems. But looking at my skinny arms, there is no longer the muscles of the past, and I know what the hell I look like now. Taking a lot of Bingliang pills, coupled with the lack of nutrition for a long time, still affected Quan Yu's body. Repairing the body is not without cost. Quan Yu's muscles have become a substitute for nutrition and have been consumed. Time to go back. Quan Yu glanced at Tensagen, who was emitting a faint blue light on the altar with a faint smile on his face. This wave is not a loss. After a trace of chakra flows through Quan Yu's Byakugan, it disappears directly. The smile on Quan Yu's face was even worse. In the end, he decided to keep Tensagen here. First, he was afraid that the Hyuga family would find something wrong with his altar. Second, it was safer to hide here. After all, it had not been discovered for many years. Quan Yu began to find a way out. In a deep trench, an inconspicuous rock was moving to one side, revealing a small hole, and Quan Yu got out of it. Then he pushed the rock back again. The sunlight in the sky was so great that Quan Yu covered his eyes with his hands before he came out of the dark space and needed to adapt. At this time, his body was thin, his black clothes were messy, his hair was like withered grass, and the bones on his face were already visible. It feels like a completely different person. Quan Yu took off his night clothes and put it in his arms. Then he dealt with the surrounding traces and walked away. In the woods, Quan Yu slowly approached Konoha. He didn't expect that he had already left so far. Now he must sneak into Konoha, or else he won't be able to explain his whereabouts. Fortunately, the Senju clan also has its own secret passage, and Quan Yu can enter Konoha from here. Quan Yu, who was only wearing a shirt, looked around, and after making sure that there was no one, he carefully entered the passage. His night clothes had been torn to pieces by him and thrown into the river. The smell on the body was also covered up by him, and he did not want to be tracked. Tensagen's relationship is too big, it can almost be regarded as an artifact, or in Quan Yu's words, it is a plugin. Fortunately, Quan Yu has been working as Anbu for 2 years and is very skilled in this set. The secret passage leads directly to the hidden place, and Quan Yu has found many traces of people passing by on the way. He also knew that the matter of his disappearance had been exposed, and it was estimated that he had been searched all over again. But now he was not in a hurry. He came to a secret room, processed his body, and changed his clothes. All the things on the body before will also be destroyed. Then he went out of hiding. How do you want to explain? Tsunade looked at the changed Quan Yu in front of him coldly. Quan Yu's appearance changed drastically, and she was shocked when she came in just now. Sorry teacher, I didn't expect this to happen. 100 Healings Mark made a mistake when portraying, causing serious injury and coma, Quan Yu said with a little frustration. Oh, so you made it like this. Tsunade still didn't have any expression on his face. 100 Healings Mark engraving error, seriously injured. This is a sequelae of his use of activation. Tsunade has these guesses. Yes, you know that you must take off your clothes at that time and you must not be disturbed. They also know those places, so. Quan Yu pretended to be embarrassed and touched his head. So you hid yourself? You know how much manpower I used to find you. Tsunade's anger exploded in an instant. She lined up a lot of Anbu to look for, but he came out by himself, which made her not angry. If it wasn't for Quan Yu to be like this ghost now, she would like to get started directly. I pay, Quan Yu said softly. Do you think that compensation will be enough? Within 1 year, all of your mission rewards will be cancelled, which is just a punishment for you this time. Tsunade ignored Quan Yu's words and said, knowing that you have money but also let you experience what it's like to work for nothing, Tsunade thought viciously. Oh, Quan Yu was dejected. Take you off for another month, bring me back and see what you are now. 100 Healings Mark's training is temporarily suspended. I usually ask you to lay a good foundation, but you don't listen. Now you know the consequences. And also, after a while Quan Yu walked out of Hokage's office in a miasma. He also breathed a sigh of relief in his heart and finally passed the blunder. Then he furrowed his brows and he felt malicious gazes in the dark, but Quan Yu chose to ignore it. He didn't need to comfort these Anbu's emotions. Those Anbus who didn't find him must have been scolded. Besides, he didn't know who these people were and he couldn't apologize to them. In the end, Quan Yu showed them a smile and ran away. I don't know what Anbu thinks. The dinner table, Quan Yu was devouring it. His body was too empty and needed to be supplemented as soon as possible. Quan Yu didn't use activation after the meal. His digestion ability was strong enough and 1 month was enough. Then he noticed the eyes around him. Don't look at me like that. I know I'm ugly now. Quan Yu squinted and made a little joke. He knew that during this time they all had trouble sleeping and eating. You are ashamed to say that a person secretly ran to practice without saying hello, and in the end it became like the ghost now, Xianglin said uncomfortably. There won't be another time and I don't want to be surprised. Mother, don't worry about raising it back soon. Quan Yu smiled at his mother. Quan Yu, be careful from now on. Quan Mei is still a little worried. It's okay, Keiko will accompany me on a walk. Quan Yu grabbed Keiko and ran out. He really couldn't stand the atmosphere at home. It seemed that he would be gone in the blink of an eye, but Quan Yu knew that they cared too much about themselves. There is also a reason for asking Keiko to go out. Keiko, share your chakra with me, Quan Yu said to Keiko as he walked. Quan Yu, what do you want me to do? Chakra. Keiko was a little confused. She was a little puzzled about Quan Yu's request. Well, Quan Yu touched his head. How should he explain this? Just now he only thought that Keiko had sage body and there were many chakras, so he didn't even think of looking for a reason. But what reason can he find temporarily? Just when Quan Yu was hesitant to say what to say, he felt that chakra was coming from his hand. Aiko, Quan Yu looked at Huizi in surprise. No matter what you do, I will support you. Keiko showed a smile on her face and her beautiful eyes were very fascinating. He is his own. Do you still need to divide each other? Keiko, thank you for trusting me. I will tell you later. The time is not ripe yet. Quan Yu was moved. After deciding, she must be the first to tell Keiko. Keiko's chakra was inhaled by Quan Yu and was directly drawn into Byakugan. There was a burst of blue light from Tenseigan in the dark space, and it slowly dimmed. It seems that the large amount of chakra injection also made Tenseigan fluctuate. As Keiko continued to input chakra, she also felt strenuous. Quan Yu's body seemed to have no end. No matter how much she injected, it would be absorbed. Quan Yu's body remained unchanged, and Keiko didn't know where chakra went. This may be a secret technique that Quan Yu cultivated. There are endless secrets in Hokage, and Keiko would not be surprised to have such secrets. Suddenly Keiko felt that Quan Yu no longer absorbed her chakra. Don't inject too much, it will affect your body. Quan Yu shook Keiko's hand and smiled at her. Well, Quan Yu, do you need a large amount of chakra? Keiko put away chakra. She could clearly feel Quan Yu's needs. Yes, but I can come by myself after I get better, Quan Yu said. Although I came a little slower, I couldn't always attract Keiko's chakra. I will do it during this period of time, Huizi said while looking at Quan Yu's eyes. Quan Yu was startled. He looked at Keiko's somewhat crystal-clear eyes, but his ugly appearance appeared in them. Quan Yu felt that Keiko's hand seemed to become a little heavy, and he couldn't help holding it tightly. Thank you, Keiko, let's go for a walk together. Quan Yu flirted with Keiko's somewhat tousled hair and said, Quan Yu and Keiko didn't let go of their hands, they just walked side by side slowly. It is another spring, and the petals are flying in the air under the guidance of the breeze, and the charming breath is scattered all around. As if, full of the whole world. Every day after that, Quan Yu and Keiko would go for a walk hand in hand, for which Keiko went to ask for leave. Even the fragrant phosphorus is curious. Quan Yu is ill and suddenly his head is open. Keiko could see his ghostly look. Quan Yu's body is also becoming fuller with plenty of nutritional supplements coupled with Quan Yu's activation. His body recovered quickly. Quan Yu felt the situation on Tenseigan's side. The situation was much more stable and the blue chakra in the center was also brighter. But still very weak, but at least Quan Yu was allowed to mobilize some chakra. But this is not enough, it simply cannot support Quan Yu's activation. Tenseigan is now equivalent to a large storage battery for Quan Yu. Chakra can be stored at any time, and it is also convenient for Quan Yu to retrieve it at any time. Quan Yu doesn't know the principle that allows chakra to see barrier-free flow between the two. But it is too weak now. Quan Yu only injected ordinary chakra, and it had to be transformed by Tenseigan. The transformed chakra will lose his personal mark. It also becomes more pure, but part of it still needs to be consumed. And these chakras are also used to nurture the origin of Tenseigan. Because of the weakness of the original source, these chakras were instinctively concentrated in the core by Tenseigan and surrounded around the core. Once Quan Yu is mobilized, it will affect the origin, which Quan Yu does not want to see. The origin of Tenseigan is a very special chakra, completely different from ordinary chakra. Quan Yu also didn't know what attribute it was, but could only feel very cohesive, as if there was a constant fluctuation of life. And after getting supplemented by chakra, he became more active. But even the high-quality chakra after Tensegun's transformation can only recover Tensegun's origin very slowly, or basically not feel it. Tensegun's long-term weakness caused it to form an instinct to gather chakra, which is why Quan Yu could not mobilize chakra. There are only two ways to quickly make up for the origin of Tensegun. One, find a bunch of Byakugan to blend in. But how is this possible? Is it possible for Quan Yu to sneak attack on the Hyuga family? Even so, the chance of getting Byakugan is very small. The second is to find high-quality chakra. The highest quality chakra in the ninja world is probably only the tail beast. But Quan Yu didn't know whether Tensegun could absorb the chakra of the tail beast. But Quan Yu can give it a try. Quan Yu came to the hidden place and took out a scroll from a secret compartment in a secret room. This is the one-tail chakra that was sealed during Chunin's exam, and it has been preserved for a long time. Although a little bit is missing, there is no problem under the experiment. Quan Yu opened the scroll and pressed it on it. As the rune changed, a small red chakra covered Quan Yu's hand. Then Quan Yu was slowly sucked into his body. The moment the tailed beast chakra entered Quan Yu's body was pulled into Byakugan and then passed to Tensegun. Tensegun lit up slightly. The chakra of the tail beast changed rapidly in Quan Yu's eyes, and the violent attributes were quickly eliminated, and the amount was a little less. It can be seen that the quality of the chakra of the tail beast is still very high. These transformed chakras were directly sucked into the core and merged into it, and there seems to be something different in it. Quan Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. As the transformed chakra merges into the core, Tensegun's origin feels a little more active. It seems that the source has been supplemented. Yin and Yang escape, Quan Yu thought. No matter how strong this tail beast chakra is, it cannot be stronger than the chakra that Keiko has passed on for so many days. After Keiko injected it for so long, Tensegun became a little more active. And just like that chakra, the tail beast can actually activate Tensegun's origin. That can only show that there are different things. And this situation can only be explained by Yin and Yang escape. The origin of Tensegun is equivalent to the body of the tail beast, which is composed of Yin and Yang escape. But it is not easy to do things with the tail beast chakra, although Naruto will return to the village in some time. But how to get it is another matter. Even if Naruto tailed beast chakra leaked, Quan Yu didn't dare to absorb it blatantly. And it's better to get a part of the tail beast's body, not their chakra. The yin and yang contained in chakra are too few, and it may take a lot to fully restore Tensegun's origin. With a part of the tail beast's body, it is completely different. Not only chakra is not a problem, but Tensegun's origin can be restored as soon as possible. Don't think that Tensegun is very powerful, you have to look at the size. The giant Tensegun of the Otsutsuki Sharon on the moon is at least several hundred times larger than Quan Yu's. And the other person's is yellow, but my own is only blue. And the purple Tensegun that appeared in Hinata's consciousness was much stronger than Quan Yu. Quan Yu didn't expect his Tensegun to help him turn on the Six Paths mode or have various other abilities just save chakra. But now that he was half dead, chakra was pulled into the core after being put in. It was impossible to mobilize at all, which made Quan Yu very sad. Fortunately, Tensegun still gave Quan Yu a kind of ability, which is to absorb chakra. It feels like Jiao muscle, even the tail beast chakra can absorb it. Maybe after Tensegun recovers, Quan Yu will be able to call himself a humanoid tail beast like Kasame. But Quan Yu can't find the tail beast chakra can suck now. The tail beasts are basically masters, and Quan Yu can't go to grab them. This matter can only be considered later. With the development of the plot, there are many opportunities to get chakra the tail beast. Quan Yu cleaned up at home, and now his appearance has basically returned to normal. The holiday is not over yet, but Quan Yu is ready to pick up the task. Crack. Quan Yu drew out his samurai sword. When he sneaked into the Hyuga clan before, Quan Yu didn't take it with him. It was too easy to reveal Quan Yu's identity, so he left it at home. I saw the flowing cloud-like pattern on the shiny knife, but it was not conspicuous on the smooth knife. The blade is relatively smooth and bright, and you can see your own eyes through the reflective spring. With a wave of Quan Yu's hand, the sharp blade broke through the air silently and stopped instantly. This knife was recast from Orochimaru's pheasant sword. Due to the different craftsmanship, it took a while for the casting master of Uncle Xiang to finish casting. Of course, Quan Yu also spent a lot of money on this. Quan Yu also took a new name for this knife called Jianfeng. The material used in Jianfeng is very good. After all, it is recast from the pheasant sword. There is a large amount of chakra metal in it, so the conduction to chakra is very good. You can even store some chakra directly. The long blade is also very suitable for Quan Yu's current height. The Duanshui Quan Yu has not been used for a while, so it is usually taken out for maintenance. Quan Yu retracted the sword and returned it to its sheath and pinned Jian Feng to his waist. Then I sorted out the various items in Jenin's kit, said hello to my mother and grandpa, and went out. Teacher, I'll report. Quan Yu came to Hawkage's office. Oh, because of your personality, you came to report before the end of the vacation. Tsunade lifted his eyes from the file and said as he looked at Quan Yu. Shizu next to him also smiled at Quan Yu. She is now the teacher's assistant. No, I've rested long enough. I want to start the task quickly, Quan Yu said with a smile. The advancement of swordsmanship does not depend on exercise alone. It requires training or killing. The stronger the enemy, the better the effect. Okay, let you leave these tasks to you. Tsunade found a folder, rummaged through it, took out a stack, and handed it to Quan Yu. Teacher, can you complete so many tasks together? Quan Yu wondered, aren't the tasks completed one by one? This is specially selected for you. They are all relatively close. You can finish it, by the way. It's not complicated. Tsunade looked at Quan Yu seriously, and she didn't allow her to refuse. This is a squeeze, knowing that I am not paid, but if you don't answer, you have to answer. This is not because the teacher is obviously still angry. Just wait until the anger is gone. Yes, I promise to complete the task. Quan Yu simply left with the documents. Quan Yu looked at the tasks in his hands from the outside. They were really not complicated. They were all tasks in the land of fire. Quan Yu handed over for a while and left the village. There is only one person in Quan Yu, so he moves quickly. The task given by Tsunade is also to deal with some wandering ninjas or wanted ninjas or kill the bandits. It is not a matter of task. Quan Yu has Byakugan, can track the target quickly. In one room, Danzo was quietly reading a book, and there was a cup of hot tea on the low table in front of him. It looks very leisurely. A ninja opened the door and walked in. Master Danzo, he has started his mission, the ninja said with a bow. Oh really, do you know the specific content of the task? Danzo continued reading the book without looking up. They are all routine tasks in an area. They are not complicated and shouldn't take long, the ninja said. Well, let our old friend inform us. I think he will be interested, Danzo said lightly. Then we arrange some ordinary ninjas to perform tasks. If they can't work there, they don't want to come back. Clear. Quan Yu, who had been running for several days, finally returned to Konoha and handed in the task receipt. Teacher Tsunade was very satisfied and then gave Quan Yu a bunch of tasks, and Quan Yu, who hadn't stayed in Konoha for long, went out again. Quan Yu was a little speechless, and he would have delayed it for a while if he knew it, but it would be better to finish the task quickly. In fact, it is not without benefits. At least Quan Yu has gained some chakra. Quan Yu didn't have any kindness to those wanted ninjas, so he directly subdued all chakras and then killed them. But these people are not strong. Chakra is not much, but it is better than nothing. Quan Yu continued to perform the task. Anyway, he has left Anbu and there is not much to do. It is better to find some chakra to suck. This accumulated a lot. Even if Tensegen's original source was insufficient, Quan Yu could be supplemented by chakra. Quan Yu himself is also adding chakra to Tenseigen, striving to mobilize chakra in Tenseigen as soon as possible. The more chakra, the faster Tenseigen's origin can be restored. Don't look at the size of Tenseigen, but the capacity is not small. After Quan Yu poured it, it didn't change much. A gloomy underground laboratory. Oh, our little friend finally showed up, Kabuto. What do you mean by Danzo's notification to us? Orochimaru was preparing something with a test tube. It's probably because of his Hawkage teacher, Kabuto said softly behind Orochimaru now. Jonin, the little guy, is making rapid progress. Who do you think is better? Orochimaru put down the test tube in his hand, turned to look at Kabuto and said, There is a personal choice. We can just check the results. You say yes, Lord Orochimaru, Kabuto said with a smile. Is him, Kabuto, you really understand me, hahaha, Orochimaru sneered. There are still some materials in the fire country. I want to get them back. I also ask Master Orochimaru for permission. A cold light appeared in Kabuto's eyes. Kabuto, you really have a grudge, but try to live. I want to see his face when he sees me. Orochimaru had a cold smile on his face. The snake is also very vengeful. Understand, I will treat him well. Quan Yu handed in the task receipt again, and it was finally completed. The teacher's anger should have disappeared now. After all, I have not relaxed during this period of time, and the task is completed quickly. Quan Yu looked at Tsunade, who was checking the task receipt, and thought that he was not lazy at all. Tsunade raised his head, looking a little uncomfortable by Quan Yu. Quan Yu's tasks are all done very well, and he is still the same as Anbu before, and his efficiency is very high. From this point of view, Tsunade is still very satisfied with Quan Yu's attitude. This is the last part. You can take a break after you finish, and then I will arrange subordinates for you and you can do other tasks. Tsunade was still going to let Quan Yu go and let him start his normal mission. Kuan Yu was also relieved when he heard that the teacher's anger finally disappeared. He took the task list. Huh, Temple of Fire, what's the problem with the teacher? Kuan Yu asked. It seems that there are ninjas nearby recently. It just so happens that your ability is very convenient for detection. Let's investigate. Tsunade looked at Kuan Yu with a smile that saw everything through. Won't that little girl Xianglin sell me so soon? Tsunade seems to know that Kuan Yu's Byakugan has recovered. I see teacher. Kuan Yu felt helpless. Oh, it's really turned on, I just tried it out. Tsunade touched his chin and thought for a while and said, it's just that Kuan Yu's eyes were a little wrong, as if he was malicious. Shizyun chuckled at the side as if laughing at the silly boy Kuan Yu. Kuan Yu stiffened. This is a good thing, it can be turned on again, but why don't you tell me? Tsunade stood up and stared at Kuan Yu. I'm still adjusting to it and I just started it and chakra consumes more, Kuan Yu said 2 steps back. Reluctantly, Kuan Yu could only find an excuse. Okay, try not to let the Hyuga family know about this. You go to the mission. Tsunade did not continue to pursue it and sat down and said, yes. Tsunade reminded Kuan Yu and let him leave. Kuan Yu's Byakugan is indeed not suitable to appear in front of the Hyuga family. The origin is not easy to explain. What's more, Kuan Yu's Byakugan can still be turned on, and he doesn't have Caged Bird, which is a treatment that only the Zong family has. Although I have the support of my teacher and 3rd generation, I still have trouble. This is one of the reasons why Kuan Yu continues to wear blindfolds. It is also best not to expose the ability of aromatic phosphorus, otherwise it might be used by those who are interested. After Kuan Yu went through the formalities for leaving the village, he went straight out of Konoha. Anyway, the task has been done for so long, and it is good to have a job with the teacher if all the tasks are completed. Kuan Yu, who was on the way, was also thinking. The place of this mission is very special, the Temple of Fire. There is not much content in the Temple of Fire in the animation, but there are still some special ones. Kuan Yu remembered that the character of Sora appeared in the TV plot, and he also possessed 9 tails chakra. But it is not realistic at all. Sora's father, Kazuma, one of the 12 guardians of Shinobu, takes his subordinates. If he doesn't wind, move, or if he doesn't belong to the 3, he has the ability to threaten Konoha. Obviously impossible, even if they are 4 elite Jonin can't do this. Hema is not Nagato either. As Anbu, Izumi Yuck understands Konoha's power very well. If it were so easy, Konoha would have been ruined long ago. But you can go and see if there is such a person. What if? At that time, Tensegen's origin should be greatly supplemented, and there will be a lot of chakra income by the way. You can directly push Kuan Yu's power to the apex. Kuan Yu quickly jumped among the trees and hurried to the burning temple. A bird swept across the sky. Master Kabuto, I have received the news that Kuan Yu has received the mission of the Temple of Fire. A Yinin flashed out and said on his knees. Oh, it's kind of fate. Kabuto turned and smiled on his face, but there was a cold light in his eyes. He is mine, a somewhat cold voice sounded. Kabuto looked at the place where the sound was coming from, and it was Sasuke who had grown up standing there. Sasuke is obviously taller, wearing a pure white kimono on the upper body and dark blue pants on the lower body. On the back of the kimono is a small Uchiha clan emblem, with dark gray armguards covering his forearms, and extending to the palm of his hand a purple rope belt was tied on the waist cloth, and a straight knife with a purple scabbard was inserted behind it. He was facing Kabuto at this time, looking at the sun that was already a little dim in the distance. Of course, but Orochimaru-sama said to live. Kabuto still had a smile on his face. Do you want to order me, Kabuto? Sasuke turned his head back suddenly, staring at Kabuto with black eyes coldly. No, I just remind you that if there is an accident, Master Orochimaru will be very upset, Kabuto said with an innocent look. Oh, I will be measured. If he is killed by me because of his incompetence, it is none of my business. After speaking, Sasuke disappeared in a flash. Step up arrangements, I want to give him a grand welcome ceremony. Kabuto helped his glasses, his expression instantly became cold. Oh yes. Kuan Yu rushed for a long time and finally arrived at the Temple of Fire. The Fire Temple covers a large area and is also the largest temple in the Fire Country. There are also 2 huge statues of gods and goblins at the door, one on the left and the other on the right, erected on both sides of the gate, looking very majestic. Led by the monk who led the way, Kuan Yu walked through the corridor and came to a Buddhist hall. He met Dai Lu, the host of the Temple of Fire. Dai Lu had a serious face, dressed in a monk's robe, and a piece of cloth with a fire emblem on his waist. He is not too old, he should be in his 30s. He was also one of the 12 guardians of ninja before, and Kuan Yu could also perceive the faint chakra fluctuations. However, the legendary Dilu Master is a talent of the Fairy Clan, and I heard that it has something to do with natural energy, but I don't know if it's specific. His teacher has the inheritance of immortality, and Quan Yu is not curious about it. It's just that his own chakra is not large enough to practice immortality. Even if Tensegan can store chakra, it is not in Quan Yu's body after all. Therefore, Xianshu became the option that Quan Yu gave up. Only after seeing whether he could find a way to restore his body's potential, he would consider Xianshu. Hello, Master, I am Konoha Jonin Izumi, and I have been ordered to investigate the cause of the nearby ninjas. Izumi bowed and saluted. Hello, I am the presiding officer of the Temple of Fire, Dai Lu said with his hands folded and bowed slightly. Master Dilu, can you tell me the specifics? I'll start investigating right away. Quan Yu still wanted to quickly understand the task. It's getting late now, Quan Yu Jonin will take me to the Zheitang for dinner first, and we will talk on the way, Dilu said. Okay, Quan Yu didn't refuse. He also wanted to know if there was any person in the Temple of Fire. Zheitang is a good place to get information. Recently, the 4 tombs around our fire temple were harassed by ninjas. Although we also have some power, we are not good at investigating, so I asked Quan Yu Jonin to come over, Dai Lu said with Quan Yu as he walked. Grave. Quan Yu was taken aback. Isn't it Akuma? Even if there is this person, it's not this time. Yes, the other party did not move directly, they have been swimming around, Dai Lu said with a frown. It's for the corpse in the tomb, there should still be a more powerful ninja, Quan Yu said in a puzzled manner. The corpses of the 4 guardians of the 12 ninjas are preserved there, and they are also my companions, Dai Lu showed a smile on his face. The 12 guardians of ninja. It turns out that you and Asuma-senpai are companions, no wonder I think the emblem on your waist is a bit familiar. Quan Yu pretended to be surprised. Yes, Asuma and I are good friends, please come in. At this time Quan Yu and Dai Lu had already arrived at the Zheitang. I heard that there were conflicts within you back then. Quan Yu needs more information. Yes, some people staged a coup at the time, but we stopped it. After being silent for a while, Dai Lu said lightly, as if he was reluctant to bring it up. Are they all dead? I'm sorry, I just doubt whether this incident is related to them. Quan Yu looked at Dilu and quickly explained. It's not them, they were all killed by us back then, this matter has nothing to do with them. Dai Lu looked a little regretful. A monk helped Quan Yu bring food. Thank you, Quan Yu thanked him. At this time, a large number of monks also came to the Zheitang, which attracted Quan Yu's attention. Master Dilu, the situation is clear. I will find out this matter as soon as possible, and please wait for someone to take me to get familiar with the terrain. Quan Yu turned his head to Dilu without finding the target. Okay, I will arrange it as soon as possible. Quan Yu Jonin, please use rice first, Dai Lu greeted. When Quan Yu was preparing to eat, a figure caught Quan Yu's attention. Really? I saw a young man with short hair wearing a monk robe and ears coming in, and then he took the food and sat on an unmanned table to eat. Quan Yu Jonin, what's the matter? Dai Lu also noticed Quan Yu's gaze. Oh no, I just think that young man is a little special. Quan Yu quickly recovered and said. Dai Lu glanced over and saw Shikong, his eyes flashed, and he didn't know what he was thinking. It was Kong, it was the son of a friend of mine. His father died, so I arranged him here, Dilu said. Oh, so let him take me to the neighborhood later, Quan Yu said with a smile. This. Yes, Sora is also familiar with the surroundings, Dilu hesitated and agreed. Quan Yu agreed upon seeing the ground, and he was happy and then began to eat. After a meal. Sora, this is Quan Yu Jonin, you will take him to the tomb later, Dilu said to Kong. Yes, Kong nodded and said. Quan Yu's face is very calm and you can see if it's true afterwards. Hello, this is Quan Yu, please trouble you empty. Quan Yu said hello. Hello, Master Quan Yu, Kong Yi said respectfully. You don't need to call me an adult, I'm only 1 or 2 years older than you at best, Quan Yu said with a smile. 1 or 2 years old? Kong's plain face finally showed surprise. Dilu was also surprised. In this case, this Quan Yu is only 18 years old at most. Is this Jonin at this age? It seems that this Quan Yu is also quite good in Konoha. Oh, Quan Yu Jonin is really unexpectedly young. Please communicate more and pay more attention to safety, Dai Lu said with a smile. Then we will leave, Master Dilu, Quan Yu said. Korra bowed a salute to the ground and then the two dashed to the tomb. On the way, Quan Yu glanced at the space behind him. He was thinking how to check his body later. Byakugan couldn't see the tail beast, otherwise it wouldn't be so troublesome at all. Quan Yu, the front is the cemetery in the direction of Suzaku, and there is also the best place to leave, Kong shouted from behind. Okay. On a stone platform, 2 figures fell. It was Quan Yu and Kong. They had been to 2 cemeteries just now, but they didn't find anything unusual. Let me check. Quan Yu looked around. It is relatively wide, with a grassy area around it, and the view is very clear under the moonlight, so there is nothing wrong with it. But you still need to double-check, Byakugan. The blue veins on the side of Quan Yu's blindfold burst out, and Byakugan opened instantly. And Sora is not surprised. This should be a special kind of ninjutsu. He himself is also observing the surrounding situation. I don't know if it's because of Tensegan, Quan Yu's chakra used by Byakugan has returned to normal. But think about it, that Tensegan also has Quan Yu's Byakugan. I'm afraid that the missing eyes of Quan Yu have been filled, although Quan Yu doesn't know what is missing. But immediately Quan Yu shocked his body and his expression became serious. Kong, leave here now, Quan Yu whispered to Kong. Why Quan Yu, we just came, Kong said in a puzzled way, bang. That's because we were discovered, a figure broke through the ground. It's been a long time, Quan Yu, I'm a little boring waiting below. Kabuto smiled and looked at Quan Yu. Kabuto Sr., long time no see. Quan Yu retreated to Sora's side. Run. Quan Yu drank. Jianfeng pulled out instantly. Want to run? It's rare to meet or stay here. Kabuto raised his eyes and shot Kuwu at Quan Yu. Ding! Kuwu was immediately blocked by Quan Yu, but a group of nearby figures broke through in an instant. It's careless. Quan Yu looked at the sound of kunai with a bit of bitterness in his mouth. In fact, when he thinks of corpses, he should think of Orochimaru. However, Quan Yu's thinking has always been on the TV plot, and there is still a question of vacancy. I didn't think that Orochimaru also needed a corpse to use impure world reincarnation. Before Sora had time to leave, she became nervous by the sudden appearance of Ottonin and put a sharp-edged steel claw on her hand. Sora, you break through and I will help you cover. Quan Yu rushed out after speaking. They can be sure that their target is themselves, and after they leave, they will find a chance to escape. But this time I am afraid it will not be so easy. Quan Yu used Byakugan with all his strength just now and instantly saw a difficult guy. Quan Yu looked at the woods in the distance. But these Ottonin cannon fodder have to be dealt with first. Quan Yu didn't care about Kabuto and his body moved quickly. But these Ottonindo didn't face him at all and went straight back. Quan Yu also killed 2 of them and the other Yinin all went aside. Your opponent is not me, come on, catch the kid behind, Kabuto said with a sneer. After Ottonin heard Kabuto's words, he rushed to the sky in an instant. Oops, Quan Yu was taken aback. Empty, run quickly, Quan Yu rushed over quickly. It's better to care about yourself. Kabuto stopped in front of Quan Yu in an instant. Sora also retreated quickly. Sora knew that he could not be an opponent of so many people. So while avoiding Ottonin's attack, he retreated to the woods behind. At this time, he should seek support or both of them would die here. Kabuto, I'm not as annoying as you think. Quan Yu's eyes were sharp as a knife, and he stared at Kabuto in front of him. I know that being a Jonin is certainly not weak, Kabuto said with a smile, as if everything was in the master. Oh, your opponent is here. Kabuto glanced at Quan Yu's back and then drew aside. Quan Yu didn't chase, he had already sensed it. The Jianfeng in Quan Yu's hand was drooping, and when he stood up straight, he slowly turned around. Sasuke, I didn't expect you to come. Quan Yu looked at Sasuke, who had become the appearance in his memory, and said lightly. Time flies so fast, the new era is already approaching quietly. Quan Yu is a little bit emotional. Quan Yu is not too nervous. Orochimaru is impossible to participate in this kind of action. After all, he is not too important. Only if he encounters Kabuto, he can still run away, and it is also possible to fight back. But Sasuke in front of him is different. After Orochimaru's careful training, his strength has greatly improved, and there is the imprint of the curse of the sky. If Sasuke tried his best, the result was only 50-50, not to mention Kabuto peeping from the side. Hee, I said I would look forward to it very much. Quan Yu, Sasuke's mouth cocked. He was really happy to meet Quan Yu again, especially after his strength became stronger. The moonlight cast a shadow on Sasuke's long hair, covering his eyes. Just don't know, have you become stronger? Sasuke's head suddenly lifted, and a pair of red eyes with Gaoyu came into Quan Yu's eyes. Quan Yu was shocked and settled there. It's really disappointing, Sasuke sneered. It made him feel very boring to solve Quan Yu in an instant. Sharingan's illusion, it's normal to have such an effect, not to mention he hasn't been guarded yet. Kabuto looked at the subdued Quan Yu and smiled slightly. One Kuwu was thrown out and it passed Quan Yu's eyes instantly, but Quan Yu did not respond. After confirming that there was no problem, Kabuto jumped to Quan Yu's side and prepared to deal with him first. Oh, is it? Quan Yu moved right here. What? Kabuto was shocked and hurriedly avoided, but the light of the knife flashed and Quan Yu cut Kabuto's chest with a knife and blood burst out immediately. It was a pity that Quan Yu looked at the blood on the ground. He didn't pose properly, otherwise he would be killed with a single blow. Kabuto covered his chest, with surprise in his eyes. He had definitely tried it just now. Isn't he afraid that he will shoot him directly in the head? You didn't have an illusion. It seems that you are not as useless as you thought, Sasuke said coldly, not caring about the injured Kabuto. Cough cough, so insidious. Kabuto coughed twice, and then the hand that was pressing on his chest glowed with a light green light. Where is it? Kabuto-senpai is far behind me. Well, let's stop talking nonsense. I still have business to do. Kuan Yu's eyes became solemn, and then he scanned the woods behind him. Sora was still there, and the sound of weapon handover was already heard. Of course, Sasuke's illusion has no effect on him. Although he has not activated the breath of water, his powerful mental power can still resist Sasuke's illusion. What's more, Kuan Yu and Tenseigan, although weak, are not easy to provoke. After all, with so many Byakugan, the pupil power that Sasuke has is far from, even though Kuan Yu can't use it. Kuan Yu didn't resist when he found out that it was an illusion. The illusion was released when Byakugan moved by himself, and even Kuan Yu almost didn't react. But he still pretended to be an illusion just to trick them to come to him. As for temptation, Kuan Yu has practiced since he was a child. Hearing the voice, he knew that it was impossible for Kuwu to hit him. The same is true of what perception tells him. Now that one is seriously injured, it's not bad. Kuan Yu held Jianfeng in both hands, and his breathing gradually became steady. I heard that you are good at swordsmanship. I want to see it. Sasuke stretched his hand behind him. Zizzy. The sound of the blade rubbing the scabbard sounded. Sasuke, Kabuto was startled. Should he start with what the opponent is best at? Kuan Yu is speechless, too unloving. Is there anyone who uses a knife like this? Sasuke doesn't understand knives at all. The pheasant sword is just a better weapon in his hand. A layer of black continued to extend on Jianfeng, and then Jianfeng became a somewhat dim knife. In line with this night, Jianfeng was a little looming, giving people a feeling of Kuan Yu holding the void. I use the real swordsmanship. The broken grass splashed under Kuan Yu's feet, and his body came to Sasuke in an instant. Sasuke drew his knife backhand and directly blocked the water cut by Kuan Yu. Swords are not used like this, let me teach you, Kuan Yu said in a low voice. Jianfeng instantly disappeared from Sasuke's pheasant sword and then reappeared in front of Sasuke's eyes. What? Sasuke was startled. But his hand movement is not slow. Since I can't stop it, it depends on how you block my knife. As soon as the pheasant sword turned, it cut to Kuan Yu's head. Oh, the response is very fast. Most people are afraid that they are too late to react, so they are killed by Kuan Yu. Seeing the cut grass pheasant sword, Kuan Yu was not nervous and quickly retracted the sword, and the back of the sword blocked the grass pheasant sword, making a ding sound. Then Kuan Yu pulled hard, the sound of friction sounded, and the wind shook Sasuke's pheasant sword away and then slashed abruptly. What a great swordsmanship, Kabuto couldn't help but exclaim. At this time, Sasuke was too late to dodge and the pheasant sword was too late to retrieve it. His chest was directly exposed in front of Kuan Yu, but his other hand moved quickly. Fire-style great fireball technique. A flame struck Kuan Yu instantly, water breath waves. The blue chakra rushed out of Kuan Yu's sword in an instant, and instantly covered Jianfeng, turning into a water blade. Kuan Yu returned the knife a little bit and slashed quickly. The flame was instantly cut away, and a curtain of water extended from the wind to block the flame. The flames gradually disappeared and a faint mist of water lingered around Kuan Yu. One-handed not printing something, Kuan Yu thought, and Sasuke, who was under Kuan Yu's knife just now, has now retreated not far away. Sure enough, your greatest skill is the swordsmanship. You hit it deep back then, Sasuke said on his knees, propped on the ground with a pheasant sword and took a breath. If he hadn't used ninjutsu just now, he would have been killed instantly. Kuan Yu looked at the grass pheasant sword that was just stuck on the ground, feeling distressed for a while. MD, I have a good knife, don't even care about it. Even if it covers the armed color, Jianfeng will not be able to transmit chakra, but Kuan Yu still unswervingly protects his sword. Look at this, let's just cut it casually, don't talk about it, just plug it in the ground and don't know how to cherish it at all. I said, if you don't know how to use a knife, don't use it. The knife is not for you to play with, Kuan Yu said with a twitching face. You, Sasuke was furious in an instant, don't think that your sword skills are good, you are very good. You are nothing in front of me. Sasuke stood up and also learned that Kuan Yu held the sword in both hands. Sharingan kept turning in his eyes. Cut, open the plug-in if you can't win, Kuan Yu thought in his heart. However, Kuan Yu's eyes became serious. Sharingan's dynamic vision is not a joke. Kuan Yu's actions just now should be completely seen through. It's just that Sasuke is not familiar with Kuan Yu's swordsmanship, so that Kuan Yu will make a flaw. 3 Gaoyu's Sharingan is already the limit of Sharingan at this stage. It has a variety of functions, each of which is very pervert. Sasuke rushed out in an instant, and when he came to Kuan Yu, it was a cut. F***K, isn't this what I did just now? Kuan Yu blocked it with a cut wind. Then Sasuke's knife passed through Kuan Yu's sword in an instant, slashing towards Kuan Yu. This is not a special ability, it is Kuan Yu who controls his body, returns the knife at the moment of collision, then bypasses the opponent's knife, and directly kills the enemy with a faster reaction speed. This is a kind of swordsmanship developed by Quan Yu, which requires high control and reaction of the body, but it has now been copied. Since you want to play, we will continue to play, Quan Yu sneered. Like Sasuke before, Zanfeng cut directly to Sasuke's head. Sasuke returned the knife instantly, the back of the knife blocked Quan Yu's cutting wind and then pulled. Bang. Sasuke was kicked flying by Quan Yu. I said what you think, using his moves in front of a sword master, isn't this looking for abuse? Quan Yu looked at Sasuke and said, by the way, he blew a wave for himself. Kabuto was stunned. He thought that Sasuke could slash at his empty door like Quan Yu before. Normally, it is okay. Quan Yu, as the person who knows his sword skills best, of course knows the flaws in this move. When Sasuke relied on friction to cut the wind, Quan Yu had already adjusted his posture and kicked Sasuke's abdomen directly. Damn B*******D, Sasuke clutched his abdomen and stood up. He originally wanted to replicate Quan Yu's sword skills, but he didn't expect it to be broken in an instant. He also didn't want to think that Quan Yu is not what it used to be. If Sasuke imitated the previous swordsmanship, he could still be on par with Quan Yu, but now, Quan Yu's body disappeared again. Sasuke was shocked and quickly blocked, but without a few tricks he was kicked again. Sharingan's dynamic vision is strong, but seeing it is the same thing and his own flaws are still irreparable. Quan Yu didn't give Sasuke a chance and ran up again. Sasuke resisted desperately, but he could only guarantee that he would not be cut, but he still couldn't prevent Quan Yu's foot, and his body was shaken constantly by Quan Yu's kick. And Quan Yu surrounded Sasuke, constantly attacking, and there was no chance for Sasuke to use ninjutsu. I see how long you can hold on, I have to say, Sharingan's toughness. Up to now, Quan Yu has left a few bloody mouths on Sasuke's clothes at most. It didn't really hit Sasuke once. Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Quan Yu frowned, and with a wave of Zanfeng, he blocked the Kuwu from breaking through the sky. But Sasuke also seized the opportunity and retreated. It's not a good behavior to disturb other people's competitions, Kabuto-senpai. Quan Yu retracted the knife and scabbed it, but the breath was sharper. Kabuto's body stiffened, so far apart, he actually felt like he was about to be killed in an instant, even though Quan Yu's knife had already been sheathed. Fire-style dragon fire technique. Quan Yu's eyes turned slightly to one side, and a long and narrow flame instantly surged towards him. His sight was completely blocked by the flames, and Sasuke could not be seen. Drawing sword technique, extremely cutting, Quan Yu squatted halfway, his hand blurred for an instant, and then he held Zanfeng. Byakugan turned on. Quan Yu looked at the flame. I saw a blade of light light up and the flame was instantly cut open. There was no sound, only a blue light flashed. The flame dissipated, and Sasuke looked at Quan Yu, who was still drawing the sword with cold sweat on his forehead. Suddenly blood spattered on his shoulder, and a bloody mouth appeared on Sasuke's white kimono. Sasuke was a little bit painful and covered his injured shoulder with an ugly face. This is sword chi. Kabuto swallowed hard. Sasuke, let's leave, he is not something we can deal with now, or Kabuto reacted quickly and instantly appeared next to Sasuke, and a smoke bomb was thrown out. Suddenly there was smoke. Quan Yu didn't chase after him. He had a chance to kill Sasuke under the cover of flames. But he didn't do that. Who knows what will happen if Sasuke is killed, Sage of Six Paths. Otherwise, Quan Yu couldn't stand it if it was chased by Itachi. And Naruto is not easy to explain. In fact, Sasuke's strength is not bad if it weren't for his arrogant thinking that he could imitate Quan Yu's swordsmanship, and then he thought his fire style could pose a threat to Quan Yu. He wouldn't be so easy to lose. I'm still too young, so I opened the Heaven's Curse and added lightning style. Quan Yu was only activated on the second floor, and he did not dare to add attributes. The water and soil were restrained by lightning style. Then he only needs to hold on for a while and Quan Yu is over. Don't think that Sharingan's spinning is terrible, it's terrific to open it. But it won't be that simple next time. Quan Yu's sword skills are probably exposed a lot under Sasuke's Sharingan. HMPH, wait for me to fill up the origin of Tenseigan, I will still abuse you. The smoke dissipated, and Sasuke and Kabuto had disappeared. Crack. Quan Yu put Zanfeng into her sheath and heaved a sigh of relief. Lengzi is worthy of being an Lengzi. If you have the strength, you don't need it, just go with X, but I am also happy and relaxed. But his brows frowned immediately. Quan Yu looked at the woods over there and a terrifying wave broke out in an instant. Byakugan. I'll go, it's a big trouble, Quan Yu said silently. Then he hurried towards there. When Quan Yu arrived in the woods before he walked far, he saw Chakra in a red coat with a tail showing behind him, and Sora, who was on the ground, stared at him tightly. Surrounded by a crowd of Atanin who fell to the ground. 9 tails Chakra has leaked, but fortunately it is only in 1 tail state. Quan Yu doesn't need to check Kong's body anymore. Now it has been confirmed that there is 9 tails chakra in Kong's body. Sora, are you still conscious? Quan Yu said loudly. Sora's eyes with black stripes moved, and then his face became very ugly as if resisting something. Empty, hold on, I'll help you. Quan Yu slowly walked towards Kong. At this time, the emptiness cannot be stimulated, and Quan Yu's movements must be gentle. Sora obviously still had a bit of his own consciousness, and Quan Yu was just staring at when he approached and did not launch an attack. Stay steady, don't be fooled by the power, that's not you, Quan Yu said softly, and at the same time his body slowly approached. And Sora seemed to be settled a lot and he didn't move there anymore. Quan Yu came to Kong's side a little nervous for fear that Kong would suddenly catch him. Then he carefully probed a hand, ready to touch the red-tailed beast coat. Tailed beast chakra finally got it. Quan Yu was excited. But Sora seemed to feel something, like a cat with exploded fur, and took a few steps away in an instant, then stared at Quan Yu angrily and let out a beast-like low growl in his mouth. His own malice seems to have been sensed, and Quan Yu also realized that it was wrong. Sora, I don't mean anything, I just want to help you, Quan Yu smiled. But this time it didn't work. Kong rushed towards Quan Yu instantly. Quan Yu sat on the ground embarrassedly, his clothes torn, and Sora was lying beside him. It's not easy. Quan Yu felt the active chakra in Tensagen. Quan Yu absorbed the empty tail beast coat, which still contained some yin and yang escape that Tensagen needed. Tensagen was greatly supplemented, and incidentally he also received a sum of chakra. Quan Yu now feels that he can mobilize some of Tensagen's chakra. What should I do with the rest? Just take it out. It shouldn't die, right? Quan Yu looked dreamily. In the TV plot, Sora's tailed beast chakra was also drawn by Naruto, and Sora was no problem at the time. This should have something to do with the sealing technique. After the tail beast is sealed into the human body, part of the tail beast should gradually merge with the human under the effect of the seal. When the tail beast is extracted, it will also extract that part of the human body. Most people can't bear it at all and they will die directly. And Sora should be just a simple seal. Even if it blends into the body, it won't be too much. Quan Yu, who knows seal art well and knows the plot, feels that this analysis should be correct. At this time, Sora also slowly woke up and he sat up in a daze and then saw the damaged ground around him. Suddenly startled. It's okay, you didn't hurt anyone, Quan Yu's voice sounded nearby. Then he turned his head and saw Quan Yu in embarrassment. He knew what was going on and his expression became a little lonely. Sorry, I don't want to be like this either, Kong said apologetically. It's okay, it's compelling to look like you after all, you have no reason, Quan Yu said lightly. Empty silence. Quan Yu thought for a while and said, actually, I have a way to solve your problems. What? Kong was surprised. No, I need this power, but Sora shook his head immediately. But can you control it? And if you lose control, there may be me among those who come to kill you, Quan Yu said with a sigh. Quan Yu knew that Sora would use this power to avenge his father. Kong was a little confused. Strength is gained through our own efforts. The power you get casually is unreliable and may disappear in a blink of an eye. For example, if I kill you now and you have no resistance at all, Quan Yu's eyes slowly became apparent, malicious. Kong became nervous in an instant and then took 2 steps back vigilantly. Haha, kidding, do you know why I became like this when I was only 2 years older than you? Quan Yu laughed twice before looking to one side and looking far-sighted. Sora relaxed when he heard Quan Yu's words, then fell silent for a while and said, is it also because of power? Yes, my physical talent is insufficient. Although I developed a powerful technique, there are still sequelae after using it, but I didn't give up, and I still worked hard until I become what I am now. This is the price. Quan Yu was also embarrassed when he thought of his experience along the way. Cost. Yeah, the price. Although the price was paid, there are results. I became a Jonin when I was 17, Quan Yu said with a smile. Sora remained silent. And have you figured out the price? If you continue to hold this kind of power, maybe it is not just yourself that will be destroyed, Quan Yu said while the iron was hot. After hearing Quan Yu's words, Sora remembered the disgust of the seniors in the temple. Maybe this was also a price. Okay, don't think about it, someone is coming, don't talk when that happens, I'll explain. Quan Yu walked to Kong's side and patted him on the shoulder. As soon as Quan Yu finished speaking, several figures appeared not far away from them. Sora was also surprised. He was afraid of being known that he was mad again. Master Dilu, the matter has been investigated and the enemy was repelled by me, Quan Yu said. The people who came were Dilu and a few ninja monks. The movement here was discovered by the ninja monks on patrol and they sent a signal. Then Dilu rushed over with someone. Dailu frowned as he looked at the shattered ground around him and the crowd of Yin Ren who fell to the ground. They are Orochimaru's subordinates. This time they came to steal the ninja's corpse to perform an evil resurrection ceremony, and then they became his weapon. Fortunately, they were repelled by me, Quan Yu explained. Orochimaru. It was the rebel who attacked Konoha 2 years ago. Jai Lu was startled. Yes, I will also report this to Master Hawkage after I return, Quan Yu nodded and said. Dai Lu was silent for a moment. Thank you Quan Yu Jonin this time, please come to the temple to rest with me so I can understand the situation, Dilu said. Okay, Quan Yu indeed needs a rest. Kong Lu shouted, then she woke up while still in a daze. We're going back, Dilu turned around and then jumped onto the tree with the ninja monk. Let's go, Quan Yu patted the back of Fear of Empty. Candlelight lit up in a room. Kabuto, why are we running away? I can beat him, Sasuke said unwillingly while sitting on the bed with a bandage on his shoulder. If it wasn't for the flame to block his sight, I'm afraid you would be speechless now, Kabuto said lightly. His body was also wrapped in bandages, and if he hadn't dodged fast enough at the time, it was estimated that his entire chest and abdomen would be cut away by Quan Yu. Damn it! Sasuke hit the bed with a punch. But he also remembered that time, he obviously felt a strong sense of peeping. This shows that Quan Yu probably knows his position, but why did he cut it off? Show mercy. HMPH, it's impossible, it must be because he hasn't been able to control that kind of swordsmanship. Sasuke sneered, next time you won't run away so easily. Then his brows frowned twice, as if the action just now affected the injury on his shoulder. When Quan Yu returned to the Temple of Fire, a ninja monk prepared a piece of clothing for Quan Yu. After Quan Yu changed into it, he was invited to Dilu. Dai Lu sat on a cushion with his eyes closed, and there was also a cushion opposite him, obviously for Quan Yu. Quan Yu walked over and sat down. This time I have worked hard, Quan Yu Jonin, Dilu opened his eyes and said with a smile. You are polite, this was originally my duty, Quan Yu also said. Dai Lu paused and suddenly said, thank you Quan Yu Jonin for this empty thing. What did Master Dilu say? I don't know, Quan Yu pretended to be unclear. Well, Quan Yu Jonin doesn't need to help Kong conceal it, I know his situation, Dilu said with a sigh. It seems that it has erupted before, just like in the TV plot, Quan Yu's eyes rolled in thought. Indeed, his state is very dangerous, Quan Yu's expression also became serious. There is no need to conceal it at this time. In fact, Sora's father was one of the guardian shinobu who initiated the coup that I said before, and he was killed by Asuma. I have never dared to tell Sora about this, because he was afraid of resentment in his heart. Dai Lu continued, his expression somewhat depressed, and the horse is dead, the plot is different but it's right. After all, the TV plot is too unrealistic, and the real event is definitely not the case. Quan Yu was thinking about things in his heart, but suddenly his eyebrows twitched. Master Dilu, I am afraid he already knows, Quan Yu smiled bitterly. Land stunned. Who is Asuma? Sora walked out slowly and said in a low voice. Quan Yu was just attracted by the topic of Dilu, and he didn't notice the arrival of Kong. It wasn't until Dilu told that Asuma had killed Sora's father and Sora's mood fluctuated that Quan Yu felt. Empty, it's not what you think, Dai Lu said hurriedly. But Kong looked at Dilu and ran out without looking back. Master Dilu, don't worry, I'll go and chase Kong back. Quan Yu stood up and chased him out in an instant. Sora kept running, he didn't know where he was going, only knew that he was going to take revenge and killed the man named Asuma. But where is he? Why did he kill his father? Even Master Dilu had to hide it for him. Sora slowly stopped, feeling a little at a loss, and he didn't know how to vent his emotions. Bang! He slammed a fist against a tree next to him and the tree shook twice. Oh, Quan Yu fell from the tree. Sora was taken aback for a moment. Aha, what, you found out, Quan Yu said, touching his head. What are you doing? He pouted. Actually, I know who Asuma is, Quan Yu said with a pat on his body. What, tell me, who is he and why did he kill my father? Kong asked hurriedly. This is a long story. Let's eat something first, let's talk slowly. Quan Yu took out 2 steamed buns from his arms and handed empty one. This was Shun Yu passing by the kitchen when Quan Yu was leaving. Kong froze for a while or took the steamed bun. Quan Yu sat under the tree, then took a bite of the steamed bun and said, sit down, I will tell you slowly. Sora hesitated and sat down. Actually, Asuma is a good person, Quan Yugang said. Kong's expression was wrong and he was about to stand up soon but was held back by Quan Yu. Listen to me. At first your father was going to launch a coup d'etat. You may not understand the meaning of the coup d'etat, but you should always understand the war, Quan Yu said. Kong nodded. The reason for the coup is to make the country of fire a military country and then launch aggression against all countries and finally achieve reunification, Quan Yu continued. Is my father wrong? Kong said lightly. There is a mistake. Peace is not achieved in this way, let alone that it is impossible. War will kill countless people. Whether old people or babies will die. Can you imagine the cruelty? Quan Yu said in a low voice. As a modern man who has experienced long-term peace, Quan Yu feels deeply disgusted by killing. But he still doesn't have much emotion to kill some people who should be killed. Even if he had to make a move, Quan Yu couldn't help it. He still didn't have the ability to change anything. Sora shook his head. Asuma, it was to stop your father from killing him, and they should have been good friends before, fighting for the same ideal, Quan Yu said. Then he shouldn't have killed my father, Kong said angrily. Quan Yu didn't calm Kong's emotions. If your father killed all the people in the Temple of Fire, would you still say that? Quan Yu said lightly. This, impossible, Sora hesitated and said, there is nothing impossible. You must know that if your father succeeded in the first place, it might be 100 times worse, 1,000 times worse than this, or other people's lives are not so valuable in your eyes. Quan Yu stared at Kong. Kong was a little afraid to look at Quan Yu. Do you know what's in your body? Quan Yu retracted his compelling gaze and said lightly. What Kong looked at Quan Yu, he also wanted to know. The chakra of the tailed beast, I don't know how your father collected it. It is actually installed in your body badly. You must know that the power of the tailed beast is terrifying. It instantly destroys the city and destroys the country. Master's war weapon. Quan Yu said disdainfully, weapon. Kong's eyes are a little fuzzy, am I a weapon? As Lenovo Quan Yu said before, he also understood something. His father was actually using himself to achieve his goals. No, I don't believe it, you lied to me, Kong shouted loudly, then threw the bun on Quan Yu's body and ran away again. Oh, it's really not worrying. Is it easy for me to cheat chakra? Quan Yu took a bite of the steamed bun and then stepped away and left. Sora ran to a river, stopped, and then looked at herself in the river a little dazed. Then, without knowing what he saw, he picked up the river to wash his face desperately. The sky stopped for a long time. Are you awake? Quan Yu's voice appeared behind Kong. Turning his head idling, he saw Quan Yu sitting there eating steamed buns. Can you take me to see that Asuma? Sora said softly. No matter what, I should meet him. After thinking for a while, Quan Yu said, yes, but the things in your body must be removed, otherwise I can't afford the responsibility. Clear it, I don't need this kind of thing anymore. I turned my head and said to the sun slowly rising behind him. A smile appeared on Quan Yu's face. In the temple. What, you're going to take your time to see Asuma? Dai Lu was startled and then looked to the side, who bowed his head silently. Yes, I will help him solve the things in the empty body, but this is related to my secrets, and I also ask Master Dilu to keep the secrets, Quan Yu said. This, Dai Lu hesitated. After all, the things in the hollow body were very dangerous, what he gave to Quan Yu. Actually, my teacher is fifth Hawkage, Master Dilu doesn't have to worry at all, Quan Yu said with a smile. Master Hawkage, Dai Lu exclaimed. Sora looked at Quan Yu unbelievably, he was actually Hawkage's disciple. Kong, you go out first, I'll have a separate talk with Master Dilu. Quan Yu turned his head and said to Kong. Kong nodded and then left. Master Dilu, who knows that there is 9 tails chakra in Kong? Quan Yu asked seriously after Kong left. Quan Yu Jonin knows, I know about this. Even Asuma doesn't know what it is, and the monks in the temple don't know what it is, Dai Lu said seriously. Quan Yu nodded, surely Asuma didn't know, otherwise Konoha would have dealt with it long ago, it would be too dangerous. Then there is no problem, after processing I will tell my teacher at the right time. Quan Yu used Tsunade as a shield again. When is the right time? The ghost knew when it was right, Quan Yu snickered. Then trouble, Quan Yu Jonin, then Asuma, Dai Lu hesitated. I probably talked about his father's problem to Kong. After venting it, his mood stabilized. It doesn't hurt to see it. Kong knows it anyway, Quan Yu said. Then Quan Yu Jonin, please take care of it and I will leave it to you, Dilu said. You are polite, this is what I should do, Quan Yu said with a bow. The matter was solved perfectly. Quan Yu also got what he wanted and the hard work was not in vain. In a secret room of the Temple of Fire, Quan Yu and the bare-chested Kong were sitting opposite each other. Is Sora ready? If you have any questions, please remind me at any time so I can interrupt, Quan Yu said. Kong nodded, expressing understanding. Quan Yu took out a scroll which was engraved with symbols. Then his fingers touched the empty abdomen, the pale blue chakra flashed past, and a seal of runes appeared. What a bad seal, I don't know how to seal 9 tails chakra, Quan Yu thought. Quan Yu pressed directly on the empty abdomen, and chakra plunged into the seal, and Tenseigion's light flashed in the dark space. Quan Yu's hand was pulled from the empty abdomen, a red chakra was pulled out, and then pressed on the scroll, the red chakra began to slowly enter the scroll. In fact, it turned around in the reel, these chakras were actually absorbed by Quan Yu. Sora's body was shaking a little, but he still endured it. After the red chakra entered Tenseigon, it was quickly transformed, but this amount was a bit too much. Tenseigon couldn't keep up and Quan Yu had to slow down. As chakra entered, Tenseigon became brighter and brighter, and Quan Yu could feel that its origin was being quickly filled. There are more and more chakras in Tenseigon, and the absorption rate is getting faster and faster. But it didn't take long for chakra to come. The empty 9 tails chakra was exhausted. Quan Yu pressed on the scroll and shouted seal. Then he quickly rolled up the reel and the play was still to be finished. Empty, are you okay? Quan Yu asked with concern. Kong shook his head, just looking tired. After that, Quan Yu came to Dilu with the dressed Kong Kong. Quan Yu nodded to Dai Lu, and Dai Lu also let out a sigh of relief. After resting for a while in Sora, Quan Yu left the fire temple with Sora, preparing to return to Konoha. On the way, Sora, what do you want to do when you see Asuma? Quan Yu asked. I just want to get to know him and see what kind of person he is, Kong said calmly. If you want to attack him, forget it, he is stronger than me, Quan Yu joked. Sora shook his body and could prevent him from going crazy. One can imagine how strong Quan Yu is, that Asuma is actually stronger than him. Sora obviously overestimated Quan Yu's strength. Quan Yu just took a chance to get close to Sora's body and sucked Nine Tails' chakra away. Even so, I was embarrassed. Let's go, don't think too much, life is always a little unexpected, be happy. Quan Yu smiled, but immediately he frowned. Someone came over and there were still a lot of people. Zwipe. A bunch of Konoha Anbu appeared in front of Quan Yu. What's the matter? Quan Yu wondered. Why did Anbu come over? It seemed that he was looking for him. John and Izumi, now you are accused of killing a ninja in the same village, please come with us. And Anbu stood up and said. Sora looked shocked. When did I kill the ninja in the same village and your identification? Quan Yu was a little suspicious and took 2 steps forward. Stop your approach, surrender the weapon, and catch it. The Anbu became nervous. They had read Quan Yu's information when they looked for him before. It's not that simple. I don't want to do it. You can always show me the arrest warrant. Quan Yu was speechless. This is an arrest warrant. An Anbu shot a note. Quan Yu caught it and opened it and took a look. It was actually signed by his teacher and he was shocked. Okay, I'll hand over the weapon. Quan Yu took off the ninja bag and then placed Xian Feng on the ground. Now that it happened, I had to go back and see what had happened. Then a crowd of Anbu gathered around and tied Quan Yu with iron chains. His ninja bag and Xian Feng were also put away by Anbu. Sora, I'm sorry, I have some trouble here. You go back first, and I will find you when I finish processing, Quan Yu said without worry. Sora hesitated. Sorry, he can't go either, he must take it back, and Anbu said. Hey, it's too much, do you know who I am? Quan Yu was a little angry. This is the request of Tsunade-sama. This matter must be investigated seriously, and relevant people must bring it back. Okay, Quan Yu heard that it was Mr. Tsunade's arrangement that he couldn't say anything. I'm sorry, I'm tired of you, Quan Yu smiled apologetically. I'll go to Konoha with you, Kong said, shaking his head. Fortunately, these Anbus didn't put a chain on Sora, and then they were taken all the way back to Konoha. Tsunade was already waiting outside the Hawkage building. What's going on with Quan Yu? Tsunade asked anxiously when Quan Yu came. I still want to ask, I have been working on tasks these days and I haven't done anything else. Quan Yu was also speechless. He was arrested for nothing. Nothing, don't you want to admit your crime? Quan Yu Danzo walked over with 2 guard ninjas. Tsunade, you can't handle this matter, you are his teacher. To avoid suspicion, leave it to our roots. Danzo looked like he was thinking about Tsunade. Tsunade was a little embarrassed. It was impossible to give it to Danzo, but her current identity was embarrassing and she really couldn't handle this matter. I said, what did I do? Who did I kill? Quan Yu had no idea what was wrong with him. Near the place where you were doing the task, a small team was found killed there. After being found, they were brought back to Konoha to examine the wound and found. Is it caused by my cutting wind? Quan Yu asked. Yes, it's exactly the same as the blade you used to perform the task, and Tsunade nodded and said solemnly. Why don't you admit it? You are the criminal who killed your colleagues. Danzo's voice was a bit loud, and the passing ninjas looked at Quan Yu in surprise. F***K, this is a buckle. Quan Yu's forehead was exposed. I've been on mission and I met Orochimaru's men in the middle. How could I kill them? Quan Yu said angrily. Oh, Orochimaru, it seems that a collusion and treason will be added. Danzo sneered on his face. TMD. Quan Yu's chakra is fiercely erupting. This time he is really angry and the chains on his body are constantly shaking. Stop it, Tsunade stood in front of Quan Yu. If Quan Yu breaks free, even if he did not do it, he will be punished. Quan Yu was startled and calmed down. Danzo, before the matter has been investigated, please don't make up the matter indiscriminately. I will publicly hear the matter of Quan Yu, Tsunade said lightly. Oh, I'm waiting. Danzo saw that the effect was almost done and left. Follow me, Tsunade said and walked forward. Quan Yu was also speechless. I have only been quiet for a few days now, so I did the whole thing again. But he was not worried either. He had been in the Temple of Fire all this time and had witnesses. Hawkage office. Tsunade frowned after listening to Quan Yu's report. So they are here for you. I don't know, it may happen suddenly, Quan Yu thought for a while and said. But over there it's very troublesome. Danzo won't let it go. The dead time of the body should be after you met Sasuke and them. Did you leave the Temple of Fire during that time? Tsunade said. This. I really left. Quan Yu was a little embarrassed. Then it will be troublesome. The picture of them being killed from the corpse, that figure is you, and the other party is very professional. Of course, Tsunade believes in Quan Yu, and the only person doing this is Orochimaru or Danzo. In Tsunade's mind, Danzo has the highest possibility. Orochimaru will not be so boring. Oh, in the image I got, am I wearing my green vest? Quan Yu thought for a while and said. Yeah, but what you call? Tsunade's expression was a little weird. Could it be? Suddenly Tsunade looked at the clothes Quan Yu is wearing now as if thinking of something. That's right, my dress broke during the battle. This is evidence, Quan Yu smiled. Moreover, I only have one and I haven't had time to get the others. Quan Yu has been working on tasks, and he didn't get the clothes he sent. Since that person is wearing a green vest, it is not Quan Yu. Danzo, remember it to me and I will find you to get it back. After receiving important information, Tsunade began an investigation. Then began the trial of Quan Yu. Everyone, have you read the information? Tsunade looked at the two elders and Danzo. Yes, the proof he provided really proves that he didn't kill anyone, Mitokado Hamura said. I don't think this proves that a transformation technique can be solved, and it may be that he left it on purpose. After all, he used to be Anbu and is very familiar with this set. Danzo said gloomily, unwilling to let Quan Yu go. I said, Lord Danzo, can't I become someone else? I have to become myself. For example, can't I be like you? It's so convenient. After all, no one would suspect that Lord Danzo would kill. You say yes, Lord Danzo. Quan Yu said to Danzo unceremoniously. You, Danzo was furious. Also, you said I used to belong to Anbu. Wouldn't I forget to destroy the corpse? You really look down on me, Quan Yu said disdainfully. Well, Quan Yu, don't say anything, Tsunade interrupted when he came out. Quan Yu was acquitted and released. The elders have no opinion, right? The two elders nodded. This incident was too flawed, and it was obvious that someone was planting Quan Yu. Reminiscent of Quan Yu's men who met Orochimaru before, it is likely that they did it. Danzo was a little angry, but he turned his face and smiled. The matter was not over yet. Danzo turned and left. The chain on Quan Yu's body was loosened, and a side Kong was brought over. His matter has been reported to teacher Tsunade. Be careful from now on, don't always let me wipe your butt, Tsunade said dissatisfied. I can't do anything about it. I did the task honestly, but I didn't expect to have such a thing. Quan Yu was also helpless. Well, you go back, this matter has not been told to your home yet, Tsunade said. Thank you, teacher. Then Quan Yu left here with Kong. Hey, you see that this is the impermanence of the world and you can't even resist, Quan Yu said to Kong. Kong nodded, shocked him before, thinking that something was going to happen to Quan Yu. Follow me home first and I will take you to see Asuma tomorrow, Quan Yu said. Then Quan Yu returned to the Senju clan with space. Before Quan Yu entered the door, he encountered the fragrant phosphorus coming out. Xianglin looked at the empty space behind Quan Yu, his eyes rolled. Grandpa, Quan Yu has brought people back again, this time he is still a man. Let me go, do you want to be so disgusting? Quan Yu's forehead bursts with black lines. Sora was also embarrassed. What is the nonsense of girls? Grandpa gave Phosphorus the back of his head in an instant. Phosphorus touched his head aggrievedly. It's Quan Yu's friend, come in and sit down, Grandpa said with a smile. The next day, Quan Yu made arrangements for going out and then went out with time in the evening, outside the rotisserie. Hey, Quan Yu is rare, I haven't seen him for so long, so he invited us to dinner as soon as he came. Well, this is Yaha Akamaru. The much bigger Akamaru went to Quan Yu's side and sniffed and wagged his tail. Obviously, he was familiar with the person who had given him the injection. I was a little upset when I saw the empty space next to me, who, I don't know. Sora was a little nervous seeing such a big dog. Quan Yu touched Akimaru's head. Isn't it not long after Anbu's work ended? I just have time to invite you to dinner, Quan Yu laughed. Then I'm welcome. Before long, Asuma brought Shikamaru and the others over. Quan Yu, long time no see, Shikamaru greeted. It was Asuma who looked at the Kong beside Quan Yu, frowning slightly. Sora is now wearing a monk robe. Yes, you go in first, I have to wait for someone. Quan Yu also followed Shikamaru's relationship and invited them all over. Senior Asuma, please wait, I have something to tell you, Quan Yu said again. Hearing Quan Yu's words, Kong's body instantly tightened. Shikamaru seemed to see something wrong. This matter should have something to do with Asuma, so he took Choji and Ino and went in. Oh, you should be empty. I know there will be such a day. Let's talk about it. Asuma obviously already knows the identity of Sora, although he doesn't know that there is 9 tails chakra in Sora's body. Yeah, Kong was somewhat silent. I have to wait for someone so I won't bother you, Quan Yu said. Asuma nodded and walked to the side. Sora followed. I hope they can have a good talk, Quan Yu thought. Quan Yu, it was Tent who came, the dinner table. I said, Quan Yu, you seem to have something happened recently, Shikamaru said casually, resting his hands on the table. Oh, don't mention it, someone poured dirty water on me. How did you know that? Quan Yu was a little puzzled. It's spreading in many places now, Quan Yu, you should be careful, Tenton said aside. Might Guy frowned slightly. Quan Yu, do you think of a solution? It will not be good for you to continue like this. And this will also affect your teacher Tsunade-sama. Neji sipped his tea and said lightly. I'm going the old B asterisk 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 D. Danzo dared to do this. Quan Yu was anxious. Quan Yu knows what the content is without even thinking about it, but Quan Yu's face was still calm. Yeah, I'll find a way. It's a rare meeting to stop talking about these unhappy ones. Come on, let's raise a glass. Quan Yu drove the atmosphere. Quan Yu and the others ate for a while before Asuma came back with time. The bearish expression should be fine. So Quan Yu introduced them to Kong and the crowd left after eating late. Empty, how's it going? Quan Yu asked. Fortunately, Kong said softly, now that you have made it clear, don't think so much, just live a good life in the future, Quan Yu said with a smile. Quan Yu, can I come to Konoha as a ninja? Asuma asked me to come to you, Sora asked. Quan Yu froze, this Asuma would really cause me trouble. Yes, I'll ask, but I can't guarantee success, Quan Yu said reluctantly. Two of them had been stuffed before, and now they are here again. He can think of the teacher's expression. When Quan Yu said this, Kong's mood improved. Quan Yu doesn't know what Asuma said to Sora, and he is not easy to ask. Since Usopp wants to be a ninja, let him go. After that, Quan Yu found Mr. Tsunade. Teacher, look at this matter, can you be accommodating? Quan Yu said embarrassedly. Well, it's not impossible. Tsunade had also learned about Sora's situation, but she was still a little worried. Thank you, teacher, Quan Yu said happily, but Tsunade paused. He must be arranged in your group, and if something goes wrong, you must also be responsible, and there are other people I will arrange for you, Tsunade said. Who is it? Quan Yu didn't mind arranging Sora to him. He originally applied for it by himself. Shira and Keiko, don't take a look, who would dare to team up with you now? Tsunade suddenly became angry. Danzo, you are deceiving too much. Quan Yu just remembered what Shikamaru and the others had told themselves before. It was already so serious. Quan Yu's face suddenly became sad. Public opinion cannot be solved by strength. His current reputation is already stinking. Tsunade looked at Quan Yu with a bleak expression, a little helpless. Go back to your grandpa by yourself, he has a way, Tsunade said. Although she has tried her best to save it here, the effect is not great. Grandpa, Quan Yu was startled. You think there is nothing special about the Senju clan? Almost half of the villagers are related to our clan. Danzo is not enough with this means, Tsunade said with disdain. Well, it can still be like this. Quan Yu just knows that the Senju family is very common in foreign marriages. But I didn't expect to be so exaggerated. Almost half of the people are related to them. It seems that the Senju family is taking the civilian route. Having completely integrated himself into Konoha, Quan Yu also remembered that Tsunade joked before that Quan Yu can also be a Hokage, which is really not a joke. What is the concept of half of the people? That is, except for some families, basically most people are related to the Senju family. Ninjas are among them, but there are still close relatives. But this is also quite scary. I see teacher. Quan Yu regained consciousness and said, in Konoha village. Chuanmu, I'm back, an older female voice rang. Yes, mother. Did something happen in the village recently? Well, mother, why do you ask this? It seems that I heard that a Jonin killed a ninja in the same village. This incident is very fierce. It seems to be called Quan Yu or something. It is really, damn it. Oh, mother, don't hit me. If you don't hit anyone, Tsunade-sama has come out to refute the rumors, and you have sent me a mess that was framed by someone. There are still many such situations, and the rumors about Quan Yu in the village disappeared in an instant. Grandpa, you are amazing, Quan Yu said with a smile. Hee, it's not easy to frame us, but you have to be careful, Quan Yu, Grandpa sneered, then said worriedly. I see Bai and Keiko are in my group and I must be careful too, Quan Yu said, but how should Danzo solve it? I can't help him now, I can't find any evidence. The teacher's supervision of him has been strict enough, but he still found the opportunity. It seems that only after he reveals the fox tail. Haha, this time you're very good, Quan Yu, don't worry, we will still have contacts, Danzo said lightly with a book in his hands. It's just that his eyes are very malicious. It didn't take long for the empty forehead protector to be sent out. Sora also wrote a letter to the Temple of Fire and Dilu agreed. Seeing Bai, Keiko, and still free, Quan Yu was very satisfied and his team was also gathered. Shura and Keiko are both light green vests. They are already Chunin. Sora also wears a forehead protector and put on a ninja suit. He belongs to Genin. Let's go, let's pick up the task, Quan Yu smiled. The three people in front of them also smiled. Quan Yu took them to Hokage's office. High-level tasks are generally issued by Hokage, and only low-level tasks are picked up in the task hall. Quan Yu, take a look. It's the first time you take this kind of task. I will give you a convenience. You can choose yourself, Tsunade said with a smile. Thank you, teacher, Quan Yu smiled. Then Quan Yu looked in the task list to see if there were any tasks he needed. Time is approaching, he needs to prepare. Quan Yu's eyes lit up instantly, that's it. Teacher, I'll take this task. Quan Yu handed over the task he chose to Tsunade. Tsunade took a look and frowned. Send the material to Sunagakure, Quan Yu. You must know that you have caught Gaara before and the others are Feng Ying now. Are you afraid that he will cause trouble? Although Sunagakure paid a large sum of war indemnities for the attack on Konoha, it has since strengthened cooperation with Konoha. After all, the material is barren, and many things depend on the country of fire. It's okay, it's been so long, others have forgotten it a long time ago. This task is simple, just to familiarize Keiko and others, Quan Yu said indifferently. Well, since you said that, then this task is left to you. Tsunade didn't say anything. The relationship between the two countries is now in the honeymoon period, and it should not be too embarrassing. Orochimaru sat on the stone seat and listened with interest to Kabuto's process of the mission. So, he is already very good now, Orochimaru said softly, and he was not angry at Kabuto's failure. Yes, as he said himself, he is already close to the level of a master of swordsmanship, and his perception is also exaggerated. I was directly found lurking underground, Kabuto explained. Illusory resistance is also quite strong. Sharingan's illusion is basically useless. Kabuto glanced at Sasuke and continued, and he himself was injured as a result. It's just that I didn't use my full strength. Sasuke felt a little upset when he heard it. The other party did not use all their strength. Once he activates his breathing method, his strength may be even stronger. If the final blow were not missed, you would probably die on the spot. In front of Orochimaru, Kabuto no longer gave Sasuke face. You. Well, I don't care about the others. The perception is so strong that it is really a bit abnormal. Orochimaru still believes in Kabuto's hidden ability. It is a bit strange that he has been discovered hidden underground even if he is prepared. Have you found anything else? Orochimaru continued to ask. It's really abnormal. At the end, I obviously blocked his sight with fire style, but there was still a feeling of complete exposure, Sasuke said with a cold snort. I also felt a sense of voyeurism before. Kabuto thought for a while and said, Oh, that's interesting. Orochimaru thought of something, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. If I didn't use all my strength, I wouldn't just lose like this. Sasuke still cared very much. Sasuke, you go down first. Next time remember not to give him another chance, Orochimaru said lightly. Sasuke glanced at Orochimaru and left without saying anything. Wait for Sasuke to leave. Master Orochimaru, I actually have other information, Kabuto hesitated and said. Oh, tell me, Orochimaru came interested. The kid who came with Quan Yu is a bit unusual. I checked the corpses on our side. They all have claw marks on their bodies. They were obviously injured by Julie. This was not caused by Quan Yu, but it looked like. Like what? A fierce animal, Kabuto thought for a while and said. A fierce animal, Orochimaru thought, could it be? Oh, I see, Orochimaru said lightly. Sasuke sighed. You are ready to, Kabuto said in a low voice. Wait, my reincarnation period is still some time away and he is not mature enough. Orochimaru smiled on his face. The country of fire. Quan Yu and the others have now left Konoha. The long convoy is constantly moving forward, and the carriage is also full of goods covered with tarps. Quan Yu took Keiko and Sora and slowly walked in the forefront of the team. Bai observed the situation at the end of the team. Keiko, it's the first time to come out on a mission, so don't be nervous, Quan Yu said to Keiko with a smile. It's okay. Keiko's eyes bend slightly, obviously in a good mood now. Sora, go and inspect the neighborhood, Quan Yu said suddenly and solemnly. Oh, Kong looked at the two of them suspiciously and got up and jumped away. A smile appeared on Quan Yu's face, and then he walked to Keiko's side and slowly took her hand. Keiko's face blushed slightly, and she resisted a little. Just let Quan Yu lead her. The team moved very slowly, but there were no problems along the way. The task that Tsunade had previously arranged for Quan Yu had basically cleared the country of fire. However, Quan Yu still opens Byakugan occasionally to check. Sometimes I also guide Sora to some things that ninjas need to pay attention to. Ninjutsu Shang. Quan Yu can't guide Sora, so he instructs Xiaoju. I have to say that Sora is still relatively good. One-handed wind style is quite powerful and the body is excellent. Chakra is also very sufficient. This makes Quan Yu very envious. However, the lack of knowledge about ninjas is more serious and you need to study hard. Fortunately, it is still a long time, and Quan Yu can slowly guide. 10 days later, Quan Yu and the others finally left the country of fire and arrived in the territory of the country of wind. The team leader also gave each person face towels to resist wind and sand. The road here is not easy to walk. And from time to time there will be sand traps and the carriage will sink into the sand pit. Fortunately, the teams are all connected, so there won't be any major problems. Keiko is also an Earth-style ninja, using ninjutsu directly to get the carriage out. Otherwise, relying on Quan Yu's third-rate Earth style, I'm afraid it will be the only one who will end up playing it. Regardless of Quan Yudu's attribute master, he is very good, but basically I haven't learned a lot of ninjutsu, just escape and hardening. One is used to escape and the other is used to resist, nothing is useful. Quan Yu looked towards the sky. The sun in the wind was very blazing and even his white skin had turned black. At the same time, Quan Yu was also calculating time in his heart, and his purpose of coming to Sunagakur was not simple. Sitting on the carriage, he evaded his consciousness into Tensegan and felt the situation inside. After absorbing the empty-tailed beast chakra, Tensegan also changed a lot. The origin of Tensegan's core part turned into a pure blue, and the whole body also emitted bright blue light as it continued to agitate. The current Tensegan has been out of the state of weakness, the source has also been supplemented a lot, plus a large amount of chakra income. Now Quan Yu has been able to mobilize a large number of chakras, which is why he chose this time to come to Sunagakur. The origin of Tensegan has not been fully supplemented, but has been initially free from weakness. After all, it is only the chakra of the tailed beast that is sealed in the empty body. The yin and yang contained in it are not too many, so Quan Yu once again chose Xiao's idea. It is not only the problem of Tensegan's original restoration, but also the problem of chakra. Although Tensegan and the tail beast have both yin and yang escape, Tensegan cannot restore chakra, and Quan Yu doesn't know why. This means that once Quan Yu has used chakra in Tensegan, he must replenish it again. But relying on Quan Yu's own supplementation with chakra is far from meeting his own needs. Therefore, Quan Yu is going to take advantage of Akatsuki's upcoming actions to cut out part of Shuhei's body and create a small tail beast. The tail beast can automatically restore chakra, so Quan Yu has a steady supply of high-quality chakra, and it can also supplement Tensegan's origins by the way. Quan Yu, we are going to Sunagakur soon, Keiko shouted from the side. At this time her face was covered with a white face towel, only a pair of big eyes were exposed, but she was not as moisturized as before. Quan Yu felt a little painful and would never come to this ghost place again. Okay, I see. Quan Yu jumped out of the carriage and then looked into the distance. Sunagakur's high wall has appeared in his eyes. I don't know if the time is right, Quan Yu said to himself. The original work did not mention the exact time when Xiao came to arrest Gaara. All of this is Quan Yu's guess and estimate. In fact, he could come with Naruto and the others, but that was too easy to expose, and it was almost over until Gaara was found. So Quan Yu came here early, but if he missed it, he missed it. Anyway, there is another chance. Quan Yu's goal was not to make up the nine-tailed beasts. Even if he got it all together, he didn't have much hope of entering Six Paths mode. After all, Tensegan was not 10 tails. Even to control the tail beast, he can only accomplish it through a seal. After the inspection, the team entered Sunagakur. Quan Yu also submitted the mission document and walked in. The team leader is handing over cargo to Sunagakur's ninjas. The team will not leave Sunagakur so quickly. They also need to purchase some local products and transport them back. This is also the reason why Quan Yu chose this task. The longer he stays, the less chance he will miss. Suddenly Quan Yu looked to one side. I saw Gaara walking over with Kankuro. Long time no see. Quan Yu. Gaara's expression is very calm. He is also much taller, and he doesn't have the dark and crazy feeling before, but it makes people feel like spring breeze. Sure enough, he is a person who can be a Fengying. For Gaara's change, Quan Yu still admired him in his heart. It's been a long time, Gaara, you have changed a lot. You have become a shadow of the wind, Quan Yu smiled. The news of Quan Yu's coming mission will be passed to Sunagakur through Ninying in advance. Of course, Gaara, who is Fengying, knows that Quan Yu is here. I don't know someone, but now he is just a Jonin, Kankuro said unhappy. Kankuro, Gaara frowned. No way, I can't push my teacher down, Quan Yu said with a smile, not minding at all. This is Keiko Bai, and they all walked behind Quan Yu when there is time. Kankuro's body stiffened, and he had forgotten that Quan Yu's teacher was Hawkage. The things that happened back then were all misunderstandings. We have also caused you a lot of trouble. I have prepared guest rooms for you. I hope you can have a good time at Sunagakur, Gaara said with a smile. I have to say that Gaara has really changed. It is hard to say that Quan Yu can't refuse, probably because Naruto's mouth has the effect. Then how embarrassed, Quan Yu said this, but he walked towards Gaara honestly. Quan Yu looked like a rogue, staring blankly at Bai. Bai smiled slightly and gave Kong an expression that you will know from now on. Only Bai and Huizi understand Quan Yu. He has been a little mature, but his personality has not changed at all. Sometimes he likes hippie smiles. After Gara and the others left, Kuan Yu flew directly onto the wide bed. Gara is so interesting, actually arranged us in the guest room to welcome the foreign guests, or a single room, Kuan Yu said after feeling the soft bed. Bai and Keiko were also very satisfied with this place, with a smile on their faces. Tomorrow I will take you around the village. It's a rare visit. It's definitely going to be fun, Kuan Yu said. Sora hesitated. They still have tasks. What should the team do? Don't worry about it. It's okay. Gara will notify us when it's ready, and there won't be any problems here. But what Kuan Yu thought in his heart was that it's better to have something wrong, or he would come to it in vain. The next day, a few people went straight out and came to the center of the village. I have to say that there are still a lot of fun here, as well as a lot of special food. Come on, Keiko, taste it. It's delicious. Izumi Yukura held a Sasori's tail in his mouth, and while chewing, he passed the roasted Sasoris in his hand to Keiko. No, it's disgusting. Keiko hurriedly backed away. Oh, Kong, do you want something? Kuan Yu handed it to Kong again. Sora stiffened. I won't. Woo woo woo. Kuan Yu just stuffed the grilled Sasori into his empty mouth and covered his mouth. You can eat it for me, ha ha ha. Looking at them with a white-handed smile, holding a roasted Sasori in his hand, he ate slowly. The taste is still pretty good. The sky is getting dark. Kuan Yu did not sleep. 2 days have passed. The team leader has informed Kuan Yu that he will leave tomorrow and return to Konoha, but what Kuan Yu had to wait for has never come. It seems that I have to give up this opportunity, Kuan Yu sighed lightly. But immediately he felt that something was wrong. Someone was using ninjutsu. A faint chakra wave passed over, which immediately aroused Kuan Yu's alertness. Byakugan. Kuan Yu's Byakugan turned on instantly. Kuan Yu's voice was a little excited. Kuan Yu walked out of the room and knocked on empty Keiko, White their room. After Kuan Yu waited outside for a while, the three of them walked out. Kuan Yu, what's the matter? Keiko was still a little sleepy. Sora also looked at Kuan Yu suspiciously. Something happened to Sunagakure. Come with me, Kuan Yu said solemnly. The three of them woke up instantly and hurriedly followed Kuan Yu. Kuan Yu led them to the window. From this direction, one could vaguely see something moving fast in the sky. Kuan Yu, what shall we do? Are we going to help? Bai asked hesitantly. Kuan Yu was silent for a while. The situation is still unclear. You will stay here for the time being. I will go out and have a look. Kuan Yu, be careful. Keiko was a little worried, but Kuan Yu had the strongest strength here, and he was the most suitable. I'll go too, Sora said. No, please pay attention to your safety. The people who came this time may be extraordinary, Kuan Yu said solemnly. This time he must act alone. Keiko and the others nodded. Kuan Yu opened the window and walked out. Keiko and the others waited there to observe the situation outside, but now there is not enough light outside and the distance here is too far. It is impossible to see clearly. Kuan Yu hid in a dark place watching the sky. He must also be careful. Sand shinobi is everywhere now and it is troublesome to expose. At this time, Gara is wrapped in a ball of sand just suspended in the sky. And a huge claw with blue lines formed by sand is grabbing towards a big white bird. It can be seen from here that Gara has mastered the power of the tail beast. It looks like it will continue for a while, Kuan Yu thought. In the original book, Akatsuki's action was successful this time, so Kuan Yu must prepare in advance. Then he looked into the distance where there was a place like a line of sky. The other person Akatsuki came this time should be hiding there. Kuan Yu had to find a reason to participate in this matter, so he slowly approached that way. At this time, the battle in the sky became more intense. Deidara was wearing a black robe of fire clouds, with blonde hair covering one of his eyes, dancing in the wind. One of his sleeves was hunted by the wind as if it was empty inside. One of his hands should have been broken. But he didn't care too much and immediately used a powerful ninjutsu. I saw a huge white doll-like thing quickly falling from the sky and quickly turning red in the sky. Gara frowned. Judging from the ninjutsu the other party had just used, it was obviously a powerful explosive. And below is Sand Shinobi Village. He must be stopped. A sea of sand spread out in the sky, quickly covering the sky, and Gara's expression became a little strenuous. And the huge white doll fell on it and exploded violently. Gara's heart tightened, and the consequences of that kind of thing falling below would be disastrous. But before he recovered, a small white four-winged bird touched his side. Gara was wrapped in a sand ball and suspended in the air. There was a gap in the sand ball, revealing half of his face, and the bird appeared there. Boom. There was another explosion. Deidara was a little proud, but after the smoke dissipated, the opening just now was sealed by sand. It seems to have no effect on Gara, but Deidara sneered coldly. His arm was not sacrificed in vain. He had hidden the clay bomb in the sand when Gara had wrapped his hand before. You actually used those sand to defend. You are done. Feel my art, Deidara thought. The sand ball shook violently as if there was an explosion inside. After a while, the sand on the ball actually began to scatter, and slowly, Gaara's figure appeared. He lowered his head and looked badly injured. Just as Deidara was about to harvest, Gaara's body moved. Deidara was startled and stopped moving quickly, but Gaara did not launch an attack but moved the sand that covered Sunagakur. Otherwise, waiting for the sand to fall down will cause death and injury to the people below. The sand finally moved outside Sunagakur and fell to the ground, and Gaara couldn't hold on anymore. The severe injuries and the heavy consumption of chakra made him faint. Only the remaining sand still supports him in the air. Kuan Yu watched this scene and knew that it was about to end. Gaara was captured. Sand Shinobi Village still organized some forces to rescue Gaara, but because there was no flying ninjutsu. At most, it only caused some influence on Deidara, and finally let Deidara take Gaara away. Kankuro was not reconciled to Gaara being taken away, so he ran after him. Izumi hid in a hidden place and watched Deidara meet with Sasori. He didn't move. Even if Gaara was saved here, he couldn't get a part of the Morizuru from Gaara's body. Just after they walked for a while, Kankuro arrived with someone. Opportunity is here. Kuan Yu flashed away instantly. Kuan Yu, what do you mean? Kankuro looked at Kuan Yu in front of him angrily. It doesn't mean anything, help you. Kuan Yu directly threw a kuwu-wu towards the ray of sky behind him. There was an earth-shattering explosion in an instant, and a lot of rocks continued to fall into that not-too-big space, splashing a lot of smoke. Kankuro and his subordinates broke into cold sweats instantly, and if they had just entered in this way, the consequences would be worrying. The enemy actually made an explosion trap there. At this time, Sunagakur's elite Jonin Baki also rushed to him with someone. He frowned when he looked at Kuan Yu in front of him. He still knows Kuan Yu, after all. Gaara was taken back to Konoha by him. Kuan Yu Jonin, why are you blocking? Baki asked in a deep voice. Although Sunagakur and Konoha are allies, they still guard against each other. This is also the reason why Kuan Yu appeared here. He must find an excuse to participate in this matter, otherwise he would have to return to Konoha obediently. I'm here to help, ask Kankuro if you don't believe me, Kuan Yu said. Now that there is a reason, it depends on whether the other party can answer it. Baki looked at Kankuro and Kankuro nodded to Baki. Gaara was arrested. I think Izumi Jonin has already seen it. Now the situation is critical. I will immediately ask Konoha for help. I also ask Izumi Jonin to provide some help. Baki thought for a while and said, Gaara was arrested and now the village is in chaos, restricting a lot of their power and also to guard against possible sneak attacks. Baki is already in a state of exhaustion. Kankuro is going to track Gaara. He is a little worried. And this Konoha's Jonin can also be considered some power, so he can rest assured that Kankuro will chase him. Yes, but my team is still here. Please take care of it for me. Kuan Yu smiled in his heart. Baki said so. He has a reason to participate in this matter. Okay, please be careful with Izumi Jonin. This time the enemy is extraordinary, Baki said solemnly. Don't talk nonsense, Kuan Yu, let's go. Kankuro was very anxious and immediately jumped forward with someone. Farewell, Kuan Yu finished and quickly followed. But Baki was still sad. The other party's purpose was unknown, and he just took Gaara away, which made his heart very uneasy. Then he took someone back quickly. Konoha must be notified of this matter quickly. The village affairs also need someone to take charge of it. In order to prevent the other party from attacking again, some defensive arrangements must be made. The current Sunagakur is simply a mess. Kuan Yu quickly caught up with Kankuro. Kankuro, I'm fast. I'll go ahead and explore the road first, and I will leave you marks along the way. After finishing speaking, Kuan Yu didn't wait.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.